Tuesday, May 6th, 2024, and welcome back to the cafe. It's great to be here with you guys again. I appreciate y'all. We will be being joined today by Cluminati, and Truth will be joining us for sure, and maybe whoever else. We'll see. But guys, please make sure you're hitting the like button as you come through the door. Share this out, guys. Today, guys, we're looking at the Sebastian Rogers case. Fraud, lies, and crime. There is so much crap going on right now, which is the reason why, in my opinion, that the focus is not on Sebastian, and it's a very sad thing. We need to refocus this case back on that child to find him and bring him home, and that is a fact, folks. So, as I always say, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we What up? Hey, Clue, what's happening? How you doing? What's going on? Long time no see.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this program, but I guess I'm switching back to boring old StreamYard.
I mean, I don't know about it being boring. It's just simple. That's all. What's
Well,
up?
I have a complex mind, okay?
What's
What's up?
You can use your complexities in StreamYard too. Just make it harder for yourself. That's all.
Are you live yet or no?
Yes, I'm live now. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Such a build up for nothing. Good.
I know. So
I just wanted to make sure we were live, and I didn't say anything about what you told us you did last night after the live. I want to make sure.
Me or him?
Yes.
Ah.
Oh, you mean when I went to sleep? Yeah. Well, no, actually, I went live again. You guys all went to sleep.
Yeah, you did. I woke up this morning. I said that mother trucker went live.
I was wired and wide awake, so I just went in and talked a bunch of nothing. And we did review one of Jules's videos about a document that came out way back in January in Idaho that was kind of interesting. But that was really it. I showed him how to make masks and blah blah blah. Just a bunch of stuff. I said I showed them how to make masks out of rubber, like latex, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I do with my rubber too.
God. Anyway,
that sounds like a Seth special.
Moving forward, let's see who we got joining us today and gracing us with their amazing presence. Hang on, everybody. It looks like throw glitter on it. Back in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Ace's mama. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Truth Not Feelings is up here next to us. Marie from Tennessee. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Michelle Brook, welcome back. Miss Kimber. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Heather Dawn, welcome. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Lucky's in the house. Welcome back, Lucky. Miss Kells, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Of course, my awesome producer, Miss Salty. True Crime Time in the house. Great to have you. Great to see you. P Fox, welcome back to you. Cherokee Girl, good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Victoria, always a pleasure. Moonchild, great to see you today. Hope for Snoopy, great to have you here. Great to see you. I love Snoopy.
Jago,
Yes,
you played with toys live.
I showed my doll. That's all I did.
Did you show your rose?
Moving on. April Wine, great to see you. Good to see you. Great to have you here. I appreciate you very much. Great to see you again. Odin Girl, thank you for joining us. Carly Ray Savage, great to see you today. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Of course, Cluminati's on the panel with us. Thank you for joining us again, Clue. Sue Ellen from Paris, great to see you. Great to have you here. No shit, Sherlock, great to see you today. 911, give it to God. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Gotcha. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Leslie and Billy, hello, hello, hello. Good to see you today. Miss Tina B, thank you for joining us. Welcome back, Miss Jody. Great to see you. Sally Montage, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here today. Tomboy, great to see you. Alicia or Sheila Dean, good to see you today. DS, welcome back to you. I think I'm almost there, guys. Almost got it out. Allison White, good to see you. Shut up. Green Eyed PI, great to see you. Great to have you here. Appreciate you very much. And I think fix my damn audio. What's wrong with my damn audio, Moonchild?
You're probably loud.
Daisy May, I have it turned way down. It shouldn't be. Good to see you, T2014. Welcome back, Karen Dith. Thank you for joining us. Miss Dakota and Mocha, great to see you all today. I appreciate you very much. Juju B, welcome back to you. Baby Firefly, same to you. Steven's Adventure, great to see you. Rachel Rach and Clues Blues, welcome back to you. Andy Rose, always a pleasure, dear. Heather Dawn, I got you already. I think I got everybody. Butterfly 71. Yep. Crazy Linda, great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. And I think
45 minutes later.
Lurker, good to see you. If you don't like it, don't be here, brah.
I just pray you never get like 1,000 people at a time.
Yeah, that'll have to change at that point. But this is something I've done from day one, and I think most people appreciate it. So that's why I do it. Libra's Moon, good to see you. All right. Let's see here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Move that over. Bring that up. All right. And boom. Okay. If I miss anybody in the chat by saying hello, I did Aces. Thank you very much. Say my name. I said your name is Kells. Hello. Again. Kells. I think, yeah, I have at least one in here. That'll be good. Okay. Any of the mods, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. My producers, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. All right. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Grab a chair, the couch, the floor, toilet, whatever you need. Make yourselves comfortable. We got 206 peeps in here with 112 likes. We are already out there. Awesome stuff, guys. And thank you guys for those of you that jumped on over here. There's the Doodle Bug. Good to see you. And Wolf Den, good to see you, buddy. When Clue's thing went down, I appreciate you guys supporting her channel. She will get it right, and we'll have it back up in no time. But thank you guys for coming on over here and supporting her over here as well. You guys are amazing. So, like I said, there was a video that went out this morning. As we all know, there's been a lot of drama, a lot of crap, a lot of bullshit. I think we're in far enough now. Just in general, a lot of bullshit that's been going on surrounding the Sebastian Rogers case. Everything but what needs to be going on, in my opinion, and that is the focus on finding this child. And it's gone way, way, way far out to left field, away from that, in my opinion. And I'm sick of it. ASRB, good to see you. AJ's mom, thank you for joining us. I'm beyond sick of it. This is why, in one of my opinions, that we're not getting any further with Sebastian's case, in my opinion, because they're all focused on everything else and all this other stupid shit, to the point where they're bringing in criminals now. Okay, they're bringing criminals to go look for this child. I mean, what? Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Could you specify when you say they?
Oh, okay. Sorry. The people that, okay, Tony Mathis was brought in to be a PR person for Seth, the Sebastian's biological father, Seth, and his team. We'll just say it that way, as he puts it. Welcome, Brandy. Welcome. Yeah, Kimber. Hold on. Welcome, Brandy. Welcome, Molly. Doodle. There's the rest of my team. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. And there's your link, Kimber. Anyway, so yeah, Seth's team has. If we have, Clue talked about this a few times. I'm going all over the place in my mind. Sorry, guys. Good to see you, Sony. So, oh yeah, we've got things done. P. We've seen a bunch of different people brought in on Seth's team, and they go right back out the door within a few days, a week, a month at the max. Am I wrong? So, and it's become a thing. Thank you for joining us, Kimber, and good to see you, Laura. So, at that point, people start saying, well, "What is going on? Why is this happening? What's the deal?" There's too many things happening that are the same thing again and again and again and again. Okay, to the point where we're all stopped, frozen, and we're going, "Why is this happening? And where is this child? Why is nobody looking for this child? We're hearing that they're looking for him, but I don't see it." Law enforcement hasn't come out with any new press conferences. Law enforcement hasn't released any new details. All we're seeing, this is no lie. There's nothing on the news about it. So we're in here watching this here. All we're seeing is all this negative stuff being put out about the other two parents, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and it's horrible. Because this woman is the mother of this child. She's going through just as much suffering as Seth is. And once again, let me clarify something to you all. I am absolutely horrified, and I feel horrible for Seth himself personally, for what he is going through with the loss of his child. And I stop it there, okay? Because it's horrible. After that, I don't feel bad, because everything that has been brought in on his side of the team with this has caused way more problems, to the point where now he's gone through how many PIs, Clue?
4
private investigators that have all come out and blasted every bit of the information on YouTube.
Or they walk away.
Or they walk away. Yes, my apologies. Go ahead.
So he says early on, a few weeks ago, Seth said that law enforcement was giving his PIs information, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so the PIs, I think it was Chloe, came out and said she believed that Sebastian walked out the front door, right? So you're telling me we can take all of the hate or dislike that we might have for Chloe, or you might have for Chloe, or whatever, and you look at it as a professional look, right? If she's getting information directly from law enforcement,
yes,
and if her assumption is that he went right out the front door,
right,
and Seth says that the reason they parted ways is because they were going two different directions, it sounds to me like Seth doesn't want anybody to think about him just walking out the front door.
Right, right. And I've said that. I said the narrative has been spun and directed like a bullseye directly at Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And it seems like nobody wants it to go any other direction but there. Or not just nobody, but that side of the fence. Okay. That's insane. That is insane. That is not finding this child. And why is it okay to just say that they did it? That's basically, in a nutshell, what this has turned into. They did it. I've seen no proof of that. Law enforcement has seen no proof of that. Law enforcement has stated multiple times, right or wrong, they've seen no proof of that. There has been no foul play, that the parents, all parents, have been completely 100% cooperative, right or wrong, guys.
You're right.
Okay, then. How are we sitting here? Not we. How are they sitting there pointing the finger at those two saying they did it? Without saying those words, they're saying they did it. Does anybody else see it any differently?
No.
Okay, then. This is beyond old. I'm beyond over it. It's disgusting. Okay.
James Vaughn, I'm not sure who said the thing about the teacher filed for CPS. Chris says that. Chris says that Sebastian went to school and told the teacher XYZ they are responsible to report. It's not a surprise that the teacher
He
called
never
CPS.
denied it. He never
It's their
denied it.
job. That's what they're supposed to do.
But I will tell you something that Seth has denied. Internet access, da 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 da. I'm sorry, but no. Like, he's sketchy.
One other thing, folks, that's very important. People got to start remembering this is not just Seth's child.
Right.
Okay. He has a mother and a father. Seth is his father, Katie is his mother, and Chris is his stepfather. He has 3 parents, and every one of them cares just as much about him as the other.
Agreed.
Okay. Seth does not care any more than Katie, and vice versa, in my opinion. Okay. They're all hurting, and everybody needs to see that. The point is I want to ask Clue, Kimber, Truth, how many times have you seen Katie or Chris come out and say, he did it, he did it, he did it, he did it, it's his fault, he did it? Have you seen them do that ever?
They haven't trashed Seth at all.
No. Like, and let me tell you, it goes past in the public eye. They don't talk about him out of the public eye, even when they don't have a reason to put on a good show or whatever. They don't do that to him.
No, they don't. And
All
they
I
have not.
hear is Seth loves his son. He's a good, these words verbatim, he's a good dad. Imagine saying that about somebody who has done nothing but trash you in the public for the last 2 months. I wouldn't be able to do that.
100%. 100%. Okay.
And once again, remember, he was going to his dad's in 2 weeks. Why would the parents be involved in all of this if he was going in 2 weeks anyway? That's the one thing I can't get past. And I'm still convinced, and I may be the only one standing here convinced of this, so I'm okay with standing alone. Early on in this case, Chris made a very slight comment about cameras inside the house, right? Which is fine if they're there, right? But here's where I think that that's true. Number 1, Katie says, I don't know why he went out the front door. Number 2, law enforcement says they have no reason to believe that he didn't run away. Reason number 3, Chris says something about cameras inside the house. And if that's the case, then probably, in my opinion, they didn't have them on the outside because there was probably one facing the door in the foyer area on the inside to see if your autistic child tried to get in or out of the house, right? Just my own personal opinion. And that's how they know he went out the front door with no shoes on.
Well, one side for me of that is if Sebastian didn't have a key to lock a door behind him, that could be how they're doing that, right? Because all of the doors were locked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well, according to what Chris stated in one of the interviews, and he clarified this to make sure everybody understood this. He did say, I told you guys before, and he said, I'm repeating it again. All of the doors in the house were locked. Because somebody asked him, how do you know they went out the front door? He said, all of the doors are locked with key locks. Therefore, you have to have a key to unlock these doors. The only door that is not lockable with a key is the front door, which has a code lock on it, a pad, like you punch in a code to it. And
the front door and the front door and the garage door, but the garage door he didn't know the code to. They were two separate codes.
Exactly, and that's why he believes that they believe that he went out the front door. That's why. That's the answer, and the only reason why. Okay, and he's claimed that.
I do want to say, to back up what Truth is saying about the cameras inside.
Mm-hmm.
I know if it were me and he were my son,
Mm-hmm.
I would probably have cameras on the inside as well, just simply because he came home from school, right?
Yeah.
Before I got home. So I would want to be able to like check in on him, see what he's doing. I don't know if they had cameras.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I think I could see that them doing that, right?
Yeah, because if you're going to watch your kid who has recently been diagnosed with autism and
absolutely
has a chromosome deletion, you wouldn't need cameras on the outside of your house because your kid's probably not supposed to be outside. So you would put them on the front door, the living room, and that would go to even possibly support Katie's story of being on the couch at this time and that time and that time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And everybody's like, I can't believe he's so controlling, but he wouldn't have cameras. Well, you could take that same theory of him being controlling and then think, well, it would make sense that he would have cameras in the house.
Yeah.
Listen, as far as the controlling comment, people are going to believe what they want. Okay. Katie herself has said that she does not want to be the one to speak out because of her emotions right now. Okay. I understand that. Chris is a take charge kind of person. He's a very confident male. That doesn't mean he's controlling. And I promise you, and I know Clue will back me 100% on this, that Chris does not control Katie. Chris does not control anything she says or does.
No.
Okay.
Y'all, I hate it for all you females out there who think you just have men figured out and you're never wrong and you know everything. Let me tell you something. That you're wrong.
She's a military woman, first of all, so she has total control and knows how to control herself and her situation. She is choosing because she wants him to be the spokesperson because he's got probably a little less. He has the ability that she may not have to hold his emotions back as to where she can't. Okay, and I don't blame her. If I was her, I'd be a blubbering mess. And we have seen Seth during his interviews as well break down and get upset and cry because, as he well should, as I well would too, because of their child. Chris is a third party to this, still a parent, but has that ability to control his emotions. Okay, that's why he does all the speaking, folks.
I think,
in my opinion.
So I sort of agree with that, but I
in my opinion, I said
don't. Yeah, I think the reason he does the speaking is because she don't have the ability to maybe like
wherewithal,
not shut up, not know when to shut up.
Too. That's a good point. That's a good point. You know, she's been beat up just as much as he has.
Well, it's not so much shut up, but women, I hate it for you if you don't already know this about yourself. Let me enlighten you. You're welcome. It's free. We are emotional. And when things piss us off, we go all in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So knowing that about yourself, it's probably smarter to have a spokesperson.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I'm going to tell you that I have cameras in my house and I have cameras outside of my house. There are no cameras in any bedrooms and there are no cameras in any bathrooms. Right.
Same here.
But if you're doing anything else in the rest of my house that you shouldn't be doing, I'm going to catch it. Right.
I have 3 cameras inside my home and 3 on the outside of my home. And that's just for generalized. If I'm not home and somebody breaks in, I see what's going on. That's it.
I mean, I have another camera in my bedroom, but that is a subscription.
Shut up.
Okay.
I knew you were going to do something. But anyway, moving forward. Hi, Carolyn and APRN Wendy Blank. Thank you guys that just joined us that I did not catch. I will catch up with you.
Now, I will say there are things even like still that I question about Chris and Katie.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes, ma'am.
Hearing a noise, like, and you don't go in there, or you don't go in there and check on them before you go to sleep. But that's just me. You know what I mean? I can't say. Like, is there times I've gone to bed without going to my daughter's room first? Sure, because maybe I didn't want to wake her or whatever. There are times I too have done that. Or my fat tail doesn't want to walk all the way to the other end of the house. Sure. But it's like, could I see that? Yeah. Is it what I would choose to do? No. You know what I mean? No. No one knows what I mean.
Absolutely. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I do. I was just thought you had more to say after that. Normally you keep talking.
I got to, but no, absolutely. I
Wow.
agree with you. My son will be 18 years old in a week. He's twice my size. Okay. And I still, if I get up in the middle of the night, what's the first thing I do? I double check my
Go
doors,
to
make sure they're locked, and then I go look at him.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Leslie,
just a natural instinct.
so Leslie, that's not even true too. Like, there have been times where I've heard something in her room and I've done exactly what she says she did. Go to sleep. Especially when they're like
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
10, 11. I'm not getting my fat ass up to go check on this child. I'll tell him to go to bed. If I still hear noise, I'll go in there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Am I a perfect mom? No. Is Katie a perfect mom? No. Chris? No.
Nobody's a perfect
Beth?
mom.
No. Like, I mean, it is what it is. And that could be a common thing for him too, y'all. We don't know. We don't know that he doesn't go get put to bed and then start rummaging around with things trying to avoid going to sleep.
Well,
And he has done
we've
this
been
more than
told,
once.
yeah, we've been told more than once, I think it was, that he is up all night. He's a night owl. He doesn't sleep very good. I get it. It goes along with his issues. Okay. It's a normal thing. So that
Right.
makes
And if
perfect
that's true
sense.
if that's true he answered her, then guess what? A parent would never assume anything is wrong. You're gonna lay yourself down and go to bed yourself. You know what I mean?
And that, yeah, because remember, Clue, I said that probably a month ago, or no, not a month, about 3 weeks ago. I said, guys, we got to understand something. They have a regular routine that they deal with in this house every single day, every single night. It's a normal thing that they do day after day after day, just like we all do. Okay. That could have been, like she just said, a normal thing for her to just say, hey, what are you doing? Did you fall out of bed, bud? What's up? He answered her. Moving on. She didn't need to get up in her mind. And I would probably be the same way. I've done the same thing. I hear a bang. Caden, what are you doing? Nothing. Okay, go back to my movie or whatever I'm doing.
There you go.
You have no reason to think there's something wrong at that point. So I can't say that I'm bothered by that much, honestly.
Hey,
Okay.
Dago, I just wanted to take the opportunity real quick. I did not realize until just now, after reading the comments, I got to step off my high horse, I guess. I didn't know that we were in the presence of all of the greatest parents on the internet in the world, right? Because not just here, but all over, true crime. Because what I've seen in the comments over the last few weeks is people just showing how great of parents they are because they would have done it so much different. Like, they've never been frustrated with their child who's maybe been rambunctious all day, and by the end of the night, they're just over it and they want them to go to bed. I'm sure that's never happened to a single parent out there talking shit on Katie. I'm sure there's not a single parent out there that has lost their cool with their kid and wish they wouldn't have done it. I'm sure that's never happened,
Right. Yes. And we're getting there, Daisy. Don't worry. And real quick, Brandy, I saw your comment, hon, and I understand. And again, Brandy of all people, she gets a lot of this. She has a beautiful son, Matthew, who is 100% autistic, and he's a lot lower functioning than what Sebastian is, and she deals with a lot. So she has been fully vested in this as well, and I get that and I respect that. I see what you said, Brandy, your comment to that, and I have to respond as much as I can based on what I've seen and what I know. I'm not saying that I agree with how the response was, but I also can't say that I wouldn't have done the same thing after a certain point. Once again, these people, from the day they were introduced to the world, the first interview I ever saw, which was on Duchess's channel, okay, and Duchess was very welcoming, as she is, because she's an amazing creator, an amazing lady, and tried to make them as comfortable as she could. And her entire chat, Clue was in there, I was in there, a bunch of you were in there. They were like slaughtered by her chat, okay? And they very pleasantly answered every question they could. And at the end, as Chris has always done, still said, "We love you all for putting our son's name and his face out there and for wanting to help us to find him." Multiple times he said it, even though he was being attacked. Moving on to any other interviews they've ever done, they were attacked. When they were doing interviews, they were attacked. They started being attacked by the biological father side of things. Boom, 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 boom. For months. We're 2, 3, almost 3 months into this now, okay? For 3 months straight, they have been attacked. Every day, if you go to social media anywhere, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, probably more that I haven't seen, they're attacked. How many times can you watch somebody talk about your wife in a negative, disgusting, nasty way? Because I've seen some really gross shit put out there, folks.
Exactly.
And people should be ashamed of themselves for the things they've said. Moving forward.
So I want to say something. Caroline says she changed that statement up several variations. I get that, but here's the other side of that, right? Everyone, myself included, was so convinced that Katie was lying because all the flyers said black sweatshirt, black sweatpants.
Yep.
Then lo and behold, what happens? We hear the dispatch audio and she described her son's clothing to a T.
To a T.
There are some things she is not allowed to come out and say at certain points. I wish that people would understand, unless you've been in this type of situation, you don't know what Ellie is telling them to say, not to say, to keep back in, to go ahead and it's okay to share with the public. In my opinion, Chris and Katie have done everything by the book the way they should have. They talk with law enforcement before they do things. Hence the reason Chris winded up taking his polygraph, not with a TV show, but the TBI and the FBI. Even the grandmother came out and said the TBI has told her that this is fact. Both of them have taken a polygraph. Katie took 2, and they are passing.
My question to this, and you'll have to read me the answer because Caroline has me blocked, but my question is, if it comes out that there's video of him going out that front door and her asleep on the couch, then what?
Say that again.
Because Caroline is so against Katie, and that's fine. She has the right to her opinion. But my question is, in
Thank you
the
for calling
end,
PPL Appliance Recycling. My name is.
if it comes out in the end that there's video inside the house of Katie in her room or going to her room and Sebastian later on going out the front door, then what?
It'll be fun.
Are we gonna come up with another theory that she went to her bed to call the person to come do, like, what is the next step if that doesn't work out for you?
It'll get spun.
100%.
Right, that's my point. That's my point. So
and here, okay, go ahead.
No, I'm good, brother. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yes, in the beginning, like Clue just said, I didn't bash anybody. I just had questions, I said, and I still have questions. That's never changed. Okay. I have plenty of questions. Some of those questions from that time have been answered up to this point, which has kind of turned my mind a little bit differently. Okay. Once again, I have questions. I still have questions because, yes, we all know Katie was the last person to be with him. That doesn't mean anything, guys. Just because she was the last person to see him, to be with him. Do you know how many times this has happened with the last person to see that person and they have nothing to do with it? It doesn't mean that she's guilty of something, okay? Now, I've said this too.
I could have gotten murdered. I snuck out of my house, I know, at least 50 to 100 times. At least. I could have been murdered, dead, and my parents would have literally been in this exact situation right here with people sitting there going, well, you know, they missed church last Sunday. I wonder if they were burying her body. You know, they probably was doing that. They got that big farm up there in Virginia. I guarantee you that's where that girl is. Y'all need to go look, need to get dogs. It's crap. They would have had nothing to do with it. Nothing. And they would not know where I was.
Yeah,
we've all been through that. Our parents would have been sitting there going, what do you mean? He's in bed. No, he's not. It happens, guys.
How many of y'all got taken home from sneaking out in the middle of the night and your parents had to come to the front door?
That's why I spent most of my life grounded.
Should they have arrested your parents and thrown them in jail for
No.
not? But that's the theory now. Everybody needs to go to jail because they ran away on their dime. So you have to take your pick, though. Here's where I'm confused. The same people that are saying that Katie did something to him are the same people supporting people who say that he ran away. So which one is it? Did he run away or did she do something with him?
And
You
that
got to
goes,
pick one or the other. You can't go with both.
that's very true. That's very true. And again, being that Katie has been thrown into that fire, I don't know how many times now because she was the last person. Who do you think the first person that law enforcement dug into, and I mean dug down as deep as you could dig, as soon as this case started? Who do you think that person was? Katie Proudfoot. They dug on her immediately. She took 2 polygraphs. She has been put under periscopes and microscopes and whatever scopes you can think of, how many times, as deep as you can. And guess where she's sitting right now? Not in jail, not in police custody, never been accused of anything.
And I do agree with what somebody just put in the chat. They said, what we don't know what happened, we go with everything. I do agree with that. I do agree to, in your head, sit there and question things and think about things and go with everything. Make that a scenario in your mind. Like Truth said, get your whiteboard out, find 2 things that don't match, cross it off. But the
Right.
problem is, this goes past going with every scenario. People aren't mapping out scenarios. They're only mapping out scenarios where Chris or Katie or the combination of the 2 of them found a way to get rid of their son without it being on camera, no cars coming in and out, nothing. There's no proof, but this is what the majority of the internet is sold on. Be suspicious of Katie and Chris, but also be suspicious of Seth.
Or neither or none of the 3 of them, because here's the thing, and Clue can vouch for this. Dago for sure can vouch for this. When we went through the maps on Clue's Live, right? And you look at where the cameras are in the neighborhood, guys,
Yeah.
it is, I'm going to tell you again, it is impossible to get at least onto their street, whether it be Chris, Katie, or Seth, to come onto that street or off that street without getting caught at the stop sign on camera from
Thank you.
both directions.
Thank
It is
you.
absolutely impossible. And if you remember the 911 call, the officer that was helping in the search, they describe a certain vehicle and they also describe the house. And if you go look, and you can find it, search on your own, or someone can show you, that house has a CCTV camera pointed at the fucking stop sign. So
Right.
the officer has video that was obviously turned over. And here's my other thing, and I'll shut up for a minute. Do y'all really, who do you think has more information on the evidence that has been collected? Seth, who Ellie is not talking to, or Chris and Katie, who they've been through their house over 10 times?
Exactly. Great point. Any answers? Hey, Michael, good to see you. Thank you for joining us, sir. Mystery, good to see you. And anybody else that popped in here? Dog Stratton, Robert.
I think what Truth is saying is it should be considered more when people are online and talking, because when Ellie stops talking to someone, that's when your ears should go up and you're like,
Yeah, because they're quiet, folks. There's a question there. There's absolute questions there. So again, I'm forgetting things I'm trying to remember. But anyway, once again, guys, this has turned it. First of all, what caused this mess? Okay, is the split that went right down the middle. Never should have happened. The focus on this case is a child that's been missing for almost 3 months now. A 15-year-old child that is on the spectrum that has been missing for almost 3 months now. A child that is loved by all 3 of his parents. A child that is loved by all of the world right now. Okay? That is what the focus of this case is. I don't give, and excuse my languages when I say these things, folks, but it's fact. I don't give 2 fucks what happened in Seth and Katie's marriage. I've said this before, and I truly do mean this. I don't care what has happened between Seth and Katie. I don't care what's happened between Chris and Nina. I don't care what's happened between any one of Chris's wives. I don't care what Chris has done, yelling at people, this, that, and everything else. Because, again, I may not completely agree with some of the things he said, but I can't say that I would have been the same person after being attacked like this multiple times every day for 3 months. Come on. Okay. And I would protect I dare you to say something about my wife. I promise you, what you've heard from Chris, you ain't seen my temper. Don't stay away from my wife. All that man has done is protect his wife, as he should. Okay. I would do the same damn thing just as much as Cletus would do for Clue, and Truth would do for his wife, and Kimber's husband would do for her. That is what we do. Okay.
Well, I want to know these ladies in here that feel like Seth is vile or that he's angry or violent. I want to know, how do I say this? I'm gonna
You
sound like
mean Chris?
I guess this is how it is.
Which one, Truth? Are you talking about Chris? Because you confused me
You said
too.
Seth. Yeah, you said Seth. You mean Chris?
Right, Chris. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Chris. So, how many of you ladies that are saying this have had an alpha man that is 100% about protecting you? And I don't mean any disrespect when I say that. Or do you prefer men that are more passive? I wonder if that's more the issue, because it seems like women seem to think that any man that shows just natural alphaness, right, is considered toxic masculinity. And we live in a world today now that if a man stands up or is loud or has a loud voice or a deep voice or doesn't take shit from anybody, all of a sudden they're a narcissistic gaslighter who probably abuses their spouse and definitely is a child abuser. Like what? Like how do you get there? But then at the same breath you say bless Seth and all this when he did horrible things to Katie.
That's right. You do, Brandy. And most of you ladies in here do too. I promise you. And you know what? I'm going to say something else. The men that are in here have wives that would defend in the same damn way, because I promise you, let somebody come at me and watch what my wife does. Vice versa.
Oh,
What,
yeah.
Clue and Cletus? This is who we are as human beings, folks. It's natural to defend the ones we love. Okay? That's all
Hell,
I'm saying.
Cletus can't stand it when somebody just says something online. Like he gets all Twitter baited, and I'm like, babe,
Right.
like that
Now,
don't even bother me. And he's like, I don't give a fuck, Keisha. He's like,
look how mad I got the other day at Seth, and I mean, quite honestly, that was because of him coming at her. When in fact, she's, I mean, it is what it is. She's the
it's
one.
warranted.
He was warranted in saying whatever he wanted to say because she's come at him, but it still got under my skin.
It has everything to do with being an alpha. What do you mean? Y'all think that because a man uses foul language or refuses to let someone spread BS about his family, that he's a bad guy or that he's a disgusting guy? Who released the information about Sebastian's abuse? Who was prepared to release the CPS reports and put even more stuff about Sebastian out online? Who? I'm sorry, what? That's not disgusting? Who started grooming a 12-year-old little girl and eventually pregnated her after she had had multiple abortions? Who? And Chris is the nasty guy? Really?
Well, I can tell you, Chris is far from aggressive. Like he's aggressive when it's warranted, and he's not aggressive when it's not. Like he's never, and I mean this, he has never ever spoke just ridiculous to me, to fiance. He's never come unglued at us. Even after he got off the web sleuth thing, he called me and me and fiance were talking to him. Hell, I think we stayed on the phone till like 5 in the morning or something. And he was calm as a cucumber. He was just perfectly okay. Even after being that riled up. His ungluedness is directed in the right direction to me personally. Okay, it's just my feelings. And every time he's like that, it is well deserved. Period.
absolutely. Thank you, real quick. Sorry, Captain Jenks, for the 999 super sticker. I appreciate that very, very much.
How did he not protect Sebastian Paradigm? I'm just, this is a troll, right, Dago? I don't.
What? Where? This
You better be lucky I don't
this,
have no wrench.
this one here.
Mm-hmm.
What did they?
I ain't paying no attention to that anyway. So let me say something else too, because I know people are gonna have their opinions
So,
about.
whoa. I want to address this fool right quick.
Oh, this one.
This paradigm person. So let me tell you
Paradigm.
something.
Okay.
Paradigm, I want to know in your mind, in your twisted mind, for real, I do mean that, and I know what I'm talking about. How is Chris not wanting or wanting to protect his daughter but didn't do anything for the other one? How is he any worse than Nina, who admitted she watched Chris allegedly put his hands on not one, not two, but all three of her kids and didn't do a damn thing? You tell me, how is the one less evil than the other? Please, I'll wait.
And after that, this is the point I'm making. Here we are, right back into this again. Okay, and that is not what the point is that I was trying to. Hey, Moni, that I was trying to make. Everybody's going to have their feelings about certain people. That's fine, guys. We're all entitled to our opinions. We're going to have them no matter what anybody says. I respect that. But it has taken over the entire case. The whole investigation is nothing but this now. Okay.
No, Trevor Lee, I don't believe he abused the children. Hence the reason the word was used allegedly. I think Nina is a crackpot.
Hold on.
I think she's a scorned woman.
While we're talking about this, let's remember the only evidence that we have, and I mean picture evidence of Sebastian with bruises from abuse, came from Seth,
Mm-hmm.
who
That's the only
supposedly
actual documented evidence. That's true.
Hold on, and who supposedly went to try to keep his son from hitting his head, yet the bruises are around his neck.
Well, and again, that's the story we were told. That's how we have to take it for what it is, you guys. That's what we're told to do. Okay. So now, very true points with everybody. And again, I respect everybody's feelings and their opinions, as everybody should respect each other's. Moving forward, this is where this has come to, because here we are in this conversation again, defending, and deflecting. Okay. Once again, where is Sebastian? That conversation doesn't happen anymore because of this stuff, because people are always worried about that. Moving forward. Now, with all of that was just said, how many of you know, or how many have you seen Team Seth, or Team Sebet, whatever, what is Seth's team, I should say, okay, that he has trying to find Sebastian? We've seen, again, how many PIs come through their clue? 4?
At least, allegedly. Now, Seth said at one point he had 4 PIs. He lies more than he talks straight, so I don't know.
Okay, so there's that. Then we see Tony Mathis come in, who has a criminal record, of course. That was all put out there the way it was, and he's the PR guy. He comes in, he's going to shut Seth down and make sure that all this stays together. So they're going to work together. They're going to this, they're going to that. That lasted for what, 2 days? And then all of a sudden, the gloves are off because Chris got tired of having his face and his vice face drugged through the mud and went off on somebody. Mind you, they're all under stress, but okay, we'll say that. He goes in and he makes all these ridiculous statements and all this stupid shit comes out. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Okay. So then there's that. Now we're in.
Dago, I don't mean to interrupt you, but in doing that, was that a online conversation he had, or was it a private conversation that he had?
It was a private conversation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that it wasn't for views or clicks.
It was a private conversation that was had that somebody put out for their own reasons. Okay, figure that one out if you look at everything else that's happening. Again, another thing that has taken the focus off of Sebastian moving forward. Now, as of today, it's been seen and proven. I was there, Clue was there, I think Kimber was there, and I know Truth was there because he was on the panel of the show that was going
there.
on. I thought you were there. Now there has been another person brought in. or that's being brought in. Okay, they're trying to fund more money to bring another person in. That the money is being used to pay for to fix this person's vehicle, to bring gas, and to buy security because the statement was made that every time anybody goes searching, the Proudfoots try to hurt them. Where has that ever been proven? Once. Never. Never. Another statement, a negative statement towards the Proudfoots. Nothing but negative statements have come from that side of things towards the Proudfoots. Again, that's not helping to find the child. The person I remember, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, please. I remember watching an interview between a bunch of people, the PIs, Chris Proudfoot, and Seth Rogers, where a bunch of yelling starts and arguing and disagreeing and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, Chris says, "Hey, Seth. He couldn't even hear him because he was so yelling so much or whatever. And they got his attention. He said, "Buddy, calm down. Do me a favor. Take a breath. I know where you're at. I know what you're feeling. Let's get off of here and have a conversation." Oh, that's the same man that got him his job, by the way. That's the same man that has helped him to do things to better himself because he knows that Sebastian worships him, in his own words, to be a better father. That's the same man that has done multiple things to help him. But in turn, from Seth's side of things, Chris is the devil. Does this make any sense to anybody? Because all of that, once again, has nothing to do with finding the child. Okay? I don't understand it.
Well,
I don't understand
it's
it.
kind of hard to find a lost child if the child's not lost.
So again, I'm not changing anybody's minds on what they think about Chris, Katie, Seth, anything. I'm not trying to. I don't care about that. Okay? I don't. I care about where the hell Sebastian is, where he's been for almost 3 months, and how we're going to find him, how they're going to find him, who's going to find him, what's going to happen to bring him home. So now we have more people being brought in that are going to distract from that. They're trying to raise money to bring another criminal in. I have proof of that. Okay. This woman has a vast criminal record and is not supposed to be around children, but they're going to bring this person in. Why? Is that healthy for this?
Do you trust a woman that tried to injure another child with a firearm?
No, I don't.
I don't.
Either. Be nice, guys. Be nice. Okay? To each other, be nice to each other, please. And this is a positive place. On a normal, everyday basis, it's a positive place. The point is, I'm tired of all this circus. I'm done with it. We have to, all of us out here, have to be able to push all of this stupid shit aside and focus on this child, you guys. That's what this whole rant is about. Because everybody's been involved in this now. Everybody. We can say what we want to say. We say what we don't. We don't say what we want to say. Whatever it is, it's crazy. I'm not even able to pay attention to the chat because I'm trying to focus on what I'm saying. So my apologies to anybody I'm not seeing, okay?
You don't want to look at the chat right now.
Well, it is what it is.
Don't.
I'm sure that people are unhappy with me.
No, it's not you. It's not you at all.
I'm not taking sides, guys. I'm trying to tell you that that's what we're not supposed to be doing. And yes, there's things that are being said about Seth just as much as there's things that are being said about Chris and Katie. It is what it is. I think it's pretty much even at this point. It's ridiculous, okay? But anyway.
Yes.
No, I'm confused, Dago. I'm confused.
Hold on, Truth. My goal every day, you and me, thank you. You helped me accomplish it. I think it was you that said this earlier. I've already been called a bully, and it is only 1:56.
Yeah, I mean, you accomplished it. Listen, here's what I have, Dago. This is a real question for you, Bubba, because I think that, I obviously see exactly where you're coming from, and you are trying to stay in the middle, and you've struggled with that in the last week or two, because sometimes as a human being, when you start to see things come together and craziness from the outside, you start to have to ask questions. You can't be blind. That would be pointless, right? And here's the thing, guys. Not everybody's going to agree with the same thing. Here's what I hope we all agree on, and then I have something to say after this. We all hope that Sebastian is alive and well, That's what we hope. Okay. And we all pray that Sebastian is live. And you know what's beautiful, guys? Here's what's beautiful. But even if we disagree, I see what's going on in the comments. That's fine. Listen, here's what we're doing. Even through all this disagreement, we all have the same goal, right? Like, it's not like we are opposite sides, guys. We're not opposite sides. We all have the same goal, and that's to bring Sebastian home. But there's only so much that you can do on social media with that other than keeping his name out there. And when we have these conversations, these debates, these discussions, he's got 350 people in here right now. That is 350 people today that had the name Sebastian Rogers in their mind and their hearts. And that's a win. So beyond all of this arguing and bickering, guys, let's stop attacking each other. And I'm bad about it too, right? And start attacking the problem. And the problem is Sebastian's not back home.
That's 100% the problem. Molly, do what you have to do, hon. Randy, whoever, do what you need to do. You already know, and I have your back on that. So handle what you got to handle. That's exactly it, Truth. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Barbara, for your comment.
And Caroline, there is proof that they are. Tony has talked to this girl that they're wanting to bring in. Her name is Nina. Nina has a felony for shooting it for what's the word I'm looking for?
She shot into an apartment while her daughter was in an argument with a 16-year-old boy, shot into a random apartment, and the bullet went into the floor after it traveled through the living room.
I have all the information about it, guys. I heard it this morning. We looked it up. I have it. It's there. It's real.
And Tony has been trying to get money to bring her in on this. She has no business around missing children or any children.
But even people that are on Sebastian's camp, do y'all not see that all of the professionals have left and it's now been replaced by individuals with not even that they're felons? I'm okay with you having a felony. That's not a problem. It's that that this lady's involves a child.
Well, so I don't have an issue with a reformed felon. I don't. I believe in that. That's what the justice system is there for. I believe that's what prisons should be there for. What I do question, though, is we have yet to see an organization come in that is not shady or have a sketchy past. And I know they exist. I've looked up several myself that are in a fairly local geographic area. And I would be really interested to know, have they been contacted and sought out to come in and look into this situation, right? That's where my confusion comes with some of the things.
Most of them wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Because it creates the perception for me, if I hadn't gone and done my own looking, that you can't find search and rescue teams that aren't sketchy. You can't find people to come in and get involved that don't have a sordid past, right? Like I think it creates a bad look, personally.
Right.
But Caroline, her name is Nina Glass. And she has no business around a child. None.
That's the point that I was trying to make, that's what's being brought in.
She has no business searching for a missing child. No, none.
That's at the order of the judge. The judge, not, this isn't, let Dago do what he's going to do. He'll show it to you. We don't have to talk about it.
Exactly. And again, there's been a couple statements made in here, and I agree with this at this point. Okay.
And I'm not yelling at you, Caroline. It's just frustrating that everybody thinks that everybody that's coming in and working on Seth's side is okay, but they're not.
Right. And let me clarify something too. Okay. When I said what I said about my mods doing it, it's not about, they're not going to block people just because they don't like them. Okay. They have opinions. They can have their opinions. People that are going to get blocked are the people that are being rude to each other. Okay. You can have your opinions and so can other people, and you can respect those without flipping out on people, guys. We're all adults. And if people can't do that, those are the people that are going to get timed out or blocked or whatever. Okay. That's what I'm saying. So please understand that everybody has your right to your feeling. Do not go because somebody else has a different feeling and tell them they're stupid because they feel different than you, or tell them that they're dumb and they don't know what they're talking about because they have something different in their mind than you do. That's what I'm saying. I personally agree with a couple comments made that I think there needs to be a little pressure put on law enforcement in this. They've done a great job, in my opinion, from the beginning. But I think now they need to be pressured a little bit more, because where are we at this point? We're at the point where somebody thinks they need to bring all these other people into this. That doesn't need to happen in that sense, because they're not doing anything more.
Can I make a statement to that? Because I don't disagree with fundamentally with what you're saying, but I think in fairness to law enforcement, the circus promotion needs to stop.
Yes.
So that they have the opportunity to do their job without a lot of distractions.
Agree.
Here's the thing.
That's what I see.
If you think TBI is going to be pressured by any of y'all, you're crazy.
I know.
I know that much. I know that much.
You know, they're not going to be pressured. And as a matter of fact, I hope some of y'all start pressuring them, because they have this thing called the Internet Crimes Division, and they don't do very well with being pressured.
And please take what I'm saying when I say pressuring. I don't mean to call them up and go, "What are you doing? Do your job." No, guys, listen. There's ways to do things the right way. There's ways to do things without causing drama, without throwing out tickets to the circus, all that kind of stuff. What I mean, okay, is contact them and say, "Hey, what's going on with this? You know, there's a lot of people that want to help find this child. Can you tell us how we can help?" Law enforcement, mind you, not any of these other people. Can you tell us what can be done to help find him? Can you tell us what can be done to make this happen? That's what I mean by pressure. I don't mean by going and let's do this like that kind of. No, come on, guys. We need to be able to talk to these. The police need to be trusted first off. Okay, that's a big deal. Okay, and I know not everybody's gonna agree with me. Okay, I get it, but they need to be trusted to an extent, and they need to be seen as doing what I thought they did a good job. They were quick with this, but then things got stale. Okay.
I don't think anybody understands that this is a runaway. They have given more resources to this runaway case than they have ever given to any missing persons case I've ever seen in our state.
Agreed.
That's what y'all keep asking for more and more. This is not a crime. They have not. This is what I keep.
That's the problem right there.
Y'all want this to be a crime. For some reason, some of you folks want this to be a crime. Don't you think you could sleep a little bit better at night feeling like maybe this boy just had enough of the BS in his home from both sides that he ran away?
They do. You're right, Taruk. They want it to be a situation where he didn't just run away, but someone did something to him.
Well, yeah. I think it was a combo. I agree with that. And I think a lot of us feel that way at this point, that he stepped out on his own accord and then something bad happened. And that's a very huge possibility. A lot of people don't want to accept that. And that, I think, is what causes such a rift in this, is that I don't care what anybody says. Katie did it. Chris did it. What? Why? When the law enforcement agencies say they didn't do it, who else has to tell you that they didn't do it?
Well, that's another problem for me, because yes, you're right. They want to be Katie did it, Chris did it. They don't even want to entertain the fact that the other side could have been involved.
For God's sakes.
And but you know what part of the problem with that is, and Clue, I don't know if you'll agree with me or not, but that you got people like Peter Hite going out here, and every time Chris says something or there's something that comes up, Peter Hite comes out and he's got something to say about, Chris. Everybody goes over there and reads it, and that's he's an expert. But he's never analyzed Seth's side, and people read that and they read into that.
I mean, both sides need to be evenly dealt with, okay? Fairly too.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, and I agree with you. Amanda Jane, to your comment first, your dog's cute, I think, adorable. But anyway, moving forward, I'm not blaming. This is what people are mistaking, okay? I'm going to clarify this one more time too. I do not think that Seth did anything to his child. I do not think that Seth had anything to do with anything happening to his child. That's my opinion, mine only. What I'm blaming him for is the way that he's handling this stuff right now, okay? It's nothing to do with what happened to Sebastian. It's what he's doing right now. It's the way he's come out and said the things he said. It's the people he's bringing in to help him that are not helping him. They're hurting him, and they're making this harder on him and harder to find this child to focus on him. That's what I'm upset with him for, personally, me. Okay. I do not at all think that he, nor Chris, nor Katie did anything to this child. I personally, my theory is that he walked out of the home and somebody grabbed him. And I don't know what happened at that point. That's my thought and my theory. And I've always been with that for a long time now. Okay. I'm not blaming his father. I'm saying he's making very bad choices within what he's doing to find his son. And he needs to be reined in and stop doing this stuff. And it's going to be able to bring the focus back to Sebastian. So it'll be more coordinated and more organized. That's what my point is here. Go ahead.
I have a question for everybody that's saying this isn't bringing Sebastian home. What do you say that we talk about then? I want to know what you think that the content should be. If nothing that we're talking about is helping bring Sebastian home, what should we be talking about? Because I'm not sure what, other than waiting for more information from law enforcement, what you want us to do. Like, that's the constant comeback. Well, this isn't bringing Sebastian home. This isn't about Sebastian, but it is about Sebastian, and it creates a hypothesis line to try to then figure out if he did this, then he might be here. If we don't look into that side of things, we'll never know to go look there, right? So I'm just trying to understand. And it's the same people that back Seth that say this doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian, yet you'll go into a live where Seth is talking about other things and you're perfectly okay with it. And it's all love to Seth. I don't understand it. It's like you're taking up for Chris. How dare you? But I see these same people swearing their love to Seth. Like,
Gina, that's not true. That's not true at all, Gina. That's what I'm saying. A lot of you guys don't know everything. And you're making assumptions based on what the little bit that you have seen and heard.
Yeah,
what's
right.
Seth doing that's so bad?
Y'all really believe that Seth is making LE work harder? Am I hearing that right? Because, well, if Seth wasn't doing anything, nothing would be happening. You're right. Nothing would be happening. LE would be working on this situation in the background, and YouTube creators would literally have no drama.
Mm-hmm.
So you are right.
But here's the thing: is you guys don't know what the Prophets are doing because they're not broadcasting it. That's why you don't know.
No, they ain't allowed to talk.
They're
not allowed to speak.
That's it too, because law enforcement doesn't want anybody doing this. Okay, they don't want either one of their sides doing it. They're abiding by what law enforcement has told them to do. The only person
that has bucked the system the entire time is Seth. Seth hasn't followed law enforcement's directive. Seth was told to get off YouTube. He didn't. Seth hired professionals or had professionals volunteer. He didn't do what they told him to do. They went elsewhere, 4 of them. Then he gets somebody who wants to be in front of the camera just as much, who's supposed to be his PR guy, but sits on a live and only says a total of 25 or 30 words while Seth rambles for 2 hours.
And
That's not a PR guy.
And then tells people to go after the Proudfoots.
And in the same thing, he says, we're not doing money collection right now, but then goes over to TikTok and basically does it with a little nod of the head and gestures. It's shady.
Same thing. Yeah.
But I do want you to please play this, but I'll shut up too, because y'all will see what he's talking about. It'll all make sense at the end of this, I promise.
That's why I'm here talking about it, because I'm trying to shut this down and have everybody take 1 or 2 steps back and go, wow. And okay, let's put Sebastian back in the front seat and go forward and go find this child rather than all this other stupid shit. Real quick, Captain Jenks, thank you again for the super chat. Ellie needs to release more video footage and rewards need to increase 50K plus, and you will find Sebastian, in my opinion. And that's an awesome opinion, and it could be true.
I know somebody who got 25,000 that they could put towards it, but don't.
It very well could be true, Captain Jenks. I honestly do believe that. I really do. If there was a little more info put out, okay, maybe it would help slow some things down in the blame game and where everybody's flipping out about different things, and we would know a little bit more as to what is going on and how maybe we could help. That's the pressure I'm talking about, okay?
Shaggy, they do have the cars on cameras. They have every car that came into the neighborhood and every car that went out of the neighborhood. Every single one of them have been vetted, verified, and they were supposed to be there at that time. The only strange car, to my knowledge, that came into the neighborhood was an Uber. Someone needed to go to the airport.
Like, here's my final question for anybody that's backing Seth. Everybody's like, you keep attacking Seth. No, I keep attacking a chomo. That's what I keep attacking. Y'all want to talk about all this stuff about blah, 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 blah. He went after a 12-year-old girl, ultimately impregnated her and married her, and then refused to support the family. And if you can stand there and say you are okay with a grown 20-plus-year-old man starting grooming a girl at 12, and multiple, not one, at least two, end of pregnancies before she was 18. The math doesn't lie. So please tell me, Gina and the rest of y'all that are swearing by Seth, you are okay with this. You're telling me that you are going to stand behind a man who self-admittedly started talking to her at 12 and told her at 14 he was going to make her his wife. Please explain that to me.
That's the question I have too, Mystery. And real quick, I'm sorry I didn't. Clinical Psycho D Frank PhD. Thank you for the super sticker, $4.99. I appreciate that very, very much, and I appreciate you supporting the search for Sebastian and being here today for this. God bless. Now moving forward with this, what exactly should I put up here first? In your opinion, Truth.
Hold on, I just wanted to address this. Yes, verified by Seth's own mouth. Seth's own mouth said everything we've just said, other than actually saying what he did. He said that she ended pregnancies before Sebastian was born. She was 19 when she had Sebastian. Take 10 months back, right? She wasn't fully 19. She was 18 and 10 months. So that puts her back at 18, right? Now, you know there's about 3 months in between pregnancies, right? At least how it should be. Then there was a deletion of a baby. Then he said babies or pregnancies, meaning more than one. So there was at least two. That puts her at least 16 years old while he's 26, 27. Now, that's what it is. His own words. So please tell me how that's not, math is not hard, guys.
No.
Do we need to do a whiteboard with like math? Like, forget everything else about did he do anything to Sebastian? Y'all are standing behind a man, right, who is going after Katie and Chris because supposedly somebody was living in the house who was on the registry, but he started grooming this young man's mom at 12. I'm not saying speculation. This is Seth's own words.
On TV and out of his own mouth, I watched his mouth speak it.
One of Katie's relatives clarified it as well. So
wait, what difference does any of this make? Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, hold on, Truth, because someone who's always attacking us, right, for the other side, has said themselves, knowing things like this help you to build a profile.
Yes,
so if
that
it
is
works for
absolutely
the other
true.
side, it works for the other side. I'm just saying.
It does need to be fair both ways. I agree with that. Butterfly71, thank you for the $5 super chat. Everyone takes stock in the experts on YouTube that make their assessments. None of them have all the facts. And how is that professional? And that is a good point. Thank you, Butterfly. So
I don't believe Seth and Katie in pregnancies. How do you not believe something that came out of Seth's mouth? True. I don't understand.
True.
It came out of both of their. It came out of both of their mouths.
Thank you for calling Summit Utilities Rebate Center. My name is Kim. May I have your first and last name, please?
What did you say?
I want to explain what's happened right now. So there's a lot of trolls.
Can I get a good phone number to call you back on?
Oh, she forgot the name. Go ahead.
There are a lot of trolls that come in my channel. Obviously, I am the troll goddess. I own them all. And they're blocked, right? Because I don't put up with BS like a lot of other creators do. So when they hear we're coming over here, now they're in here, and you guys obviously don't have them blocked. So it's just going to be a shit.
Well, like I said, I'm going to say this one time. My moderators, we don't do a whole lot of this all the time. So when they do something, they say something, respect them or you're not going to be here. That's all I'm saying. Okay. They know what they're doing. They've done this before. So please respect them or you will be bounced. End of story. That's all there is to it. I'm a nice person. I'm a nice guy, but to an extent, when I get stomped on, it's too late. Sorry.
Okay. The devil's advocate real quick. I promise, Dago, I'll leave it alone after this.
And that's what I'm saying.
For those in the comments, let's say there was no relations physical between the two of them until she was 18. Let's hypothetically say that, okay? Does it not bring questions into your mind that he openly
so I will get this
said?
message over to them.
Does it not like click with you that he openly said he started talking to her at 12 and you do the math how much older he is? Like, let's just take the whole possibility of any of that out of the picture and just what we know, just literally what he said, right? You're defending that somehow. Like, that's where I'm at. This I'm probably down an alley right now, but I'm just saying, like,
okay.
And I agree with Gene, right? Like, it's not our place to talk about it, but I can tell you, like, for me personally, like, if I was Katie and it was already put into the atmosphere, and there was this dude on the other side who was just hell bent for some reason on making myself and my current husband look bad, talk about it. I don't care. It's something you already know. I'm not justifying it, but I'm just saying anything that man says out of his own mouth, especially when he says something like what Truth said he said, it should be questioned. Period. In my opinion.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Now, Truth, did you have anything else to say?
no, because I'm just a little frustrated, and I apologize if it's coming across that way, because I think that it is important that we stand up for facts, right? And you can't say things on an open platform and then get mad when people use that back against you. As far as like when you go live and do an interview and you say certain things, you know, you can't be mad at the people who received that message, right? And if you don't believe it, you're not gonna want to believe it. You know, at the end of the day, what we know is what Seth said, and I'll say it last time. 12's when he met her.
He wasn't the only one that said that, by the way. Just
Right.
understand that.
So, but and here's the other thing: if Katie lived in Virginia and Katie lived in Georgia, underage, does that mean that Seth followed her state to state?
Well, I
Are you
mean, he
asking
did.
me?
I'm just saying, if you think about this, like, take Sebastian out of the equation, and he did follow her to Tennessee. I'm just.
Very true. So this has not only come out of his mouth, this has been reiterated by family members of Katie and her herself, other people. These things have all been put out there, folks. I don't even care about this, okay? The point is, it's true, and it is an issue, okay? It doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian in a way. Yeah, I agree with that. But again, you can't counteract it when it's a true fact. I'm explaining that because I know, Carolyn, said you don't want to believe it, so on and so forth. Maybe you don't. That's fine. I respect your wishes, but it's true. Okay, the math has been done all the way around. It's not a good thing. Okay, if you look at it, I don't pay attention. I'm not paying attention to that. There's too many other things that are more important to me than that. But that is another thing that is just another layer on this cake, guys, and it's horrible. Okay, so moving forward, there was a show that was put out today that Truth was on the panel for. We were all in the chat. And I'm so twisted right now. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Yeah, we're trying to get there, Rocky, but
That's what I'm trying to get to. Everybody's
watching.
Thank you. Granny's watching. That was the show. Okay. And all this info was put out there. I have a background on this other person that they're trying to bring in. Why are you trying to? And okay, here's the thing. Let me ask this question. Why are you trying to bring more people in to join you in doing something that has not been doing anything? if that makes any sense. The way I put that out, okay? You're bringing in more and more and more, trying to raise money to bring in more and more people. Which the man that's doing this said, we're not trying to raise any money at all, but he was last night all over the place, okay? For this one specific person. So I'm going to show you something real quick. And I want opinions from you guys. Like, I really do.
And hold on, because you said something earlier about them trying to raise money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You'll see it on this.
I'm sorry, but how in the actual hell do you have to raise money to get somebody here when these morons, quite frankly, sorry, but not sorry, honestly, have given you $25,000? What kind of truck does this lady drive that needs 25 grand plus in gas to get her from wherever she hails from
It's a diesel truck.
It's a diesel.
So
okay, guess what? We used to have an F-350 platinum diesel truck. I could have made it to California for way less than 25 grand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious, like, how are you raising money? Why do you need to because you came out here and said the money that you was raising was for the resources and stuff that you needed to aid in your search. This is part of aiding in your search.
Yeah. AJ's mom, congrats and thank you for becoming a member. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. No, I agree. I do agree. Thank you, Molly, for the green hearts and support of Sebastian. I'd love to see that whole chat lit up that way, guys. If you have them, throw them in there, please, and show the support for Sebastian. So moving forward, guys, this is who Tony wants to bring in to help find Sebastian. That he needs to raise money for to get her truck fixed and give her gas and hire security to bring this lady in, who, mind you, had her hand in doing a cash grab in the Madeline Soto case as well. It was proven. 46-year-old woman who has, I'm going to show you, massive amounts of trouble in her past. One of the reasons why she's being brought in to do this, to find Sebastian, an ulterior motive, as you can call it, is to give her community service hours from her sentencing.
Dear God in heaven.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Yes. Just play it. Just play it.
No, I just want to show her background real fast, and we're gonna play that, okay? She has at least 3 different names, which I think is ridiculous, and all of this other stuff, okay? All of this other stuff, okay? Look at the arrests here. Felony, second-degree felonies, guys, in Texas, and this and that. Aggravated assault with deadly weapons. We're bringing this woman in to find a child. That's just a little tiny piece of it. I wanted to show.
Wait till you see who the felony's against. Hold on.
Deadly conduct with a firearm. Okay. Another class felony.
I wonder if she does like nanny. Could I hire her to be a babysitter? Just curious.
Here's the probation, okay? And the community service for the probation for her, what she did. Amongst other new things, okay? These are old charges, new charges, whatever charges. Look, there's so much of them. So many of them, I'm sorry. And so much in here. And we're going to bring this person in. This would be, in my opinion, no better than Carrie Foster being allowed to continue doing what she's doing in the investigation to find him. That's the woman that came in the beginning and tried to direct everybody another direction to go find Sebastian. That's not what's needed in this case. So, moving forward. Hey, that's just a bite into this. And it blew my mind.
I think somebody needs to contact Chris and Katie and tell them they are wrong for bringing this woman into this case.
I agree. So I take it. Well, we're just gonna go back and play that video from this morning. Truth, is that the best idea in your opinion?
Yeah, that's just play it, and then if anybody has any questions, we can. And this came, like I said, he said a minute ago, this came from Granny's watching.
Yeah, we can put her link in here, guys, and give her, what she deserves for running the video.
It was my first time on her panel, but it was an interesting panel to be on for sure.
Yeah, she was making some very good. I'm sorry.
That wasn't my first time. It was, wasn't it, Truth? But that wasn't my first time.
Yeah, it was.
All right. So again.
I didn't bring any.
As I said, we're going to review this and all this information that gets put in through here. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to speed it up a little so it doesn't drag on for everybody.
She's not a new searcher. She is supposedly the PI. The one that Seth refused to mention?
Oh, wait. This is the PI?
Yes. The one that Seth said, we're not talking about that. And then, homeboy ran over to TikTok and said, here, we need to raise money for her.
But
Yeah, she's unlicensed as well, but you'll see. Go ahead. Sorry.
But can't afford gas. Okay.
Hey, Natalie. All right. So let's check out this one first. A lot of this information, some of it was sent to me. Some of it is coming directly off of a Facebook group that I will link below if they don't mind, to give them the fair credit for it all. But here's our buddy Tony the Phony, right? Sitting in all, oh, you can't say it. Hold on. My apologies. Where are you? Okay. Move that forward. Here we go. All right, there's our friend Tony. Janet, I agree with you. The drama, unfortunately, keeps Sebastian out there, and it is now coming down to money, which is very unfortunate. But I do understand your sentiments, and I agree. Just the way it is. Okay, so here we go. Here's our.
Please focus or pay attention, guys, and let me know if you can't hear. If I need to fix anything for you guys, please.
Man of the year. When did Tony join the team? May 4th. Hey, Summy. Around the 4th, right? About 2 weeks ago. Tony came along. The PIs disappeared. All the professionals no longer want to work with Seth, but he gets Tony in here. Tony the Phony. All right.
Get the community involved, but it takes a lot to get, I just looked at it today. It's 985 miles. My truck.
So the woman speaking here is no other than Nina. But he could have borrowed a motorcycle, right? The same way he offered one to Pascal. He could have borrowed. Like number 56. Thank you, Tammy. Keep hitting the likes so we get into the algorithm. Let more people see the phonies that are involved with the Tony. Hey, Perry. Okay, so this is Nina. Nina speaking. I'm going to show you a lot about Nina.
Get the community involved, but it takes a lot to get, I just looked at it today. It's 985 miles. My truck is a diesel. It's about 130, 140 to fill it up. 400 miles to the full tank. I mean, it takes a lot from the community and surrounding members.
So she wants money, right? They have this grand idea for this 501c, but she wants money. Nina needs your money to fill up her alleged truck, right? It takes diesel. Listen, this woman, after I show you who and what this woman is, you understand this broke ass bitch ain't got no diesel, okay? But let's just go ahead and listen a little farther.
Right. So if we did like a fundraiser for it, that would help.
1,000%.
1,000% a fundraiser. That this broke ass bitch can't afford $200, right? She can't do that. What else will she need? Cigarettes? Because I'm telling you, once I show you who this woman is, you'll understand.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you this, that Stephen Crabtree is a very good friend of mine. I don't know if you ladies know Stephen or not.
Yes. Yes, we follow each other.
Yeah, he is a salt of the earth human. And I can tell you that once we get Nina to Hendersonville, she'll have everything she needs. But just for complete transparency, she's got to have some vehicle work done.
So now it's just not about gas, right? Now it's no longer just about the gas, the diesel that she'll need. Now she also needs vehicle work done. What kind of professional is out here driving with a vehicle that needs work done? right? Normally people, professionals especially, have their shit in order, right? They're not driving a busted down truck that takes diesel and needs work done, right? But okay. Oh, they're all shady nonsense. We're gonna put the web right up there.
And if we could get somebody that would fundraise to get her out there, we're going to have lodging for her and her team. We're going to have them fed. We're going to have, if anybody wants to get, create problems or cause problems, we're going to have people there for that too. That would go.
The only one causing problems here. Okay. The only one causing problems here is you, Tony, the phony.
What'd you say, Clue?
He asked when all this is supposed to transpire, but I'm sorry. I'm so appreciative of the information, but I don't know. I'm just gonna sit over here and be quiet. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit here and be quiet because something is amiss in this case.
Well,
with these creators, like yesterday, Trevor Lee was on this panel right here, and it's like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Are you why try to call out the shadiness of Seth on this video, but yesterday you had his minion up there with you? I don't understand. You know what I mean?
I do. That's what I'm talking about. Like, what is really going on?
Drama. Like, it's drama. It is all drama. Like,
you guys, I've said this for like a week, almost 2 weeks. She's right. She's absolutely right. If you look at this, if you came into this today and looked at everything that is going on, there's no way in hell I would think we were looking for a child.
No, because you literally, like, I'm not kidding. And this lady came into my chat yesterday. Everybody's been telling me to watch her. So the first day I do, on God, I see Trevor Lee is on your panel. And I'm sitting here like, whoa, bro. Okay. The perpetuator of the most drama probably in this case. Why are you even entertaining a damn thing that fool has to say? I mean, a damn word. He's a liar. He's a phony, and he is a drama starter. But then today, now it's flipped back to let me call out the BS. Like, you had the opportunity to do that yesterday.
Flip flopper.
Right. Like, I don't like that. I don't like those kind of people. I don't. I'm sorry. I will never change.
I agree.
I'm not sorry for that, actually, because it makes me a genuine person.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, no, I think somebody just said it too, that there's a large group of them that work together. Yeah. And I 150,000% agree with this, even down to the whistling dog handler, Julia. I'm sorry, but it's too convenient that everyone involved with Seth has a motive of their own too. Trevor Lee, sure, I'll talk to Nina. I want to grow my channel. This PI lady, yeah, sure, I'll come look, but I need help with my truck and some gas. Seth himself, I want to find my son, but please, could you donate to my GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, and whatever else I've created? Thanks, appreciate it.
That's a good that's a good question, SRB. Does you know that? Does anybody know where Jaden disappeared to?
Oh, this was brought up a little while ago, wasn't it?
Because he was just there and then gone.
You mean the guy that got so offended by a preacher's sign on the side of the road that he had to go approach him and just so happened to make sure that his gun was visible?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay. Projection, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, he just pooped. He's gone. Nowhere to be found. I haven't seen him in a long time either. It's interesting.
Or his mom.
Okay, KDB, I'll give you that. She called him out, but she's about second chances. Well, let me tell you the type of person that I am. I don't do second chances. When you show me who you are, y'all need to watch Medea. That's what's wrong with the internet, is y'all ain't seen enough Medea. When somebody's telling you who they are, listen to them. A second chance, hell, motherfucker, you get one. Screw it up and you're done. You're done.
Yeah, he hasn't showed back up anywhere. He probably got smart and disappeared.
Who?
Jaden.
Well, that's what's funny is because here's the story on Jaden. Allegedly, Seth met Jaden through his mama, who ran a Facebook group.
Yeah. That's what I heard story-wise.
And now they got a new Facebook group.
I'm not trusting any man that wears a dress. Sorry, I'm not Medea material.
Touche, fair enough. But I'm just telling you.
Hey, easy. I love Medea. Quit.
Me too. And it's a lot of lessons in there. If you can really listen, she will tell y'all some stuff.
Tyler Perry is talented as hell. So
you mean also directed by? Never mind.
Shut up. Anyway, going forward, this is the Tony guy. Yes, Annie. Everybody that doesn't know, this is Tony Mathis. This is the guy, the savior that was brought in to save everything and to redirect Seth and to rein him in and do this and do that. And guess what happened? Poof. Everything blew up. And then he makes a statement saying, you know what? Gloves are off. Everybody go after Chris and Katie. What the hell? Who does that? What
that's what I'm saying. Well, that's part of my problem, right? Because I hear things like that, right? They're all about second chances. Okay. You gonna give that preacher down in South Carolina a second chance? You gonna think he learned his lesson? Would you take a newly released from prison, Chester the whatever, would you take them and move them into the spare room of your house around you and your children? No, you wouldn't. Second chances are stupid and y'all know it. But you do want content. Heard you. I'm done.
Now let's hear it again without my interruption. All right.
Get the community involved.
Hey,
but it takes a lot to get, I just looked at it today. It's 985 miles. My truck is a diesel. It's about 130, 140 to fill it up. 400 miles to the full tank. I mean, it takes a lot from the community and surrounding members.
Right. So if you did like a fundraiser for it, that would help.
1,000%.
Absolutely.
And I can tell you this, that Stephen Crabtree is a very good friend of mine. I don't know if you ladies know Stephen or not.
Stephen's the one that wants to start the 501, right? Hey, chap, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Chris. So he, very good friend of his, right? You're surrounded by all the shady McNadies, aren't you? Very good friend of his.
Yes.
Yes, we follow each other.
Oh, we follow each other.
Salt of the earth human. And I can tell you that once we get Nina to Hendersonville, she'll have everything she needs. But just for complete transparency, she's got to have some vehicle work done. And if we could get somebody that would fundraise to get her out there, we're going to have
Seth's girl.
We're going to have them fed. We're going to have if anybody wants to get create problems or cause problems, we're going to have people there for that too.
That would go.
So
that's a direct threat.
Wait a minute. Why do we need Nina? What is Nina's credentials? Well, I will show you. Don't ask me twice. I will show you Nina's credentials. Are you all ready for Nina's credentials?
Wait a minute. Wait.
Those are the only files I have. So if there's another file that should be up here, y'all need to ask the clerk.
What the hell is this?
The court.
Oh,
but I'm just saying, I have to ask for people that are a regular patron of this channel. Why is she upset with this lady? Don't she deserve a second chance?
Yeah, before you find out what she did, do you think this lady deserves a second chance after this conviction was 10 months ago? Not 10 years ago, not 5 years ago, 10 months ago.
And she had multiple ones before that, as I showed in those records that went back to 95. So
you asked me before I found out what she did or after I found out?
No, it doesn't matter. You said everybody deserves a second chance. So I want to make sure that everybody earlier that said everybody deserves. Listen, guys, people deserve a second chance. I'll stand by that because I've had second chances in my life, right?
This is fourth and fifth chances here.
Well, no, this would be like letting Casey Anthony babysit my child.
Exactly. You'll see.
I rest my case.
Just play it. Just play
it.
If
nobody likes my opinion, I'm sorry.
Like I said, when I pulled up the record, it goes back to 94, 95 when this started, and this is 10 months ago. So
I agree, Brittany.
Second chance, third chance, fourth chance, fifth chance, and here we are going to bring this person in to help to find a child that's missing, and it's already a bad situation. So I just don't understand it. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, sorry, I don't understand it, but moving on.
That's the lovely Nina. Hello, Nina. Miss, my car's busted down and I need diesel. Hello. Right. Are they having an armed civilian security? What are they? Who are these people? I'll tell you who these people are. These are the type of people that Seth Rogers works with every day. These are the type of people that are inside the jail that Seth Rogers works at. That's what these people are.
All right. And Caroline, I've signed that.
I love this judge, Judge Boyd. Watch her faithfully. Amazing lady.
Arctic.
Deshaun, this is an application. Court is calling 2023 CO.
In the words of
Stop real quick for a second, Seth, or Dago.
What did you just call me?
I apologize. That was not cool. I apologize.
Anyway, go on.
I want to point something out real quick, okay? Because everybody that wants to jump on the law enforcement, Seth is law enforcement, Seth is corrections officer, all that, okay? Before we go into this, I want to remind you that when you are a corrections officer, you cannot have any business dealings with someone who is actively on federal or felony paperwork. Continue.
Thank you.
Trav Time? No, not Trav Time. Can't stand him. Trevor Lee. This woman has more criminal record than she does credentials.
Hold on. Stop
Because these are kind of people Seth relates to personally, which for a normal person sends a clear message. Shady nonprofits are particularly.
I'm sorry. Did she really just say Trev Time? No, I can't stand him. Trevor Lee.
She was talking to him because he started to defend her in there, I guess, and she said, "No, this woman has more criminal background than something." So yeah.
But she don't realize that Trev Time is Trevor Lee.
I don't think so. No.
Oh. Okay.
That's why I think the issue was right. I seen that this morning. I was like, yeah.
I'm just saying, y'all. YouTube sleuths, they are amazing at what they do.
Granny's not making a video about Tony. This is a factual video that was taken off of TikTok where Tony is asking for money, a fundraiser to help get this woman, Nina, who has this criminal record, to Tennessee. Y'all, you have to think outside the box on this. It's
and
not
like I said,
yeah,
right. And like Kimber just said, and I pulled, one of my producers pulled the record, folks. I read it all the way back and I showed you back to 95. So second chances, hey, I'm about that. We're on number 5 or 6 at this point, okay? It's the same stuff again and again and again and again. So now let's bring her in to possibly cause another problem, because if she's that loose of a cannon, I'm scared for, are you going to find Sebastian or make another problem?
But this is the woman that Tony is trying to get here to Tennessee. Tony admitted it on a TikTok video. It's not that Granny's trying to dispel anything. Tony admitted it himself. Tony Math himself on a TikTok video that he is trying to get this woman to come to Tennessee to help look for Sebastian.
That's what she's telling, yes.
Is this who y'all would want looking for your missing child? No.
Play the
video. I'm already aggravated. Yep. Good morning, John Dalton from Arkansas.
PR 3548, State of Texas versus, how do you pronounce your first name? Delina. I've been mispronouncing it forever.
Davina.
State of Texas versus Delina Glass. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense.
Adrian Pettis.
And are you Miss Glass?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Glass, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication.
I'm going to pause for fair usage, but as you hear, this is Davina Glass, the shady ass that is in cahoots with Tony, the phony. And I think we are headed all the way here. I think my stream is buffering, but I'm pissed. Julie headed down yesterday from PA, and she's volunteering her time taking unpaid leave to help. Having her teammate offer to help her. Oof, interesting. Well, thank you for going, Julie. If I was paying for gas money, I drive a diesel. It takes right. That's what I'm saying, Marty. Like, who the hell? If you're broke and you're on SSDI, you can't afford diesel. Get out of here. This is a joke.
Patient or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me jump ahead of myself really quick and tell you all that Nina owes, obviously she owes restitution. She owes community service. Nina has been granted community service with her help in the Caleb Harris case. Her help has not been helpful. Okay. So she receives credits through the court for being a convict for helping with these missing children. Make that make sense? Does she have permission from her probation officer to even leave the state, and that diesel truck she can't afford and needs to be fixed?
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Mhm.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are.
Ms. Glass, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second degree.
Listen to that again. Do you hear what she is being charged with here? Listen again.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second degree felony.
Do you want this woman searching for your child? Yes, so Chloe Pro Bono, the professional, was dropped for felons, good old Tony boy over there. And now Julia, another credentialed professional woman, isn't receiving any help, but this person is. Oh, they've been working together for a very long time. They both involved themselves financially to benefit financially off of Caleb. Let's rewind it back. Hear it again.
You understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That's a second degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand there, Miss Nina? Let me tell you something. I was wondering why she's laughing too. I don't know, but I like this judge, so I don't care. I will say this, the fact that Nina's holding her purse is so unprofessional. You put it on the table. I can't stand people like Nina. There's nothing professional about her.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you
So she pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. She pled guilty.
intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's hear Nina's defense. This woman who inserted herself for the financial gain off the back of missing children.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Glass, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
This woman, again, who can't afford gas. What's love got to do with it? I love me some Tina. I grew up with some Tina. Love it.
According to the plea, there's a $2,000 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon, state.
Yes, don't die, because Tony Mathis, who is working for Seth, is the one that is bringing her in, and they've had this conversation together about this. So yeah, he knows, unfortunately.
Recommends deferred adjudication. There should be restitution to Brianna, Brianna.
That's her victim that she assaulted with a deadly weapon, Brianna.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing
Thank you for your service, American freedom fighter.
that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. There be a type of evaluation.
Did you hear that? So, Ellie, this is the woman that now Tony wants us to fundraise to get her on the team. We need to pay this criminal to get on the team. Listen to what she just said there.
State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years.
For 10 years, she has to do community supervision. This woman is inserting herself in the cases of missing children, and it is getting written off as community service.
There be a type of evaluation, 200 hours community service restitution, no
200 hours community service. 200 hours community service. And every time she goes and pretends to search for one of these kids off your money, it gets written off her sentence. 10 years probation.
contact with Brianna Brown or the family of Brianna Brown. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offense's charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State officer.
Let's hear what the state's evidence is against this woman. This is the woman that they want us to pay to jump on Seth Rogers' team. That's who this is.
Any objection?
No objections.
All right. And state, have you had a chance to speak with the complainant?
Oh, we have, Your Honor.
All right. All right. You may continue to confirm. Ms. Glass, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in?
Okay, I just an observation. So someone said in the comments, and I actually agree with you, and I guess I didn't really process this deep, but Seth feels comfortable with felons. Okay, let's take this into consideration. I just want to have you think about this. If Seth is filling his team with felons, Seth is constantly surrounded by felons, is it such a long stretch to think that Seth had a felon do him a favor? Go ahead.
Well, he did make a statement a while back that inmates and felons are people too. So
The right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me break it down for everybody who's unaware. Good morning from PA, sweetie pie. This here on your screen is Danina Glass. Danina Glass is very close friends with Tony Mathis. Tony Mathis is the alleged PR with zero PR credentials or anything that is working for Seth Rogers. Seth Rogers is the father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Since Seth has come into, connection with Tony through Pascal, is what everybody is, Pascal said, I know some, but whatever. And then he got in touch with them. Tony has spoken about making his own email, making his own Facebook group, making his own GoFundMe, making a 501c. And now Tony wants to introduce everybody to Nina here on your screen. Nina here on your screen needs your money. Yes, he does, to get to Tennessee to help with her non-credentialed ass and searching for Sebastian. Now, let's not forget, we had an RSO searching for Sebastian. Now we have felon Tony here, and now we have no other than Nina Glass joining the A-Star team. Okay, I will go back and play that in just a moment when we get here.
Did you understand that?
Cherokee, has anyone put it together that Nina and Robin are from the same area? They know each other. Robin is the one that pulled her up via Facebook, and Tony's trying to bring her in. That's how this all got started. Just so you know.
Hold on. I found an article just a second ago that was interesting that sort of disputes that, because from what I gather, so the organization that she runs, I believe, was involved in Caleb Harris's case.
The one that who, Nina?
Yep.
You mean the one that's on disability? She has a company she runs?
She does.
Interesting.
Well, she was also involved in, and you'll hear it here in a little bit, Madeline Soto's case. She's been involved in multiple cases, and
did you say involved in or kicked off of?
Well, you'll find out through here soon. So it's just this just doesn't right to me. I'm sorry.
Today, the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Not this Nina, no.
I'm sorry, I'm going to slow it down.
Different Nina.
I just realized that.
You know what? Seth works with dodgy people all day. And I refuse to believe that Seth working around criminals all day, every day, isn't aware of who is a criminal or not. And even if he weren't, he has access that us normal folks don't to run the backgrounds of these people that are benefiting financially off of his child.
Stephanie, you're talking too fast.
Well, that's interesting.
I can't figure it out either, Wendy. I'll show you all in just a moment. Assault with a deadly weapon, Thor. 10 years probation, 2 years community service. Community service is being written off by her, inserting herself into these missing children cases where she financially benefits.
Okay, folks. Now, this is just the beginning. Can you see what is making me upset and everybody else that's looking at this now? And again, this is why I'm upset with Seth, because he knows all this. He's allowing this man to make these decisions for him about his child by bringing this into it. That's what my issue is with him, guys. Not that he did something to his son. This stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is he out there looking?
I'm sorry?
Is Seth out there looking? Because I mean,
I
I'm
don't
just
know. I don't know
curious.
anymore if he is or if he's not. I don't know if he's brought these people in to do that. Or Savannah Soto. Did I say Maddie Soto? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies for wrong name. Anyway, sorry about that, folks.
Judge Boyd slowed it down for 30 seconds. Oh, is this bothersome, Nina? Oh. Good golly.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
I'd like to.
She was found guilty of assault with a deadly weapon against another woman. This grown-ass Nina on your screen used a deadly weapon to assault another woman. And this is who is aiding in the search for a missing 15-year-old child. I don't know, SS. I'm tired of it. It's ridiculous.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, I just ask that you follow the agreement. Outside of the agreement, Judge, my client is indigent. Specifically, she's on disability. I ask the court to consider probate and fine.
Did you hear that?
She's indigent on disability, but she's going to go out and find a child. Okay. Anyway.
On disability. No, Sue Dickens. I'm not saying stuff without watching. I've been watching everything, okay? So let's hear that back again.
Specifically, she's on disability. I'd ask the court to consider probate and fine in full or partially.
No, Captain Jax, don't go. I don't want anybody confused. This isn't the Nina that Seth was married to. This is somebody completely different, guys. Completely different, please.
Chris was married.
So he wants to.
What's that?
You said Seth. Chris.
Or Chris. Jesus, names are everywhere today. Sorry.
To probate her fine in full or partially because she's on disability. She's on disability.
In addition to probating some of the community service.
Oh, can you also take away some of the community service because she's disabled, but her disability doesn't stop her from inserting herself in these missing children cases? I do not. Nonsense. That's interesting. I wonder if that was written off as well for community service.
All right. Why were you late for court?
I had to bring an Uber down here, and then I come from Universal City and the traffic was horrible.
Oh, so you do know what an Uber is. Let's listen to that again. Why were you late for court? You were late for court? Yeah. Okay, but she's late for court, but she got an Uber. So she does know what an Uber is, but it's easier to ask all of you to pay to fix her truck that needs diesel gas. How many of you are buying a diesel vehicle when you're on disability? I'll tell you what, I'm not on disability, but I'm a broke-ass single mother of 2, and I'm not buying a vehicle that requires diesel.
I had to bring an Uber down here, and then I come from Universal City and the traffic was horrible.
All right.
She did text me this morning too, Judge.
All right. What is your disability for?
I've had 5 back surgeries, 2 knee surgeries, and ongoing autoimmune disorders.
All right.
Oh, so with 5 back surgeries, 2 knee surgeries, and an ongoing autoimmune disorder, this woman is out on the fields with your hard-earned money, searching. We're supposed to believe this woman with her 5 back surgeries, 2 knee surgeries, is searching for these missing children?
How is she out doing anything?
I was thinking the same thing, and Seth said he couldn't look with a shoulder hurt. Okay, bro.
No, just keep playing it, please. Just keep playing it.
Are you searching to fill your bank account? Oh, you're right, horse with no name. How dare I become a single mother? Gee, gollikers, that's not common nowadays. Yeah, I'm allowed to be full of judgment when I've made changes in my life to better myself, and these people are actively going off the bad behaviors. Absolutely, I am judgmental. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll set up my own GoFundMe. I like that idea. Did anybody have any ad revenue on here today? Did you guys get any advertisements? No, ads are turned off, but I should turn them on, Brian Babbitt. So people like you can watch an ad before you run your mouth, give you about 30 seconds, 10 seconds to consider what you're writing next. Why are you bothered that I'm exposing that these frauds are claiming with your money to search? Why does that bother you? You should be more bothered by the fact that every professional around Seth that actually had the credentials to help find this missing child has been dismissed. So these absolute jokes of people could come in and ask for your money to go ahead and search for this child with zero credentials and zero money in their bank.
Right.
That should bother
I'm
you
reading
more.
the police report. So it always appears that females want to fight over some.
I never said that we pay it, Patty M. I never once said that we pay her benefits at all. That didn't come out of my mouth. I don't know how or what she's on. I just know she's on disability for 5 back surgeries and 2 knee surgeries. That's what I know.
Some boyfriend who could care less about
Thank
either
you,
of them.
Anna.
So explain to me why you thought it was appropriate. Your daughter's ex-boyfriend's girlfriend is coming over to have a conversation with her. I say conversation loosely. And so your daughter calls her brother and says, hey, this girl is coming over. So instead of anybody saying, let's call the police, everybody's like, oh, she's coming over to start something. And the brother's like, well, I'm going to come over there to help in case there's any problem. Nobody thinks of calling the police. Then you get involved.
That's because they're asking for us to pay for her to get to Tennessee, Patty. I'm sorry you came in late and misunderstood. Yes, I usually take, you sound like you're 15 years old. Yeah, I really care what a horse's ass thinks of me. This is no other than Nina. I'll go back and revisit so you guys can all see it again.
You fire a shot.
She killed her son.
You
Get the
could've killed
fuck out
her.
of here. You're saying that Katie killed her son, Maui girl, right? You spelled girl wrong. You're saying she killed her son as you're hearing this woman on the screen assaulted somebody with a deadly weapon and could have killed the woman. Isn't that funny? Quite the ironic comment right there. Listen again to what this judge says.
And you get involved. You fire a shot. You could have killed her. And they were I'm reading this. The bullet went through a bedroom, went somewhere else. You could have killed some young child who's just at the apartment trying to enjoy his best life. And meanwhile, people who didn't raise their children appropriately are getting into a fight over some boy who's probably with another girl right now, who probably doesn't have employment and has nothing going for himself.
So she assaulted this woman with a deadly weapon, could have killed her over some bum ass man. And this is who you all want searching for this child. This is who you all want to line her pockets to get to Tennessee. If you are judging Katie, you have no business not judging this woman. Let's hear that again. Rewind it back.
At the apartment trying to enjoy his best life. And meanwhile, people who didn't raise their children appropriately are getting into a fight over some boy who's probably with another girl right now, who probably doesn't have employment and has nothing going for himself. Because if he did, he would not be dating girls fighting over him.
I like this judge.
So what were you thinking?
It was actually the young man's sister.
Yeah, but what were you thinking?
It was a young man's sister. It was a young man's sister. Listen, you trolls can come in here. You can say what you want. I don't want anybody accusing anybody of murdering Sebastian. Okay? Well, I want hope and faith that that boy is out there and can be found. Don't speak on me in my chat and think you're going to insult me. You will absolutely be timed out. You come back in again with it, you'll be blocked. You are allowed to debate in here. You're allowed to comment here. You're not allowed to attack other subscribers. And you're not allowed to say that Sebastian is dead. It's ridiculous.
Amen.
I was defending my daughter because she was 27 years old.
So you're pulling out a gun with a crowd of people. And I read the report, and what it says was your son was trying to pull you back. Other people were in between you and this person trying to de-escalate, and you escalate by pulling a gun. Did anybody pull a gun on you?
No, but I did know them to have weapons.
No. Did anybody pull a gun on you?
So this maniac on the screen pulled a gun on another woman over a guy. This is who you want Aiden in the search of a missing child?
So you're 2 steps away from being charged with murder and probably on trial for murder, looking at a life sentence where nobody's going to care whether you have a disability or not.
Okay, real quick here. To go back real fast. Last night, Tony Mathis, who had been hired by Seth to be his PR guy, went on TikTok and started asking to fund, well, for funds per se, to bring this woman right here on board to go help find Sebastian.
Where's that interview?
She just played it. I don't know why we went. It was in the beginning of this, and then it went into her court date, and I think it goes into the rest of it. And I don't know what TikTok channel it was on, but So we're watching. This is the woman. I pulled up her record earlier, Karen. It goes all the way back to 95, and it's always assault with this, assault with that, assault with this, assault with that, blah, 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 blah. You hear what just happened here. They want to bring her in, and she's on probation for like 10 years plus, okay? She's using all these missing kids cases to go and work off her community service that she gets, right? But she's not doing anything. Everybody has stated that she's not done anything on every case she's worked on. She showed up drunk. She started fights with people. She's done this. She's done that. This is who they're bringing in to go look for Sebastian. Everybody else that has licenses to do these things, to do this, to do that, has been asked to leave.
I personally think it's the best idea that I've seen yet. And I'm not even being a smartass.
With what?
I think it's the best idea in the world that they bring this lady in. And if they open something where you can donate to her gas money, I'm going to do it.
I disagree with that highly.
I don't. Because guess what? She can't get along with nobody. But I also believe that she is somebody who ain't going to be able to keep her mouth shut after whatever negative happens goes down.
Well, I don't like the fact that she has the record she has, the things she's done, and she's assaulted a child with a gun. Okay, that's a problem I have.
I'm telling you, they ain't gonna do nothing. All these people are doing right now is getting on this internet and talking. I ain't seen not one search, not one nothing. It's a bunch of talking. And I don't understand why. Why do you got to come on a TikTok and say we need to raise money to get her here? You work for a dude that literally has funds. Why do you need to do that? It's always been, and it's gonna stay, a public orchestrated smear campaign. And on the other half of that smear campaign is all of these people working together to make Seth look like he's willing to go to the ends of the earth for Sebastian. Like, the fact that people can't even see this yet is so disheartening. Truth sees it. I'm not alone.
No, listen, guys, and I'm watching the comments, and y'all are starting to see it. So I'm not even going to push the people in the comments anymore, because y'all are starting to see some things that makes you, without doubt, go, huh? And then there's some of y'all that wouldn't believe anything if it smacked you in the face like a fillet of fish. But y'all just wait till the end of this. This is about to get real good.
Yes, sir. And then you're firing a gun and then putting it back in your waistband. People do watch too much TV.
Again, she fired a gun over a dispute with a man. This is not okay. This is not what Seth Rogers needs. Seth, please wake up, get back to the professionals, and drop these assholes.
Where everybody wants to carry a gun in their waistband like this is Miami Vice or something. Yes, ma'am. You taught your children nothing on that day, because guess what they're going to be thinking? Pull a gun. Guess what? It doesn't matter if there are 20 people around. It doesn't matter if we're in a crowded stairwell. Whoever gets shot, gets shot. And guess what? That bullet that went through somebody's apartment, because they say it went through somebody else's apartment who has nothing to do with nothing.
She could have killed anybody that day. This woman couldn't control her anger and resorted to grabbing a gun and shooting, and the bullet went through an apartment of somebody not even involved. Alyssa, I'll go back and revisit that.
Their child, and we've had a case like that before, their child just standing in the kitchen, minding their own business, cooking, end up with a bullet in the brain splatter and brain matter all over the floor, and they have nothing to do with nothing. Ooh. And then the defendant is up in here crying, which you would have been up in crying. I didn't mean to do it. Yes, ma'am. Pulling a weapon should not be somebody's first thought.
Coward.
You should have picked up the phone, and I understand that this started at a different complex, and then y'all took it to another complex. Everybody should have been calling the police.
Coward.
So that's called, in case anybody was wondering, premeditated aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Yep.
And without any concern for anybody around.
That's people should not have been open the doors. And if your son was coming over to help his sister, you know what he should have said? We're gonna close this door. We're gonna keep the door locked. We're gonna call the police. Yes, ma'am. And that would have been the end of it. Now, guess what?
So the whole family's gangsters out of control, right? And this is who we're sending to help search for Sebastian. This is who needs your money to fix her diesel truck to get to Tennessee. This is who Tony Mathis co-signs for.
You got a criminal case pending. Yes, ma'am. and you're going to be on deferred for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and you will forever be labeled as somebody who has a felony.
Yes, ma'am.
What, Angie? Are you serious? What would I have done if it was my daughter? I'd call the police. You think I just shoot and take the risk of killing anybody? Are you kidding me? What kind of nonsense are you?
Underage children at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
She's 17.
17-year-old daughter.
Okay. This is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 10 years deferred. That's being asked for. There's a $2,000 fine that will be probated. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There's to be no contact with Breonna Brown or her family. And if Breonna Brown shows up to your daughters or shows up to your place because she still thinks she's got a great catch with this ex-boyfriend, you need to call the police.
So this woman involved herself in teenagers fighting over a boy. And the mother, the one adult in the situation, pulled out and shot a gun. Thankfully, it didn't hit anybody, but she tried. She tried to shoot at somebody, and the bullet went through a random apartment, which could have killed anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Teenagers.
200 hours of community service restitution. Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes, I have 3.
And who's the parent of those?
3 grandchildren.
All right. Do you ever babysit?
Yes, ma'am. 3 days a week.
All right. There's going to be parenting classes. I'm going to want regular UAs. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Negative.
All right. We're going to do a UA today. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person.
That's it. I think Seth needs to get back to the professionals. That's it.
Anger management classes.
Anger management classes.
I'm going to want field visits.
Pay attention here.
1 time per month.
Yes, P-test.
For 3 months. If everything works out with the field visits, then probation, you can do those as you see fit. And the MRT course. Probation, is there anything else you need? Yes. Proof of disability or SSI.
Proof of SSI, because after she committed this crime, she wants the financial charges, the financial price she has to pay to be lowered because she's on SSI. But what is she on also? She's on TikTok asking for your money. Ask how much money this woman has made searching in quotations for Caleb Harris.
Within 2 months. If not provided, then proof of employment within 60 days. No employment as a home health care provider or with minors.
Pause.
Anything else, probation? Is there anything else you need from the court?
Pause.
I'm going to show you what's entitled trial court certification.
I agree with that, Burgess. I absolutely agree with that. As I said, I have my own history. I completely agree with that. But I'm going to show you why she didn't change. Just hold tight. She actually is asking for money. Are you her? Oh, Carrie. She's not asking for money, guys. We just made that one up.
There you go.
He's probably not at his desk.
What?
So I want to point out what was just said. The judge said no involvement with children. No involvement with children or babysitting.
So
Parenting classes as well.
did you say that, or did you say no employment?
Okay, no employment with minors.
Okay,
This
well,
would be
hold
a case
on.
involving
Hold on.
minors.
Because here's the thing, and that actually kind of makes me understand why Tony wants a 501c3, whatever it is, nonprofit, because at that point, she becomes a volunteer.
Yes,
She's not employed.
but if she's getting paid, that's not a volunteer.
Well, she may not get paid.
Well,
We don't
someone's
know.
got to pay for it. Someone's got to
She
pay for it.
ain't gonna do it for free.
Hold
But
on. So if someone's
listen to what else they're doing, guys. Put it together.
yeah,
They're trying to raise money to get her out here, fix her truck, blah, blah, right?
Seth's girl.
They could underhandedly use that fund to give her money, but she's still classified as a volunteer.
Right. There's expenses for sure. And on top of that, she's supposed to be coming down to help set it up. So you have a felon setting up a 501c3 while she's on active paperwork from that felony with a 10-year sentence over her head.
Yeah, but but like Sony said, C3s do pay. Remember, we figured that out. There's just a tax break on them or something.
Yeah.
No, the 501c3s do pay, but they can be considered nonprofits because the employment of those individuals fall under operating cost.
But this could also be looked at as being given as donations. Therefore, it's not listed as pay.
Right.
No, well, no, that becomes an issue. You don't want to go down that route.
Well, I'm saying if they want to try to,
I mean, they're not exactly law-abiding citizens.
Right. You understand how hard it is right now in 2024 to obtain a 50c3 nonprofit? Do you really understand how hard it is to obtain one right now? The backlog last time I checked was over a year ago, and it was about a year and a half back.
Well, either way, I mean, we have to see what happens to begin with to even worry about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But these are good points. They really are. Thank you, by the way, Upstate, for the super chat, and I understand your point completely. This cat is kicking me. Like,
I just looked at it today. It's 900.
This is Nina talking here. This is Nina.
185 miles. My truck is a diesel. It's about 130, 140 to fill it up.
Here's the interview clue. She went back.
400 miles of the full tank. I mean, it takes a lot from the community and surrounding members.
Right. So we did like a fundraiser.
So we did like a fundraiser. Tony shakes his head. For those who are unaware, that happened in September of 2023. Okay. A month before Sebastian Rogers was diagnosed with autism, this happened. This was a year ago. Less than a year ago.
For it, that would help.
1,000%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You hear that again, Angie? You listening, hon?
Get the community involved, but it takes a lot to get, I just looked at it today. It's 985 miles. My truck is a diesel. It's about 130, 140 to fill it up. 400 miles of the full tank. I mean, it takes a lot from the community and surrounding members.
Right. So we did like a fundraiser for it, that would help.
1,000%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 1,000%. Absolutely. Fundraise for me. Fill up my diesel truck. And then to top it off, I also need you to fix my diesel truck.
Here's my question then. Her truck's broke down. It's diesel. She needs to get. Where's all the money she earned from all the other cases that she inserted herself into?
What do you mean? She's been kicked off of half the ones she's been involved in.
Well, any money she earned, why didn't she fix her truck with that? Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? That's what I'm saying. It's like,
how are these people getting diesel trucks and being on Social Security?
Oh, that's a big question too. But that I don't even care. But it's still a huge question. This is crazy. It's crazy.
And I can tell you this, that Stephen Crabtree is a very good friend of mine. I don't know if you ladies know Stephen or not.
Yes. Stephen Crabtree is the one that wants to start a 501. Okay.
Yes, we follow each other.
Yeah, he is a salt of the earth human. And I can tell you that once we get Nina to Hendersonville, she'll have everything she needs. But just for complete transparency, she's got to have some vehicle work done.
For complete transparency, she needs to have vehicle work done. So when Nina just told everybody, well, it's going to cost this much to fill up my diesel tank and blah, blah, blah. Well, now Tony's coming out to let you all know, well, she also needs her vehicle work done, right? So we need to fix her truck to even get to the gas station to fill it up with diesel. What a joke this all is.
And, if we could get somebody that would fundraise to get her out there, we're going to have lodging for her and her team. We're going to have them fed.
What is Nina's team? Nina's team of what? Nina's team? She has a team? Okay. Hold tight, because we'll check that out.
Sounds like she's relocated.
If anybody wants to get, create.
What, Truth?
What'd you say, boss man?
I said it sounds like she's relocating.
Basically, kind of does a little bit. I was going to ask that question, but is she moving here? What's she doing? You know what I mean?
Of course. I can tell y'all the answer is probably yes. If it's a piece of shit, bitch, they coming here.
Yeah, true.
Problems or cause problems, we're going to have people there for that too.
You're the only one causing problems here.
That would go.
That's a threat.
Thank you. Listen to this.
Sounded like one to
You know,
me.
if we could get somebody that would fundraise to get her out there, we're going to have lodging for her and her team. We're going to have them fed.
What is Nina's team? Nina's team of what? Nina's team? She has a team? Okay, hold tight because we'll check that out too.
We're going to have, if anybody wants to get, create problems or cause problems, we're going to have people there for that too.
You're the only one causing problems here, Tony.
Ooh, big man scary.
Is that clear enough for you there, Angie? I haven't seen you comment against this, saying she doesn't want our money. So let me pull up a few more things to give you all an idea of who this Nina is. Okay. Let's start with this. I like this post. I'm posting this because I saw that there is a growing concern about the Lena Glass, whom also goes by Nina Glass, and runs the company Search and Rescue, SATX. Search and Rescue. Let's check that out. Search and Rescue. What was it? SATX.
It means Search and Rescue Texas. It was pretty generic.
Okay.
There
Right.
you go.
Let me just cut that one out. To address the concerns about her possibly embezzling funds, Mrs. Glass has a history of theft from places she works. After some digging, I discovered that while employed with Target, she conspired with another individual to defraud the company and assist them with theft. Mrs. Glass uses or has used her private Cash App and PayPal to solicit donations from the public. Her private, okay? This is supposed to be a business. Mrs. Glass was involved in a shooting incident which resulted in a 10-year felony probation term. This didn't happen.
Hold on, guys. She talks fast as it is, and I got it sped up. So let me slow this down so you can hear anything she's saying.
Tax evasion. Tax evasion.
All right, here we go.
SATX. Okay. San Antonio, Texas. All right. Let me just cut that one out. To address the concerns about her possibly embezzling funds, Mrs. Glass has a history of theft from places she works. After some digging, I discovered that while employed with Target, she conspired with another individual to defraud the company and assist them with theft. Mrs. Glass uses or has used her private Cash App and PayPal to solicit donations from the public. Her private, okay? This is supposed to be a business. Mrs. Glass was involved in a shooting incident which resulted in a 10-year felony probation term. This didn't happen at an apartment complex not far from her residence. She was the aggressor in the incident. She claimed innocence the entire time and said that she would fight the case, but took a plea deal at the first opportunity. She was kicked off a search in Calhoun County in 2023 and escorted out by Calhoun County Sheriff's Department. There were allegations of fraud and misappropriation of funds provided by the missing person's family. Do you hear that? Provided by the missing person's family. Fraud. Thank you so much, Boo Berry. Thank you. Mrs. Glass was kicked off of a search in Live Oak, which is in or near Baxter County, because she was involved in a search that involved a minor. She is not allowed to work around minors or in-home health care, presumably to keep her away from the vulnerable population.
Well, if she's not allowed to work around minors, why is she looking for a minor?
Because they're going to say she's not directly working with any minor, that she's in the office with the foundation. That's exactly what they're going to say.
More fraud. Yes, you're right. Fraud.
It's all word. It's all word vomit.
The hilarious part is that people like.
You there? Hello?
I'm here. I think she dropped.
Where'd you go, Clue? Kimber?
I'm here.
Truth?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she'll be back then.
We just heard the judge state that. Mrs. Glass is known for drinking on searches and for drug use. She has been served on multiple searches on different occasions to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Well, with 5 back surgeries and 2 knee surgeries, I'm sure she's prescribed something. So let's check out. Here's the reports. I was dispatched to the above address for a theft report. AP began ringing up AP's merchandise on the register. P watched by surveillance camera that AP was put.
Can you hear me, Clue?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can now. What happened?
I don't. You know how it does that thing where it's like you've been on too long.
Yep.
But
I got you.
I was just saying, like it really amazes me that anything like this that comes out is just shocking anymore. You know what I mean? When we were talking about it earlier, and you were telling me, we both kind of had the attitude of like, oh, shocker. Like it's not. You
No.
should expect the trashiest people that you could find, obviously from here to Texas, to be involved in this.
Oh, agreed. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know this is an important part. I'm gonna let it play here. I just she was saying something. So yeah, I agree. I wasn't surprised. I have to say, well, in any other case or before all this other stuff has happened, I'd be like, oh my God, what is this? Now it's just like, oh, here we go again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems to be the norm nowadays, which is very sad, but hey. Oh Lord.
Put in the prices in the register manually instead of scanning the price tags. So Miss Nina there had her friend come in and they were going to go ahead and just steal from the company. Instead of scanning the items, she was manually typing them in. She was involved in this. Here's everything they stole: black sneakers, beige pants. What's this one?
I wonder who paid for her attorney on this case.
This is when she was kicked off a search by the police. Kicked off a search. Black bra, 8-pack of Seth soap, Dallas Cowboy t-shirt. You should go to jail for a Dallas Cowboy t-shirt. Sorry, just had to put some lightheartedness into this. But this is, again, Nina being arrested for stealing. Tyler shirts, Tyler jeans. Not only did Nina assault somebody with a deadly weapon, shoot at somebody, but here she is twice being arrested. Daniela Glass. Would like to speak to surgeon, help him with blow drive team, woman on premise and needs to go. Here's where she was kicked off another search. Thank you so much, Miss Robin. Missing person have become a business opportunity. Pretty gross. That's a good question. I'll check the dates. This is when she was kicked off another search. This is 2/4/23. So February 4th of 23. A few months after this, she went on to shoot a woman. So February 4th of 2023. And by September, she was shooting at a woman. This is all just last year. This is as she's claiming to be an advocate and searching for these children. A few months later, she goes to shoot at a teenager over a teenager relationship dispute. Spoke with John Fletcher, wanting some particulars, and surgeon advised the sheriff advised that family members wanted certain people to leave. Mr. Fletcher wanted to know if more was going on than what was told to him. Mr. Fletcher never questioned any information. Mr. Fletcher advised, sounds like they have worn out their welcome. Again, another family asked that she leave. They did not want her there for their child. So, I was search and rescue with Nina, Delina, was ordered not to map out or speak about search without her rolling out of bed at noon. I am certified. Can confirm Daniela being drunk while searching every day. No excuse for the actions. Only went live to prove she was searching for 30 minutes of the day when questions got asked. Always on phone with Kim, playing a next move for money, how to make others the scapegoat. Stayed at family's friend's house and hotel. Bought $3,000 dog while searching. Had huge B-Day party, 300 plus spent on liquor. Took whole family on vacation to CC. 2 meals were bought for searchers per week. Rest was paid for by Facebook groups. Bar fights in CC. Overheard many phone calls about running background checks on her own team for social security numbers for leverage. Make purchases under their name. Making everyone sign gag orders because they know too much about money, illegal activities. Phone calls about SATX members, merch buyers going missing if they ask questions because she got your addresses. Daniela is a con artist. She has a past, and everyone loves a good comeback story. This ain't one. This was a professional that was working with Daniela, with Nina Glass. This is their account of what they experienced with her. Okay. Here's another report. Staging at clubhouse, restroom is where they are at. This will be a person in charge. Are going to boat ramp and make sure that everyone complies. There's quite a few people out there. Make back believes the caller is at location. There's some hot-headed guys that want to take care of this themselves. She was advised that deputies are on scene. She says she will not say anything else. As notes, I asked Glass in private to leave the area immediately. Later met with complicit who stated other female Frankie needed to leave. She was located and also informed to leave area immediately. Both were asked to vacate. So she was asked again on a search to leave. Leave, get out of here. We don't want you. Guess what? You don't belong part of Sebastian's army. Female that is in Port O'Connor, who was helping with search. She texts him that the Calhoun County Sheriff is escorting her out of the county. You may ask, is Nina licensed with the Texas Health Department? That is a no. The Corpus Christi Police Department is unaware of any previous incidents involving Ms. Glass. Ms. Glass is a private citizen who is conducting searches independent of the Corpus Christi Police Department, which is well within her rights. Ms. Glass is not now conducting, nor has she ever conducted, any search efforts under the direction of supervision of CCPD. She lied. She lied and said she had the police department's permission Oh, I think he is, Chinlo. I think he is. So she lied and said, I'm working with the police. No, she's not. The CCPD has no authority to remove her or any other volunteer from any search they may be conducting as long as they are either searching on public property or within a permission of private property owners. That's because people had to reach out and say, does she really have your permission? Because we don't want her here. I was one of the lead persons and one of the best friends of the mother of the young man that we are searching for in Calhoun County. And please keep sharing your experiences with her. I was involved in at our station just about 24/7 until he was found. She 1000% hindered the search. She was unprepared, drank, lied about resources, and gave false promises. If it wasn't for our community banding together, we wouldn't have found him. We found our own resources. The family purchased her and her friend coats, gloves. We put her in a nice vacation home for free, provided food, toiletries, you name it. She even had us bring her laundry detergent one night. She had her friend follow anyone around that tried to speak privately. She was supposed to show up at 1:30 that first day and didn't make it until almost midnight and insisted on meeting the family at a local bar. You hearing this? Meet at a local bar. The person that we were searching for, Hunter, his uncle immediately reached out to me with a huge concern that she was definitely under the influence of drugs and definitely drunk. We fooled ourselves out of desperation and believed in her resources. She led us to believe she was there to help. No, she was there to prey on a desperate situation. Do not let her get involved unless you want your precious resources lining her pockets. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Seth needs to wake up and get rid of these people. I don't think she'll be any benefit to what Seth needs. Now, I don't think he's innocent either, but I do believe he's vulnerable. And I do believe that these vultures prey on vulnerable people such as Seth. This is absolutely heartbreaking. Lots of 1s in the chat. Go back to the professionals, please, Seth. You don't need these people. Does this woman, Daniela Glass, aka Nina Glass, you know, the one Tony is raving about, does she have her own search and rescue company? And if so, how? I watched a video of her being sentenced to 10 years probation. Also watched the judge probate the $2,000 fine due to Nina Glass stating she is on SSI. Her disability is 5 back surgeries, 2 knee surgeries, and an autoimmune disease.
Welcome, Mom. Sorry you came in late. It's not your fault, but let me catch you up real fast. So last night on TikTok, Tony Mathis went live, and he started asking for money to draw funds to be able to bring in a new person to help find Sebastian, which is who we're talking about. Her name is Nina Glass. She is a multi-felon criminal. She's not supposed to be around children, blah, 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 all of that. And this is who they're bringing in. There's a lot to it to back up to, but this is stuff here we're learning about her now. Okay. And said that we needed to, he tried to make money to fix her truck, to give her gas, to pay for security for when she's here. So it doesn't sound like she needs her own security personally, but anyway, so on and so forth. And this is once again another bad decision being made by that camp, I guess you want to call it.
I'm sorry, just for the heads up, it is not legal in the state of Tennessee to be active on a federal or a felony case and be on paper and hire armed protection. I know this firsthand. You can't.
Right. So here we are. That's what we're talking about. I'll go around it, Kimber. Don't worry about it.
At least that is what she told the judge. How can she have a search and rescue company being on SSI? How can she receive donations to her personal Cash App? All money she receives has to be reported to Social Security. Does she report the donations? No, because they're donations. How can she drive long distances or search for missing people if she is disabled? Lots of questions run through my mind. The main one is, do you think Social Security would think this is fraud on her part? How the hell do you have 5 back surgeries, 2 knee surgeries, but you're going to drive to Tennessee so long as we fix your truck and fill it with diesel? Mrs. Glass known for drinking on searches and for drug use. What do you think? Lead persons and one of the best friends of the mother of the young man. Do we heed these warnings from other families that were grieving? This is horrific. Provide her lodging. They said she even asked them to bring her laundry detergent. This woman wouldn't even go get her own laundry detergent. They catered to her and she did nothing but hindered their search. Oh. So I know I seen some of you come in earlier and state, people deserve second chances. And I am a big advocate for that. Okay. I myself have a criminal record. I myself am in recovery. I am huge in giving people second chances. All of this took place last year, just a few months ago. After claiming to be a search advocate, Nina Glass shot at teenagers. This was
the fact that he's overly tired and on medication, that he has a lie detector that comes back. Okay, you can stop it now. Then you have the rumor that
you don't want this heard.
I mean, I guess that's fine. I just hate hearing my own voice. I'll go silent in the back.
How do you think we feel?
I agree.
Love ya. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. So that's what the deal is, Mom. And there's a little bit more here. I mean, is there more context in here, truth, along with what you're saying and stuff, or is it?
No, the only context is where we're talking the dog handler. What's her name?
Julia. Yeah.
Yeah, she comes in and she actually answers some questions in regard to the dog search and the dog scent. I had some real direct questions for her. So maybe finding when she starts responding, because that information is pretty interesting. She is qualified to be a dog handler. She does have, the training and so on and so forth. So I had some pretty direct questions involving the scent that the canines originally had.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. And of course, I asked about what I felt were 2 definite hits and her opinion on them. She had some really good questions pertaining to the atmosphere and, the dog and things like that. But what was really interesting and telling about all this, and this is no disrespect, but for her, because in having this conversation, I do respect her. I do think she knows what she's doing. I also think that there are some ulterior motives, but I do respect her position as a dog handler. But what's interesting to me is she seemed to have had no idea what I was talking about in relation to Max the dog. nor did she seem like she knew what I was talking about as far as the actual run from the house and a half mile to the pond, which was really, really, really strange to me because I would think.
Wait a minute, though, because I asked her about that entire audio discharge about Max the dog, and she couldn't really make a statement.
Well, I pushed it, and I had to explain things that I felt like a dog handler who was here working a case would have already known. You know what I mean? Like that was my feeling. I even said I slipped up. I didn't realize my mic was hot, and I was like, "How the hell do you not know this?" And of course, everybody started laughing. I didn't mean it to be funny. I was a legit question.
Yeah. Gotcha. I get it. All right. Well, let me roll up to that. I think where she's coming in.
I just think Julia, for Julia's bet, and I really do think Julia may be doing everything for the right reason. I may be wrong. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I would suggest that she gets as far away from anybody, TikTok or YouTube related, and just search and don't get involved with anybody because it's going to hurt your career long term in the way people believe you.
I was told also that she tried to negate her involvement in this movie production thing completely too. Is that true?
Yeah, she tried to push it off as she never made any money on it, and I pointed out that you may not have made any money yet, but if you did a movie about Sebastian, there would be your opportunity to make money.
That movie has 23 million some odd views, and her name's all over it. So how did she make no money?
Well, I mean, the cost of that movie could have been very high too. So making money means profiting after the bottom line, and I'm going to assume it was not cheap to film that movie.
Oh, I think we could come to that point after yesterday when we saw the vehicles being used and stuff like that. That didn't cost nothing. So
I'm just not comfortable in attacking Julie. I've asked.
No, I'm not trying to attack her at all.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm referring to kind of in the chat, like she, disagreed with some of the things I was saying, and then so instead of arguing with her, which does no good whatsoever, I just asked questions, and I think that gave me a better understanding. But it also brought up more questions, like, why don't you know the things I'm asking you about?
Right. Yeah. No, I have no questions about her handling experience and her abilities and stuff like that at all. I looked at that and looked into that a little bit. So yeah, I agree with that. Very qualified for that, and I hope that it's something that's going to help. I truly do. So,
Caroline, I'm going to correct you again. It was not for veterans and families. Hold on, let me do this. It was not for veterans and families. The movie is Friday the 13th Redemption. It is a horror movie. It has nothing to do with veterans and families. She says on there that she does documentaries with them, but then she said on the live this morning she hasn't shot anything in years. So, I mean,
can I just take a minute?
Of course.
For my own sanity, this comment on the screen, making a missing child case about yourself is cringy. I know searchers who have been out since day one that people da 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 da.
Here, let me.
I can't read because it says.
No, I know. I'm seeing it. There you go. Is that better?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to catch up on the TV.
Okay.
I don't even need the bottom. I need the first half anyway. Making a missing child's case about yourself is cringy. Yet this is the same man who literally worships the ground that Seth walks on.
He did. That's true.
Do you see what I mean when I say these creators do not have? And the same man, mind you, who was literally on this panel, this lady's panel yesterday.
And he was in here when I started in here, and he was talking reverse.
Hey, Carolyn, here's the thing. Why are you putting comments towards me when I'm blocked? I happen to see you on my other account, but don't talk to me if you blocked me. It makes no sense. It just makes it sound like I'm not answering you. And because you're talking to Julie doesn't mean that I have to agree with what you said. You're just saying the same thing she said. This is why I have a hard time not being frustrated with you, because you literally say the exact opposite of everybody else and stand on what you've been told over absolute truth while telling us that we must be wrong because someone else said something. It's really frustrating.
And I am going to say this. When Julia was in that chat this morning, and I mean, it was pretty overwhelming because the chat was moving pretty fast, and I do have the screenshot where I did ask her, because she was in there this morning and everybody, and she was like, but my credentials, and I told her, and I tagged her in the sentence when I did it. I said, Julia, nobody is questioning your credentials.
Yes,
And
you
they're
did.
not. They're not. But I did. I told her, I said, Julia, Tony Mathis went on TikTok and said, you are Seth's girl. Do you care to clear this statement up?
I asked her about that.
And her response to me was, I am not Seth's girl.
She's married, ain't she?
No,
yes,
they're
she is.
But what they meant by that was she's Seth's girl. She's working for them.
And just last, I'm going to point this out. So, Caroline, everything I just said, your answer was because you have yet to apologize to me for saying screw you. Those were your words, truth. That's your answer to my question about why you have to be the exact opposite of everything that's being said. Okay, screw you. I'm done.
Y'all
BD. So if y'all go to IMBD, which is where all actors register so that they can get paid their residuals, right? They're registered. Now, the Tony Mathis and the Anthony Mathis, neither one has a picture, but it does have the movie that they're in. So if someone wants to take the time to go watch the movie and look for it, then you could.
What the hell is going on with this entire case? This is so bizarre.
I got to go.
And once again, I'm not saying she has anything to do with it. I'm just saying this is another building block on this foundation of BS.
And again, why are all the professionals backing away from Seth?
But all the dirty people are running to him.
Right. This is so bizarre to me.
Look up.
And I'm going to leave a little statement on that, because the professionals have licensing that they have to hang on to do their jobs, and they have reputations. And when a professional is in a situation where they see a situation that could ruin their situation, where they could possibly lose their licensing, or destroy their reputation, they're going to run. And I don't blame them. Okay. They should run. This is why these people are taken off, because this is way unprofessional. And all of this threatens a lot of their licenses for a lot of different reasons. I don't blame them for running at all.
Well,
Julie's name.
Go ahead.
Are they running, or because to be fair,
some of them are leaving, some of them are being chased off too.
Right. And that's the other side of it. I wish people would maybe pay a little more attention to. Not so much them walking away, but just like that statement I think Chloe put out the other day, right? That one of them was asked to step down, right? That to me is a bigger red flag than people walking away, in my opinion.
I agree, because you have somebody that comes in that has no credentials, none, for anything, and says, yeah, I'll do this for you, but you got to get rid of her. What? How's that work? No. This is what I'm saying. This is why people are upset with Seth. He's making these decisions, which maybe it's not his fault because he doesn't know what the hell is going on. Then find somebody that can help you with it. Like Cletus said long time ago, he needs a real advocate that has credentials, that has a backbone, that has a history, that can say, dude, what are you doing? This is not cool. You don't need this, this, or this. You need this.
But that's not going to happen, because I'm telling you, like, you guys really need to step back and understand that this guy doesn't want that. Like, I'm telling you right now, he doesn't want. You can just look at the people that he surrounds himself with. He doesn't want things that are on the up and up, or to surround himself with people who, if they do the right thing, they are of no use to him.
100%. And I'll tell you what, right now, this comment here that Paladin put up, because I've seen this comment 3 times in my chat today since I've been live.
Well, because it's right.
I said this myself the other day. I agree with someone's comment. These people do not want to find Sebastian, and I suspect it may be connected with disappearance, guys. That's starting to make a lot of sense to me, folks, because every time we turn around and we think, okay, something positive is coming from this, maybe we can seem to find him. It's gone. It's almost like somebody is pouring sugar into their own gas tank. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then asking the public to pay for the sugar.
Yeah, and that's
Or
no.
walking
I
around
know
feel-
you're not being an ass at all, Mom, but you're right. Advocates that have credibility don't want to be anywhere near what he does. Facts. These are facts. Sorry, Cletus, I didn't hear you till afterwards. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I said her walking around on these YouTube streets rubbing the wrong shoulder.
Yeah, exactly.
On IMBD, and you'll see everything she's in.
Yep, you're so right. Hold on, let me bring it up for everybody. I had no idea of this.
I'm not in this to spread lies or anything. I'm here for truth and truth and truth. Now, I have opinions from time to time, but you can't bypass what these people tell on themselves about.
Here it is. Born and raised in Philadelphia, PA, stunt performer for various college films, Drexel University, York College, Penn State. She stumbled upon the world of acting, making her first appearance. Why didn't she tell us all about this in her credentials when she ran around screaming her credentials? Why didn't we hear this?
She didn't, but we questioned her, Clue questioned her about it on her show. And that's how we got the information where she said, oh, it's just a little side hustle me and my husband do. You know, it's our little hobby is what she said. And that we don't, there's not really any money made off of it. Like, you'd have to go listen to Clue's live again to hear her talk. It's the first time that she spoke about it that I know of publicly.
Money made off of it. Why does money always come into this? Addition to acting and stunt work, she co-owns Valentini Productions LLC with Ray Hopper.
Now, have you gone to her production site yet?
No, Julie serves as a captain in military police corps. Okay.
Go to her production page, which is Valentino's or Valentine's Production, wherever that is right there. And you'll see everything that they'll do. And you'll see the pictures of the video that they did with the police cars. And you'll see that they're shooting with what appears to be red cameras, which are extremely expensive cameras, probably maybe even higher quality than that.
So this is just another, like I said, another publicity stunt. We already felt like it was a publicity stunt. This feels like it's even more. I don't think anybody's trashing it. We're just acknowledging it.
No one's trashing anything. It's just part of the case. You're part of the case. It's part of the case. To tell people not to look into it is shady within itself. No disrespect to you.
This is where she enters.
I think that's being filmed near me.
Julie's in the comment section, so that's why I was saying that.
Yeah, I just seen her say, "Don't trash it."
No one's trashing it. It's actually a good film. I watched it yesterday. It's not a bad film, especially if you're into Friday the 13th.
I love horror movies.
Nothing bad about what you're doing. The point is that all of this is starting to look real crazy to everybody on the outside. And Julie, there's no way that you can't even agree that it looks crazy for everybody else.
You know what's crazy, Julie? I thought you looked familiar. I think you were filming at a bar up the street from me for this Snowfall series.
Wait a minute. Pause this.
Yeah.
Please. This was done today, right?
Yeah,
yes.
This morning.
Yes.
She told us Tuesday she was coming into town Wednesday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So no. She told us Monday she was coming into town tomorrow.
No, she told us.
Was it Monday or Tuesday?
I could swear she said Tuesday.
She did say
tomorrow.
Tuesday.
She said tomorrow.
Right,
we did ours on Monday, so she was coming here tomorrow.
It was Tuesday, right?
Well, I mean, my question is this: today is the first really non-bad weather day at all. It's beautiful outside.
Why aren't you outside?
I have no idea. I'm not there. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, this is just another aspect to it. This is bizarre. How did you get in touch with Seth Rogers, Julie? I don't think that was ever clarified.
Julie said on the show that she didn't get in touch with Seth Rogers, that she was actually contacted by United Cajun Navy, and they had found her on social media, something about the algorithm, and they contacted her, which is very possible. Like I said, I'm not saying she's not a dog handler. I'm not saying she's not a good dog handler. I'm just saying that when you start compounding all of this stuff, and then you see PIs leaving and felon PIs coming on board, and money is nothing about money. And then, Julie, I'm sorry, you're associating yourself with people who are money grabbing, hungry people.
Wait, wasn't Todd Terrell? Wasn't there a big controversy with him as well? United Cajun Navy, didn't they cause a lot of controversy as well? We covered that.
A lot. I don't think she was involved with the United Cajun Navy.
No, she just said that's how they found her.
Yeah,
Todd Terrell from United Cajun. That's how they found her.
Yeah, online apparently is what she said in the interview with Clue.
Oh yeah, well, I'm just saying. Nonetheless, they were odd and added controversy to this case as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Matter of fact, I believe it was an alleged phone call where he stated he knows where the body is. Now, there's been controversy if that was clipped by the creator who recorded the call. I'm sure it was, to be honest. Nonetheless, they're the ones that came in and they had problems with JLR and Dolly, and it turned everything upside down. I didn't disagree with what they said. Don't live film it, but it's just interesting that they're the ones that reached out to her. That's all.
And with all due respect, just because you haven't made money off your films yet doesn't mean you wouldn't make a money off of a film about Sebastian.
Is that why you think it comes into play?
Yes. Well, not necessarily her, but that's, like I said, I want to be careful because I don't want to accuse her of anything, right? This is all speculatory and based on my own personal observation of things.
Okay.
Like I said, she's probably an amazing woman and is in it for the reasons she feels are right. But you cannot ignore facts.
And unfortunately, it all coincides. This all is part of now the search for Sebastian, every which angle.
So when is Julia coming down here to
so
search?
Here's a question: have you ever interacted with Pascal? I know she was already in connection with Trev. Oof.
Well, and she was going to be staying with another creator and said she decided not to stay with that creator. But nonetheless, that tells us that she's involved with that creator. And that creator seems to keep finding evidence that turns out to not be evidence.
Mm-hmm.
This is insane. This whole thing. I mean, we got Nina, assault with a deadly weapon less than a year ago. We got all these facts of Nina inserting herself in these missing kids, profiting off of it. Tony introduces her. We got Tony and his history of bullshit. This is just all crazy. How does this even? Well, what is happening to Sebastian Rogers right now? What is this? Why is this taking place?
Julie, with all due respect, you said on Clues Live that you were going to stay with Jay for Justice, but decided not to, and you were staying with someone downtown. That's what you said. You said you were going to stay with her, and then you got a bunch of heat or people didn't like it, and you decided to stay with someone somewhere else.
Why is Jay in Tennessee as well?
No, you mixed that up, Drew.
I think it was
No,
Jay.
I'll fix it in a second.
On the name.
What's up?
He mixed that up. She was supposed to stay with Terry Lynn.
That's what I thought.
If you continue it says that. I'm like, oh, my bad. You're right. Wrong person.
I fixed him.
Okay.
Oh, Kimber.
I corrected him.
They were actually Kimber's in here, isn't she?
Yes.
Yes, she's in here.
Hey, Kimber, do you remember that part of the interview?
Yeah, because I'm with you on that, Julie.
Kimber, did you just answer the video?
I did.
She lives in Florida.
Terry Lynn. It was Terry Lynn. I'm sorry.
Terry Lynn. Okay.
Yeah, not Jay. I apologize. I could have been wrong about the name.
That makes more sense. But I did hear, when I spoke to Julie, I did hear her say she was going to stay with her cousin Howie. I didn't hear the whole Terry Lynn thing. But Terry Lynn's another one. She's from 90 Day Fiancé community. Another TV production.
What?
Like I said, once again, I'll say it again, Julie, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying that your situation, regardless whether it's good or bad or indifferent, to the people on the outside looks shady. It doesn't mean you're shady. It just, these things are starting to compile, and people are getting frustrated with the fact that this young man, Sebastian Rogers, has not come home yet and has not been found. But in the process, we keep having more and more characters come into the situation with no sense of why it's happening. And the only thing that normal people can conclude is that something fishy is up.
Right. I mean, if you add all the characters together, it's very shady. It's not a good look. And again, as a professional, it's a shame. Is she associated with Tony and Nina? Are you a separate entity? I don't understand.
I mean, when she was on, and I suggested to her that she completely separate herself from anybody on Seth's side or Chris and Katie's side and go independent, and we would help support that. Like, I'd be more than willing to help support if she wasn't one-sided or the other. But when you made your statements that you were, that Chris was this and Chris was that and Seth is good and you're Seth's girl, I'm sorry. The any hope that I had in that was diminished. And if anything that I'm saying is wrong, please correct me, Julie. I'll have no problem with you correcting if something I'm saying is wrong.
So it is. It's the association with Seth, particularly who's associated with Tony, who's associated with Nina, and they're all shady characters. I do think Julie is credentialed. I think it's fantastic that she's going to look for Sebastian. I just hope it stays on the professional level. That's all.
So, Julie, you're telling me you never made the comment that you were Seth's girl. I want to make sure that I understand this correctly before I go and grab what I need to. So you never said you were Seth's girl, correct?
She said no. Capital and
nope. Okay, cool.
Did you see, Julia, about Nina, who's now asking for money to fix her truck and put diesel in it to get to Tennessee?
Ray told us about. Okay.
Thank you, Brandy.
I think you should be warned about her. Everything about this is suspicious. The same way people are suspicious of the Proudfoot is the same way I'm suspicious of Seth and all the characters around him. I think that's fair enough.
Hey, Dago.
You have it, Truth?
So just to answer the question in the comment, my Upstate asked. Upstate asked. My question is regarding what Julie feels. How's that going to change how her dog sniffs? It has nothing to do with her dogs. Everything that I was questioning about right there was the film production side of things. And it was only based upon the compounding of all the other things that you add that onto. And if you listen, I make it very clear to her, I'm not accusing her. I am strictly asking questions.
Yeah, that's basically what it was all about. Because we all looked at this yesterday, and there's a bunch of things that came out of nowhere that everybody was kind of like, what the hell is this? Like, where is this all coming from? And it was just questionable stuff. And that's all he's really doing right there. As we clarified before this even got to this point, I think she's good at what she does. We've looked into her as a dog handler. She's very qualified, so on and so forth. That's not an issue at all. So
disagree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what we were saying. And you can disagree. You can disagree. Why are you saying you disagree?
Because anybody who is good with their dog handlers and things like that, they're not going to come into a case pre-bias.
Well, she was initially biased. That is true. She said she's sorry. She was wrong, moving on, so on and so forth. But did she say that because she had pressure put on her? Or did she say that because she's truly not biased now?
And there you go.
Honest to God, I don't care if she's biased or not. My question remains the same. We talked to you on Monday or Tuesday. You said you were coming to town the next day. Why are you still on YouTube?
That's another good point.
That's all I care about, because that shows me that you're not really here doing what you said you were coming to do. Because you're not going to find search areas on YouTube. If you were, we wouldn't be on YouTube. We'd be out searching.
Because here's the problem. True. Here's the other problem when you're biased. If you're going to just go on there and just take Seth's areas he's drawn out, right? It's again part of the reason I believe they don't want parents ass deep in a case, because guess what? They could lead them away from what really needs to be found. if this lady is that good and her dogs are that great, she ought to be out here searching on her own, by herself. Let them dogs' noses lead you to where you need to go.
That's a good point. I do have to agree. That's a very good point. Truly. So there you go. And like I said, I was just claiming that we looked into the fact that she is a dog handler, guys. She's certified, qualified, whatever you want to call it. I had no that this wasn't about that, is what I was saying. Now, the point you just made, I do have to say, do make you think about some things. I don't know what she's doing right now. Is she, because I do remember, I believe she claimed that she wouldn't be live if she was searching, right?
That's what she said.
Okay.
Well,
then that says that she's on YouTube, she's not searching.
But then it was said at another point that she wore a body cam on her.
Has a camera, correct.
Okay.
He's
well,
right.
Is she live or is she searching?
She's chatting.
That's what I mean. At that point this morning, she was, yes. Yes, ma'am, Miss Mom, of course. You don't even have to ask. Just say it. Give me the damn link, Dago. There you go.
I think she said her and her dog wore a body cam for their safety.
She did. Which I don't disagree
that's probably
with.
good.
No.
I think that's a very good policy to have, in my opinion.
Absolutely. But it also gives you documentarial evidence or documentarial film.
I do agree, but at the same time, I'm not even. I won't put the film thing out of it, right? I very much stand by her. To even Scary Lynn, when she goes out there, I think you should be live. You're alone. That's dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want that because you have no way to prove if somebody says or does something. You have no way to if you're in danger, nobody's going to see it. So it's for your own protection. I do agree. Same with your dog. So that's a good idea. Okay. Welcome, Mom. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you for dropping the link. And yeah, you can stream live private too, where nobody can see it.
That's true too.
If you're going to do it for your protection, and turn your location on. Just if you're going to go out, make sure at least 3 people know where you are. I mean, you don't have to blast it on the internet. Please don't blast it on the internet.
Right.
But just let people know where you are, or let law enforcement know where you are. It takes 2 seconds to call local law enforcement and say, "Hey, I'm so and so, and I have dogs." Whatever you may have, and say, "This is the area I'm going to be in."
Good points. Very good points. Dirty bag. Yeah, I'm trying to get a tan. I'm in here all the time, folks. We ain't really had no sun though. It's always overcast. I will. You'll see. About in the middle of the summer, I'll be brown. It is what it is. Moving forward. And welcome, JC. Thank you for joining us up here as well.
How are you guys?
Good.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay.
And I know that everyone has their opinions and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to be very clear. You and Clue are not on a side, correct?
No, I'm not at all. I am I am on his side. I'm on Sebastian's side.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, we're on Sebastian's side, but we are not on a Chris and Katie side or a Seth side. We are,
No, I disagree. I disagree with. Let me put it this way, then. I highly disagree with the decision Seth has made.
Yep.
And I highly disagree with the way the Proudfoots have been attacked by that side of things. So
yeah,
those are my feelings, but I'm not choosing. I don't care about either side of what they've done, what they're doing, who they are, what they're not. I care about finding Sebastian. End of story. So
yeah, and Clue, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, and that is that you're just pointing out everything that as facts of the Proudfoots, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're not, so you're just pointing everything out. You're not saying Oh, he said, she said. You're not really on his side either, are you?
I literally say at least one time on my channel every day, Chris, Katie, or Seth, any one of them could be guilty, a combination of them, or no.
None of them.
Or none of them, right?
Okay. I mean, because I know that you know, and I feel bad because you have such legit points and such like what do I want to say? Backup information to prove what you're saying.
Yep.
You know, you're not like just saying, you're not just out there saying stuff to say stuff. Like you're actually researching, getting the facts behind it and backing it up before
Yes,
you say
ma'am.
anything.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, but you're just pointing out what everyone else is oblivious to, and I feel like everyone that is saying, oh, Seth is suspicious, is just, everyone thinks that they're just crazy. And I'm like, how can you say that when you have the proof to back it up?
It's a very good point.
You know what I mean?
He acts more suspicious to me than Chris and Katie do. I know everyone is all about, oh, well, they're not out there looking. Well, show me where Seth is. Honestly.
Yeah.
I agree. Absolutely. Like I said, like she says, it ain't about that at all. And yeah, if anybody is acting suspicious out of all of them, it is him because of the decisions he's making. They don't make any sense. And I told you, I said that, I don't think you were in here, JC, but I said this. If I came into this case right now, never saw, heard nothing, and looked at everything the way it is, I wouldn't think they're looking for a child.
No.
This looks like a vengeance case to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go this far in terms of trying to explain the lack of bias. If Seth Rogers pulled into our driveway right now, I'd go out, we would have a conversation, and if he could commit to stopping the dumb shit he's doing, I would go help him.
Oh, absolutely.
100%. I think we all feel that same exact way. I said in the beginning of this show, I do not, because there were people in the chat making weird comments that made no sense to me, claiming about me. And I said, I do not think by any shape or form that Seth did anything to his child at all. Okay.
I don't think Chris and Katie did either.
No, I don't. That's what I mean. I don't think it at all. I don't like the way that any of them have been attacked. I don't like the way that, but worse, even worse, I don't like how Chris and Katie have been attacked from the moment they opened their mouths by the other side. Okay. And all they're doing over there is making horrible decisions on how to find this child, which makes me look at this, guys, and say, are you really trying to find him? Because this doesn't make any sense. Anybody else that's doing this would not do these things if they're looking for their child.
Right. I'm sorry. I don't get the impression from anything that we have seen Seth do in the last month that leads me to believe, poor guy, he's out looking, he just wants to find us. I don't believe that. I really don't.
It doesn't look like that at all. You're right. It does not look like that.
There's something else going on. There is something else. There's another motive, another something going on.
Yep, absolutely.
And it makes zero sense. I'm sorry.
I wanted to be clear that, I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, hopefully. That's except for some specific people. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys 100%. And I just don't know. And it's been like this for a while now. Like a long
while. Yes, you're all right.
I just don't know what to think. And I do think that, both sides have done suspicious things, but do I think that any side has anything to do with the disappearance of the kid? Absolutely not.
Right.
You want to know why? Because law enforcement hasn't come out and said so.
Thank you.
So here's the caveat to that, right? And here's the reason that I won't.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm his father, Joe.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me.
He just ran up to the bathroom for a minute. Yeah, he's here.
have Rite Aid as the pharmacy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not muted.
Last name and date of birth.
MAYORAS 517 of 06.
Hey, you're not muted.
Will or any advance directives, correct?
No.
Can he not hear us?
Changes that we not know
I'm gonna
about.
turn him.
No.
Does not smoke, never smoke.
Mama Bear.
No.
Mama Bear.
Any medications?
Somebody.
Mama
Just
Bear.
the standard medication he's using right now.
Dago, you're not muted.
Besides
Somebody camera up long enough to tell him to stop.
Maybe just
Okay, I think he got it.
Buck said hot mic.
Oh my god. You guys.
But I was going to say, that's why I can't 100% say that absolutely none of them had anything to do with his disappearance. Because here's the problem.
Sorry, guys.
Of times, until you have the person that you're looking for, you don't know what happened to that person.
Right.
Like, I can think they didn't, but I will never sit and be like, I know they didn't. Because that's crazy.
Yeah. Because we could all be shocked at the end of this, you know?
100%. I think some people are going to be shocked at the end of this. Truly.
I do
That's
too.
my opinion.
I do too. But until I have, you know, law enforcement. But you guys, on the other side, can you guys imagine? Like, and I think I've said this before, Dago. Can you imagine how frustrated law enforcement is with this?
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely, because there's nothing. There's been nothing.
And I don't think that they're not trying. I think
I agree.
100, you know, I think they're putting 1,000% into it. I just can't imagine how frustrated they are. And if you were law enforcement, what the hell would you think of all this drama going on?
Well, the problem is, even if they come out and talk, and this is probably what angers me the most, even if they were to come out and talk, it wouldn't do anything but stir up the hornet's nest.
Oh, I know.
Because right now, I don't think they still don't have anything. So
wait, who's that?
It's
Kimber.
me.
Oh, Kimber's still here. I didn't know you were still here. I'm just
Well,
kidding.
do you want me to leave?
Oh my God, shut up. I was teasing you.
Excuse me.
Dago wants me to leave. No.
You've been so quiet the whole time. I forgot you were here. Sorry.
Thanks, Dago. But no, even if I'm like Clue, even if they came out and said they really don't have anything to say unless and whatever they have right now, they're holding it close to their vest. But other than that, I don't think they have anything to say. So what are they going to come out and do? Do a news conference again on nothing? And then everybody's going to be mad because they have nothing to say.
Well, no. Here with you saying that though, I do believe that they should do at least maybe every 2 weeks a presser. And if they don't have nothing, then they can say, we've done this, we've done that, we've done this, we've done that. And we're not any further ahead.
Listen to me, guys.
But they already have. They've said he walked off.
He is a runaway.
I'm just saying they need to do updates so people will calm down.
That's not how they do, though, Dago. Like, that's not policy. If that was the case, every missing child's parents would want them to be having press conferences. I know we want that. I know we think that's what should happen. And in my heart, I wish that's what would happen. But reality is there are rules and regulations or else it becomes a madhouse.
I guess. I just thought, maybe it would just shut people down and calm some stuff down a little bit if they did that.
But I mean,
but to think that is crazy because just what Truth said and me at the same exact time, he walked away. He's a runaway. They've already come out and told people that, and it hasn't done
anything.
So then, okay, here's the question then. If this is listed as a runaway.
Sorry, I saying hi to somebody in chat. I'll shut up now.
Oh my God, you're fired. Anyway.
I'll go back to pretending I'm not here.
No, I'm just kidding. But okay, so he's considered a runaway. That's what this case is classified as of right now. even during, okay, for a runaways case, they still follow up with this, correct? I mean, they have in his case, at least.
They've done more on this case than they have done with actual missing child.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've thought. Right. Okay. So I guess, I don't know. I guess I just thought maybe if they did put something out there that is just a little like, hey guys, we know you're still looking and you're still worried and we are too, but nothing's changed. Have a good day. I just thought maybe it would calm people down. That's all.
I disagree with you respectfully, because they did that last time, and as soon as they did, everybody bitched about the fact that they didn't give any information.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, okay.
But I would say screw what everybody else does or says. We're, we should do this anyways.
Know that he went out that front door. My opinion is because there was video cameras in the house. My opinion.
So here's what my thoughts on anybody coming out.
Thank you, Molly.
Anybody coming out and speaking with any updates, right? If law enforcement comes out and does anything other than provide Sebastian's whereabouts or a statement saying they've located him, right? Or comes out and arrests someone and just lays it all out there on the table, it's not going to end the drama. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the other missing people cases, very, very few get much attention. At the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
The reason this one is getting so much attention is because the drama is being perpetuated by one side of it.
Mm-hmm.
If law enforcement come out and said, we have no new updates, everybody's still cooperating, blah, 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 all it's going to do is recycle all of the shit that's gone on for the past 3 months.
Okay. I'm done talking. I get the points, guys.
I'm not trying to argue with it. I'm just stating my
No, you're right. You're right. It was just a thought. It's like, I wonder if.
I get where, I
get
was
where
right
you're
there
coming
with you
from
until
too,
I started thinking about it a little bit more. And I'm like, at the end of the day, unless they come out and do one of those two things, or Seth goes, gets his team to go away and somebody reputable comes in and tries to organize something, the drama won't go away.
No,
we know that that's not going to happen. We've already discussed that. That's not it. At least it doesn't seem to be wanted at this point, or it would have happened already. Because every time something is brought out, it's one more piece of shit, one more version of shit, or something, for lack of better terms. But that's what it is. So you got to call it what it is, guys. Is all I'm saying.
Seth said early on about cameras inside the house. Chris said something early on camera in the house, and then in the interview that he did say there weren't security on the outside. But when about the question about security cameras on the inside, he said, "I can't get those details." He said no to the outside, with the inside. That is a huge acknowledgement to me.
Yeah.
No,
you guys,
like I said earlier, but also the reason why law enforcement said
I'm with Clue. I think there's something.
Look, Brandy, that's an amazing question. That's the best question I've seen asked all day. Her question is who has personal gain from Sebastian not being found? It's just a thought, but it's a good thought, Brandy, because that's a fact.
Who gets angry when they start searching under the ideology that he went out the front door?
That's a huge point, Brandy. I'm glad you brought that up, guys. You got to look at it that way. Who has any form of personal gain if this child is not found? Think about it for a few minutes.
Yeah, there's no motive for that.
Well, the only person that's benefited out of this is who? I mean, answer the question.
Big Papa.
So far, Seth.
And his team.
Nobody answered it so far. The only person that has benefited in any way, shape, or form is Seth, guys. Again, if you come into this case and you look at it, asking that question that Brandy just asked, and I know a lot of people don't want to ask that question because they feel guilty, thinking that, oh God, no, because that doesn't Seth has something to do with it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily. It's just a point that's being made. But again, look at it for what it is. Okay. Great question, Brandy. Thank you.
what's more likely? Someone who is participating with police, doing what you're told, following instructions, or the guy that supposedly said law enforcement, but nephew to the TBI in some.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up really bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, is he like cutting out for anybody but me?
I'm only hearing
me.
every third word. I'm only hearing.
Okay, so it's true. That's his fault.
Yes.
I'm going to chime in for a minute. So
Go ahead,
law enforcement, you have to think this is Hendersonville, Tennessee. So this is a small law enforcement. This is not like Metro Nashville where you have 50 different branches of the law. So they take away from those resources to have a press conference and pull everybody that has to be at a press conference to come out and say, hey, we have no information. That's a waste of resources. And also the TBI is very well aware of the damage that YouTube does to cases.
Oh, yeah.
They are very well aware of it. They have dealt with it for how many years now?
Going on 5 with Summer
A lot.
Wells.
Nonsense. You're welcome to join us if you want to pop up here and speak too, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, Mom. Go ahead.
So, and if you look at the drama channels or crama channels or whatever the hell they want to call themselves, they would dare not run another missing child. Do you know how many missing children are in Tennessee? But those missing children don't bring clicks and views like Sebastian's case does, like dragging his parents through the mud does. And that's all sides. And I've made it very clear. I don't agree with a lot of things that Seth has done from the beginning. I've been very verbal about it.
Yes, ma'am.
But I myself am Team Sebastian.
Yeah.
That's right.
Whatever Sebastian's army, that whole, follow Seth to the end of the earth, not going to happen, because the only reason I do what I do is for the missing. That's all I've ever been, is for the missing.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can't chastise law enforcement for not coming out and giving us things that is not ours to know.
That's true too. Very true. It's not our business.
Yeah, things could very well ruin mess up the investigation.
They put out information and it's picked through with a fine-tooth comb until somebody can find something that they can put in a title, throw a question mark behind it, and get 5,000 people in chat.
Yeah, bingo. And then they have told PIs information. The PIs have turned around and thrown it back out in the public, and that's not good either. So,
no,
it's a mess right now. It really is, and it has been for a long time. And I agree with everything you're saying, Mom.
And you get these organizations that are supposed to be credible organizations that come in to help search. And then, everybody has a past. You have to say, and I'm not standing up for anybody, but everybody has a past. But if these people are coming in with resources, maybe let them use their resources instead of digging up stuff on them and running them off. Regardless of what they were a dirtbag 20 years ago, if they've got an underwater drone, I don't own one. Let them use their resources. Let them do what they can. Instead of, running people through the ringer and hanging them from fence posts.
I actually just feel kind of bad for the TBI because they have got their hands full.
That's an understatement.
I mean,
thank you, Southern Gal.
Just between the, Riley Strain and Summer Wells and this and, amongst the many, many others that are probably out there, they've just got their hands full.
And yes, nonsense. I think that the bad actors, AKA, I called them self-proclaimed, absolutely hurt legit organizations.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely do, because if you have a legit organization come out, because everybody is hard by these people that are not legit and don't have the credibility and don't have the credentials, then you got everybody digging all their business up and every member of the organization's getting dug up. And it's not any good for anybody. And it's definitely not good for these cases in any way, form, or fashion.
Amen.
And it's like you've got all the family drama, you've got all the Seth drama, you've got, divorce. A portion of a divorce was put out. Now CPS records, and now we've got fake dog handlers and search parties that are not, scammers or not scammers or frauders. And then you've got other ones that have crimes against children that are out. And It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And you have to step back and ask yourself, what kind of person gets involved with a missing child's case with a criminal record a half a mile long of crimes against children? Like that, I can't wrap my mind around it. It doesn't make any damn sense.
None at all.
It doesn't make any sense. And if you have people that have dog handlers that are actually trained, credible dogs, let them search. Let them search, because if you do research and look up these dogs and what these dogs are capable of, there are cadaver dogs that have actually found the bones of to the United States. So some of these dogs have they're a phenomenal resource. I don't have search dogs. I have a wiener that would hunt down anything she could. And I've said in the past that if something happens to my littles, I am going to get a Malinois, and I'm going to train that dog to be a cadaver dog, because I believe that is a great resource. Pulled my comment up, but as far as advocates, no advocate is going to go.
I'm sorry, you broke up, Mom. Are you there?
Seth, in any way, form, or fashion.
Say that again. That was completely broken up.
I'm outside, so I shouldn't have anything blocking. Is that better?
Yeah, now you're better. There you go. Say that again. I'm sorry.
I got in Fox viewing position. No, as any advocate that has any kind of training and training online, you can go to your communities and actually to be an advocate for children and families in a positive manner and do it the right way. But and sign off on missing child acting like a complete fool all over the internet. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, nobody wants to get involved. That I don't think a credible. I don't think at this point a credible.
That's what she said a little while ago, that nobody with any good credentials that's credible, that they don't want anything to do with this. They're staying away from it. Steve, SF Investigates, he backed away from this quickly on Twitter because of the mess that it was. So,
because he'd have to get off the internet, stop doing the YouTube tour, calm down. I mean, he's not going to calm down completely. Do not get me wrong, because he's hurting, and I get that. But he'd have to get off the internet, stop slinging the mud, and
the first thing he needs to do is get rid of Tony. That was the first thing he needs to do, and move forward from there.
Bye, Tony.
Yeah, you can't bring in somebody that has a criminal record and that looks like Tony's and have him be your PR guy. He's a crane operator with zero experience. He helped in Caleb's Harrod's case. That's great.
Right, and then he in turn's trying to bring in somebody else that's just like worse than him.
He's not a crane operator. He's a crane salesman.
Right.
Yeah.
And the police.
Oh, a crane salesman. My bad.
But the police aren't going to still. The police aren't going to talk to him. The police won't talk to Tony.
No, I don't see why they would.
No, he's a felon. There's no.
He's a felon.
Right.
So I don't think.
Hey, check the back chat.
I don't know why they would talk to him.
There's been a lot of rumors as to why Chloe, the PI, has stopped working on Sebastian's
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Chloe took to the internet to address them herself.
I'm going to look for it. It may be right that Tony said it, but I know it was said. I believe that there's a screenshot of her saying it in the comments, but I don't have it in front of me. But I will get back to you on that.
I will briefly address some things that need clarifying in regard.
I went digging.
But so does Seth? Did Seth get? Seth only got the lawyer to get the CPS documents, didn't he?
Who knows?
That's what I'm wondering.
I know what I just watched. This right here is pretty interesting.
All right, I pulled this up yesterday too. Hold on a minute. I'll play this for you guys real quick. I think you guys might have. Well, I read it to you guys. It wasn't read, but here you go.
This case. 1. There's been a lot of rumors as to why Chloe, the PI, has stopped working on Sebastian's case. Chloe took to the internet to address them herself. Chloe says, I will briefly address some things that need clarifying in regards to being asked to step down on Sebastian's case. 1. In my private and group conversations, I was presented one reason for being asked to step down. I was unwilling to work with individuals possibly being brought in, as I felt it could hinder my license and the integrity of the case. 2. No, it is not because anyone was trying to protect me from Chris Proudfoot. Apparently, this was such a large rumor that law enforcement called me at 9 p.m. last night to confirm it was not caused by the content of that leaked call. 3. My departure has been amicable thus far. I cannot control what the public does with that announcement. 4. As an investigator, I vet leads, and if I deem them credible, I pass them to my client. 5. I will continue to search for Sebastian independently with a group pro bono as I have since the moment I started. I have nothing further to add. I would really love for the focus to shift back to Sebastian. This has been such a tug-of-war issue the entire case. Thank you. What do you all think about this? What do you think about the fact that Chloe had to come out and give a response due to speculation and rumors? What do you think about the fact that the police contacted her at 9 p.m. to make sure that it wasn't due to Chris Proudfoot threatening her? And most importantly, what do you think about her main reason for stepping back? The fact that she felt that bringing in people like Tony Mathis, who wants to bring in people like Nina Glass, could hinder her license and the integrity of the case. What do you think it is that has Seth getting rid of all these professionals around him to accept these con artists? Do you think Seth is a grieving father being taken advantage of? Or do you think Seth is more aware of who he's associated with than we want to believe he is?
So Nina Glass is the woman with the big lips.
The parents of a Greenfield fourth grader who.
Sorry again.
Nina Glass is the woman with the big lips.
The one that we saw standing in the courtroom.
Well, they just showed a picture and said that was Nina Glass. If you go back, she didn't look like that in the courtroom.
There's been a lot of rumors as to why Chloe, the PI, has stopped working on Sebastian's case. Chloe took to the internet to address them herself. Chloe says, I will briefly Nina Glass could hit
right there.
No, that's not her. That's another creator.
No, he said Nina Glass, and they showed her picture.
Yeah, that looks like. I mean, that's Nina. I mean,
is it really?
I mean, I think so.
She didn't look like that in the courtroom. I'm telling you, she didn't.
No, I agree, but I think that's still her.
That
but
looks
that's
like
that lady that he was talking to the other night, right?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, so that must be Nina Glass.
I'm trying to tell you right now, I got to go. We about to start packing. I'm moving the fuck up out of here. I got to go.
Because she didn't look like
that.
She didn't look like that in the courtroom.
Well, that's a lot of probably. Well, you know how YouTube and Facebook and all the filters they give you. That's a lot of damn filters.
And you don't know when this picture was taken. Hell, they were showing 2- and 3-year-old pictures of Sebastian.
Well, somebody else said that was Heather. I thought, and that's what I thought too.
That's what she looked like on the video the other night talking. Truth.
You thought that was Heather
Johnson said. Johnson said this is the initially from TikTok.
It's who?
Johnson just said in chat that this is the chick from TikTok.
The creator from TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought too. And that she had, because Nina never showed her face. She was just talking.
Oh, okay.
So this is the creator that had the TikTok video going that interviewed Tony, and so on and so forth. So
all right, well, it confused me because they said Nina Glass and then they flashed her picture up.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, maybe that's what you get her a cat and form a search and rescue team too. Why not?
SA Texas. How generic. Moving forward. Anyway, okay, so were you still talking, Mom? I hope you weren't interrupted. Hello?
Am I echoing anymore?
No, Mind of Monsters.
Yes. Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, a little bit. Were you still talking?
No, I was just saying that Jones said in chat that was the chick from TikTok. I don't watch TikTok, so.
Oh, yeah. This is the one that gave the interview with Tony that brought up Nina and talked about all that stuff. So, and then I believe they went on here. Let me show you real quick. Give me a second, please. I'm completely lost.
Hinder her license and the intent.
1 second. What in the hell is going on? There we go.
That's a motley crew right there.
Did that help, guys? Am I still breaking up?
No, you're good.
You sound good.
Okay. Sorry, I'm in the middle of the swamp, so sometimes I don't know what happens. Airplanes, who knows?
Watch out for them gators.
Dude, let me tell you, I took the dog out last night. Totally off subject, y'all. But I took the dog out last night, and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I stepped out here and behind the pool, because the pool's still covered. And I heard and I'm from Kentucky, so I've only heard baby gators twice since we've been here. And I was like, oh, that's a baby gator. So I grabbed the dog and I run back in the house and I'm like, hey. My old man, I was like, come out here, because he's from here. I was like, I think there's a gator in the yard. Because usually they cross the driveway and go from swamp to swamp down at the end of the property. And he come out and he was like, it's a gator. He was like, yeah. He said, you ought to get the flashlight, go over and check it out. I said, no.
What?
No, thank you.
Listen, that's some,
yeah,
listen, that's some white people shit. That's what y'all do, okay?
I'd have done it.
Oh, no. No. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I went and got the spotlight, like the big 1,000, 100 million, whatever the hell candle light it was. And I creeped out to the edge of the sun deck and stuck the light out there to see if I could see anything. But like I told him, if there's a baby out there, mama ain't far.
No, go grab your gun and go back outside and you make a move. Okay, so I can't find this interview. There was an interview that she did with Drunk Turkey. And I can't find it. Did they take it down?
I don't know.
I'll be damned. Unless it was mixed in with something else. I don't know. Okay. So anyway, I think we've heard enough of that other video for the day anyway, because we got the point from it, obviously.
Thank Jesus.
Now we're all here now. I think we can all agree on the same feelings about this scenario. Welcome, Cotton Candy. So again, to clarify, because everybody blows up at the beginning of this and freaks out and yelling and screaming, whatever, unhappy. Let me clarify this one more time. I'm not here trying to pick a side, not trying to pick a team, as ridiculous as that is. I am here for Team Sebastian, looking for Sebastian, trying to find Sebastian. I don't care about the other stuff. Other than, I have to say, after what we talked about today, there are some really bad decisions being made about bringing people into this to find this child. I don't understand it. And as I said again, I'll say it one more time. If I were to walk into this case right now, never seeing or hearing any bit of this as to what has been going on, it would not be a missing child case to me. This seems like I'm going to get you before you get me vengeance case is what this seems like, okay? And that's not what it's supposed to be about, guys. We're trying to find a child. They're trying to find a child. And it just doesn't make sense. They're making bad decisions. They're bringing in people that are doing nothing but hindering everything. And they're at the same time, they're literally pointing fingers saying they did it. He did it. She did it. He did it. She did it. And that's not doing anything with this at all. Okay. That's none of what is being done has found that child as of yet. And it's going to get worse. And it's not going to continue to not find him. 3 months we're going on. 3 months we're going on. So that's
Did somebody say that Tony was helping with Caleb Harris's case?
Yeah, he's friends with the family, and yeah, he was helping in that case too.
But where is Caleb Harris's case?
Same place it was.
I was gonna say.
Nothing's changed, and I'd like to know if they even know about all this crap that's gone on over here. To be honest with you, if they can see it for what it is, like, are you serious? When we first introduced this guy to the internet per se, the first thing that Mind a Monster said was, "Oh no, this guy does not need to be anywhere around a missing child case." Blah blah blah. 24 hours later, everything she said was proven. Okay, I mean, and it didn't take that much time to prove it. We all sat here and said, "Oh, great, he's going to hold the reins back on Seth. He's not going to say anything. It's going to calm things down. They're going to work together." Well, that lasted what, a little, like 48 hours max. And now that guy's trying to bring somebody else in, and who knows who she's going to bring in.
I've been doing this long enough that I can generally tell. Like, I can generally tell within a day or so. Like,
it wasn't even a day, Mom. It was like 3 hours.
You read people, like, and I'm not talking about reading comments or posts or anything like that. I'm just talking about, I've been doing this for a while. And I mean, that man had red flags sticking out of everything and standing up behind him. A big old like drop billboard of a red flag.
Yes, I agree. It's just, it's gotta be done. It's gotta stop. There's like, I can't say this enough. I hate saying this because it just doesn't sound right to me and it doesn't fit. But from everything I've seen happen and is continuing to happen, it doesn't look at all like they're trying to find this child to me. I'm sorry. That bothers me.
No, they're getting money.
And it's just wrong.
It's awful.
It's absolutely wrong. So, Truth, Kimber, Mom, JC, Clue, Cletus, anybody speak, please? Anything you got to say?
I just want to say that it's quite interesting that, myself and I know a bunch of us were like, there's no way that he didn't have access to the internet if he was playing on a PlayStation. And then all of a sudden we find out he was playing on his PlayStation. And I've said it from day one. I don't think any of the parents, and that's Seth included, I don't think any of the parents did anything to this child. I think he walked away. And I've said it from the beginning. We don't know what the family dynamic was. We don't know what the dynamic of that house was because we didn't live in the house. And again, this is not a bash towards the parents. This is a 15-year-old boy that's going through a lot of changes at that age to start with, regardless if he's autistic or not. A 15-year-old boy, I'm a boy, a mom of boys. Wow, I'm a mom of boys. So they're going through a lot of changes. A lot of chemicals are going through their body at that time.
Oh, yeah.
And not only that, the internet is evil. The internet is a bad place. I cannot count on both hands and both feet how many missing children that I've been a part of, helping with the cases and making posters and sharing flyers and helping burn with billboards or, working in the background. How many of them were groomed online, either on an app, a game, or a social media platform? So just hearing that he was on the internet, headphones or not. If you've ever played a video game on a PlayStation, just picking on PlayStation here, like I love COD. Like I breathe and bleed COD. I love Call of Duty. You don't have to put your headphones on in some of those games. You can pull the chat up on screen. You're still able to talk to people on those screens. I have a wireless keyboard that I can hook up to it. It's not that hard to communicate with people online. I used to be big about Warframe. Warframe didn't have a chat where you could actually go in and talk to people whenever I was playing it. It was all chat on screen. So what worries me, and what I've said from the beginning, is we heard he wanted friends so bad. These predators know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they play on the internet, and they lurk these children in. They promise them the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then they get their hands on them. A particular case, and she was found, I'm not going to use her name, was missing out of Georgia. Her parents got dragged through the mud. I mean, absolutely just, they were the worst of the worst of the worst parents. She slipped out her window. left Georgia, and was almost in Tampa. It was months that went by. And she called her mom and said, I want to come home. Was groomed by somebody online. So it happens. And doggo, you're
Mom,
muted.
Can I ask you,
Sorry.
what would you say the most important app is to keep away from your children? What would you give a top 3? What would you say?
Top 3 apps, I would say TikTok for sure is not something that children should be on. Snapchat is another one that children should not be on. And even YouTube. If your child is not set to YouTube for children, they should not be on that platform.
Agreed.
Because
Agreed.
YouTube for kids doesn't have chat.
Right.
YouTube for adults has chat. I'll give you a prime example. I have a 13-year-old stepdaughter. We set up her iPad. I set up her iPad. The little turkey went in there, plugged it up to her laptop upstairs, and reset it. Because these kids are smart.
Yep.
She reset that iPad, changed the age, the email, and everything, which it's a brick now. You can't get into it because she can't remember the password. So, everything happens for a reason. But she made herself above 18 so she can have all these platforms and she can have a regular YouTube.
Yep.
Because she's not, and this is how she got caught. She's not supposed to be on my channel for any reason whatsoever. She's supposed to be on my channel. You might see her in the background of a video, like a short or something like that, but she is not supposed to watch my channel and come down one day and starts talking to me about a case and slipped. And I was like, where did you hear that? And she was like, well, I saw it on your live. I was like, yo, how did you get on my live? My channel is set for 18 and above. How did you get on my live? It is not made for children.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, just if you can keep your kid, I'm not saying stop your kids from all social media, but Facebook's another one. You have group chats. And I know that's a big thing with the kids, is having these group chats.
You even got to watch, you guys. They make games for kids like Roblox, Fortnite, and stuff like that. Those are the worst. Listen, he was playing Fortnite, and when I finally got comfortable with him enough to be online to play it, and he's talking, and I'm nosy with him. I always have been because I wonder what the hell's going on. And I asked him who he was talking to, and he was like, "I'm talking to my friend and his dad." And I went, "His what? His dad?" And then it turned into he was talking to his dad more than this kid. So I had to get on myself. And what it was the father was just like us and didn't want his son on there. So he got on there to play with him. That's the only way the kid would play, was allowed to play. And he didn't believe that anybody else was who they were. So he was very curious and so on and so forth. And didn't believe because his voice was deeper that he was as young as he was. So, but that's what I'm saying. There are people that will do whatever they got to do to get in touch with these kids. They get all their personal information. They figure out where they're at, who they are, and then say, hey, I'm down. I'm 3 houses down from you. You want to hang out? Out the door your child goes at 11 o'clock at night when you're sleeping, and there they are. It's happened a lot. I mean, a lot. So that's why I kind of wondered if, like, when she brought this whole thing up with the game stuff and the internet and all that, I wondered if Sebastian had done this before this night. If he had walked out, snuck out maybe once or twice or 3 times, and this was another time, but this one was different. So I don't know, guys. And I have a couple of theories I've thrown out there about him hearing a conversation possibly and being triggered by that because he did not want to do homeschooling. He knew that time was coming and just decided to possibly bolt.
Well, his mom said he loved cats. Wonder if he heard a cat outside his window.
Exactly. And then the neighbor
just thought he would go outside to get the cat or see the cat.
Right. And the neighbor down the street found him hiding under his son's truck at one point in time, too. What was he doing? Was he chasing a cat? And when? You know what I mean? So it could be a multitude of things, but I'm telling you right now, I don't think anybody in there had anything to do with it. I think the child walked out on his own and something possibly bad happened.
Can I ask you a question, everybody on the panel?
All right. So let's say here's where my hang up is, and y'all tell me what you think. So I'm on board with the fact that Sebastian walked out the front door and ran away. Okay. 100% on board with that. Here's where it gets a little dicey for me. We're almost 3 months out. Okay. So everybody's like, so and so is at work. So and so is at work. Okay, cool. They were when he, quote, ran away. What's the likelihood of him contacting one of the three of them, right, at some point and saying, I want to come home? And maybe it benefited them not to bring him back out for everyone to see. So they went and picked him up wherever he was at. And that's where the second part comes into play. Because if we're going to believe that he ran away, which I do, then you can't believe he's been out there for 3 months surviving and not a single person has seen him.
Oh, I definitely don't believe he's out in the wild on his own. He's with somebody if he's out there. Somebody has him or had him.
And my other worry that comes into play is with his mom being in the military, did they tell him that she got an emergency deployment and that's why he hasn't been asking, where's my mom?
That's or he's on vacation or something. Yeah, that's a very big probability.
I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious what everybody else's thoughts on that is. If we believe he went out the front door, what has happened in the meantime? And obviously, I still believe he's alive. So then it could very well possibly be that one of the three of them were called. Remember, somebody was super excited. And then all of a sudden that excitement went away. And then now it's been drama since then, all the way up into the point of, miracles, Easter miracles conversation. Seth acted one way, but after Easter, his entire demeanor and the way he was handling people and him being nice and all of these things kind of went out the window. So that's.
You still there?
Did he just stop talking?
No, I said that's where my hang up is.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
I think that's where all my hang up is with the running away theory, because I could imagine that law enforcement has thoroughly explained everything to Seth, not necessarily now, but definitely in the beginning.
Yeah.
And told him, look, we are convinced that he left that house and he walked away. So then my question comes into, if you knew that, why bring in all of these people? Why is it so important to go to Chris and Katie's house with a dog? Why not just search the damn neighborhood and the woods around that neighborhood? Why is it so imperative to go to Chris and Katie's?
And if Chris is this good, I'm sorry, if Seth is as good as we are assuming that he is at getting people to feel sorry for him, blah, 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 right? Then what makes somebody think that he wouldn't be able to do that to a vulnerable person to work on his behalf too? Or any of the parents. I'm just saying that it falls into, okay, he went out the front door, okay, he ran away, but then what?
I mean,
that's the question of the year. Then what?
Right. He's either out there in the woods somewhere and just hasn't been found yet, or he met up with someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or somebody took him back to Texas after Easter.
I'm with you, Truth. You and I, we always seem to be going down the same trail, because that video was, like I said, right before Easter. He was praying for an Easter miracle. Told everybody, don't be searching this weekend. I want you to have it off with your family. He was very excited. You know what I mean? Very like happy, kind of like Draw says, coy.
Why wouldn't you want people to be around you on Easter? That would seem like a day that is really for children and religion, and you're a religious individual, as you claim, and your child is important to you, as you claim. So why wouldn't you want to, I don't know, be surrounded by the people while looking for your son. Like, if you want a Easter miracle, don't you have to do something to find that miracle? Like, it doesn't just fall in your footsteps like DCS paperwork does.
Well, and with myself knowing the traveling that his parents have done, that totally resonates with me myself. The other side is I would love to remember when that phone call was he had. And when he was getting off the phone, you could tell he was walking in somewhere. And you could just tell there was like a shit ton of kids there. I mean, the noise, it was almost like a jump zone or something like that. Like volume level of kids, which is weird, right? For me personally. But
I mean, it throws a red flag.
I'm just gonna say it like this so nobody takes it as I'm shaking pot shots at anybody, but there are two, not just one, but there are two billboards that were put up by Vern in San Antonio, Texas, shortly after Easter.
Interesting.
There's a whole live that I did about the fact that we put up two billboards in San Antonio.
I don't mean to sound silly, but who I don't know who Vern is.
Vern Gilbert is the advocate that I work with on Twitter, and I work with a lot in the background on missing cases. He's actually the person that I got in contact with over Vladek Castle's case, which is a missing Marine here out of Orlando. And that's how I got involved with the Blip billboards. And that's how I learned about the Blip billboards and have been a part of getting several people put up on a billboard with Vern. And proud to say that now I have managed to get my own account, and I have a billboard up for Ellen Greenberg in Pennsylvania, which is a unaliving that is still not been solved. They're a great resource, and they're an amazing tool. And as long as there's one in a town or close to a town that you want to get that person's face out for 8 seconds throughout the day, at least every hour, that billboard shows.
That's pretty awesome. I like that.
You know, it's for those who may not know exactly what me or mom or Clue might be talking about right now. Dago, do you mind if I just do a quick brief on what I'm talking about?
No, I don't mind.
All right. So, and Clue and Mom, I need you to help me with this too. All right. So before Easter, Seth came on and did a live where he was really happy. I mean, almost questionably happy, but it was good to see, right? Like you thought maybe there were some developments going on. That's the same interview that he said you're not asking the right questions. And he told everybody to take Sunday off. It was Easter. Spend it with your family. That's what Easter is for. There were no tears. There were no emotions. And then the weekend went by. You didn't really hear from him very much. The grandparents came up here for Easter in their camper. Remember, he put his head in the camper and said something to him, and he showed inside of their camper. Now, with all due respect, the grandparents seemed to be very relaxed inside of the camper, right? They didn't seem to be like they were on computer or like on a phone or they were doing anything search related, right? And so then he leaves. Well, the grandparents all of a sudden pack their stuff up and they get in the camper and they go back to Texas, right? So when they go back to Texas, all of a sudden Seth over the next week starts to get really, really depressed, right? And then it comes up on him taking the lie detector test, and that's when the injury and everything. And it's from there, ever since his parents went back, that's when Seth's energy changed, right? And then the grandmother who keeps coming out and making the most ridiculous statements and is just being given a pass. Well, this is somebody I feel like that keeps putting herself into the situation with zero help. And it almost makes you go, what's your purpose?
Okay.
Anybody agree, disagree?
It's very strange. It's very strange.
I agree. I agree that there's a difference. There's definitely a change. I say that. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, I'm with him all the way on that. Like, it was, I don't know. It's with knowing the abilities, if you will, of both of those two individuals, specifically the grandmother and Seth, to falsify things, information, keep the pot being stirred. It's something that I personally see as a concern. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you have to remember early on, Seth talked about that phone he gave Sebastian, quote, in case he needed to get in touch with me. Right. And then it was never talked about before. It's never been talked about before. Again, you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, if you ran away from your mom's house, and let's say hypothetically what was said is true, and you had given him a phone, do you think you're going to call your dad while you're running away from your mom's, or are you going to call your mom that you just ran away from?
See, I didn't think he actually gave it to him. He said he had another one.
Yeah, he never said he gave it to him.
Yeah, he was gonna give him.
Right. Okay. So read in between those lines.
I'm with you, but
right. Let's say hypothetically he gave it to him, and let's say that Chris is in law enforcement. He's around felons all the time, and he understands how phones work. Right. What says Seth doesn't have a burner phone? And everybody can say, "Oh, these are crazy theories." Really? Because what we're looking at right now looks way crazier.
And it just gets crazier by the day.
But here's the problem I have within like another phone, right? If people don't assume already that they did not look at phones that were around that house, in that house, et cetera, they're crazy.
Hold on.
I feel like that's already been done.
Here's the thing. What are you going to do? Geofence a jail? Do you know how many inmates have phones? It's the perfect cover. You can't track a number when inmates have phones that don't connect to anybody or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
No, hold
okay.
on. Back up. How are you relating that to the inmates in the jail?
Okay, because here's the deal.
That's where I was lost.
If Seth has a throwaway phone no one knows about, right? And Sebastian has the phone that Seth talked about, right? Then police can't just look for the numbers because no one knows the numbers. So just like in the
you can't track that phone, right?
They would pull up all the numbers that texted in and out of that specific area and would have started going through them. Here's the thing. How are you going to figure out what phone is an inmate's phone and what phone is, you know what I'm saying? It becomes really crowded because you're talking about people who have snuck phones in. You think those are nuts?
I'm talking about for the neighborhood, not the jail. Forget the jail.
We're assuming that he called within a mile or 5 miles. We're assuming that he didn't make it 10 miles, 20 miles away.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? If we're talking about this kid ran the way that Katie explained that he ran.
Hold on. Let me break this down clearly for a minute, okay? Because what you're saying, it's not. I'm not grasping it because I think we're on two different things. So, okay, say there's another phone, a burner phone, throwaway phone, whatever it is that Seth gave him. Okay, I don't think he did, but you're saying that he gave him. So we're gonna go with that. And yes, it can't be tracked because nobody has a number for it. Nobody knows that phone exists except for him and his son. The jail has nothing to do with it. So they can look at all the numbers that were called in and out of Seth's phone per se, okay?
No, not his phone, the area, Dago. What they're going to do.
So what I'm talking about, someone just put in here, right? Just because your phone, like, it would have been discovered at their house if they have any sort of Wi-Fi, any device, right, that was there would have been discovered. And I know y'all think I'm crazy, but I remember our little one used to have friends over, right? And it would pop up on my app for my internet.
Oh, yeah. It would be discovered on, I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
In that sense, right. Okay.
Right. That's why I say forget the jail, forget any calls coming to Seth. I'm talking about for their house, their neighborhood.
I guarantee that they probably geofenced the whole area. Salty just said that.
100%.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So then if that's the case, maybe that's, I mean, I'm just saying that that is an avenue to look at that makes a little, it has some sense to it for me, right? Now, it doesn't mean that that's not the case. I don't know how long it would take in this specific situation to nail something like that down. And we're also assuming that he didn't use an inmate's phone.
Well, considering that they brought in Secret Service to deal with the phones, I'm sure that they were on that right away, and they probably bing, bang, boom.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Just like Idaho 4, huh?
Wow, that was a whole different thing, but yeah. It's probably normal, like standardized investigations. What happened? JC left. Okay. I think that was probably from the beginning they started doing that kind of stuff. What the point that I was trying to make was that if there was a secondary phone that was handed off, that's a burner phone that's not traceable, so on and so forth, and if they don't know the number to that phone, and he's receiving calls or making calls to that phone, they can track it by the number, but they can't track the phone. So therefore, they don't know where it's at. Okay. It could be in Texas. It could be in Alabama. It could be in Tennessee right down the road. But if it's that type of phone, you can't track those, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry. That last part.
I said, if it's that type of a phone, you can't track those. Therefore,
a flip phone?
Yeah.
Well, they're a whole lot harder to track for sure.
The burner phones.
Well, burner phones aren't what it is. It's whether they're 3G, 2G, 4G, 5G, right? So when you're on a 2G or 3G, it's not going to connect to the internet because that's not standard with the phone, which would be a flip phone. I'm not comfortable enough in saying one way or another as fact with that. This is more.
Agreed.
I just know that if we're to believe once again that he ran out that front door, it is not hard to believe that he would get in touch, even if he went to someone else's house. You understand what I'm saying? He had to have gotten in touch with someone or got with someone.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be living out and not be seen by anybody in the wild, in the wilderness, right? With zero evidence, like zero.
Are you still there? Why do people keep cutting out today? Clue drops.
I just mute myself when I stop.
Here.
Oh, I thought you were still talking and you just okay. Clue, there's a link in the chat for you to pop back in. She might have got bopped off again. No, I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I don't wholeheartedly believe this is the case either. I don't know. No, here's the thing, guys. It's hard to not look at this whole Texas thing as being a possibility because there has been zero, and I mean zero, sightings of this kid. Nothing on any cameras anywhere ever. We thought the North Carolina thing. That's it though. But I mean, it does make some sense. Now what happened? Kimber. Okay. So that's something I could believe it if I didn't think that law enforcement has looked at that as well.
Oh, I'm not saying that they haven't, Bubba. They haven't said anything to us. So we don't know what they've looked at.
True. But here's the thing, though. If law enforcement had that, I think we'd have heard something about that already.
Hell,
that would have been shut down already.
No. If they're trying to build a case, they're not going to tell you until they make an arrest. That's why they haven't released anything. See, here's the thing.
That's what I mean. They would have went in to make the arrest on that already.
I don't know. They could be watching the individual. And I'm not even saying that Seth went and got him. I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is Seth has talked to his son, in my opinion, since he ran away from home.
You think so? Okay.
In my opinion.
I understand. I respect that. I know what you're saying because there was a definite change. Okay. There was a definite change before and after Easter. He was very happy, very excited for him, seemed to be positive, so on and so forth. And after the fact, everything dropped. I agree with you. That did happen. Okay. Excuse me. I just
feel like he ran away from home. Yes. And once he was gone for a while, he called somebody. He got in touch with somebody. Somebody came and picked him up.
And then there was a decision made at that point what to do. Right? And somebody could have felt like, oh shit, I'm going to get in trouble. Please don't bring me into it. Whatever the case might
Which
be.
is where, not to interrupt you, but where that comment came from when it was said that Katie Proudfoot will not, how can I say it? How was it said? Sebastian will never be returned to Katie as long as my life depends on it.
Who said that? Who said that?
I know who said that. That was Robin. I
Robin,
remember.
Where does Robin live?
In Texas, I know.
In Texas.
And who's Robin?
Seth's
The
mother.
grandmother.
Okay, who was up here in a what?
An RV.
And she also said over my dead body.
Yes, she did. I know where you're going. I know where you're going. That's why I said that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
It is questionable. I'm not just saying what you're saying doesn't make sense. It does, but
theory, guys, just a theory. Don't run with it.
I can't imagine that law enforcement wouldn't be zeroed in on something like that yet. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm hoping they're zeroed in on all possibilities.
Listen, guys, you can't hate me for trying to figure every possibility for this young man to still be alive. Right?
No,
I think that's what people have to. Not y'all. I'm talking about more in the comments. Like, you have to understand the way my brain works, because my heart doesn't feel like the young man has passed away. Then I have to think as much as I can on how could it still be that he is survived and alive. Right? Does that make sense?
Yep. It definitely does.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, I don't want to imagine that something's happened to him at all. I want to imagine that he is still with us.
Agree.
It's just a matter of how to go about finding him. Do I think that it's a possibility that he's still in Tennessee? I don't think so, because
I don't either. I
look at the grid search that they did, and they searched a lot of area.
You know, I'm going to tell you something I haven't told anybody. I've kept it pretty close to my chest, but I have a colleague and friend who is involved in intercoastal waterways. We'll just put it that way. Okay. And I was talking to the individual 2 days ago, and I said, I was kind of talking about the case, and we shoot things back and forth. The individual is not on social media at all.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said to me was really interesting. He said, and he had mentioned this before when we had talked, but I didn't think much into it. He goes, if you were trying to hide somebody, wouldn't you take them into open water? And I don't mean a lake or anything like that. Wouldn't you take them, say, on a boat somewhere?
Like a cruiser ship?
Cruiser boat? Privately. And I said, well, there's no way someone could afford 3 months. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy talk. He goes, on a sailboat? Is it really?
A yacht?
Well, no, just a sailboat, like the ones that go around the world. The people do this constantly. And I thought to myself, that's how the guy got away with that kid camp. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
That's how he got away with it for 7 years. He was at sea for 7 years, and no one could ever find him.
Yeah, and it's very hard to track anybody on the water like that.
So it was just an interesting thing that he said, and
that would be one hell of a way to get it. Somebody that loves the water and loves to go fishing. Guess what? He ain't gonna question shit.
You connected that part too, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm smarter than I look, folks.
No, I agree.
Well, they've had EquiSearch here. They have had.
Well, he wouldn't be here. He would be in.
I know, but what I'm saying is about the searches here. That's why I don't think he's still in Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Truth, sir.
Welcome, Arctic.
Because he's been in. They've had EquiSearch here. They've had narc divers. They've had United Cajun Navy, which United Cajun Navy didn't stay long.
Which is why I don't think he's here, Kimber. I do not, and I have not thought he was here for a while.
And the grid search that they did before any of them came in was massive.
And then they did it again.
Of course, now they did say that he could have gone out of that 5 mile radius where they searched. They did say that.
Okay, but there's still been people that have gone out there looking
and
so forth, and they haven't listed. And as far as him being deceased, they haven't found anything either. So
no, and somebody would have seen him out of that 5-mile radius by now. I feel like if he was in Tennessee,
Possibly. Now, what I will say is Michelle After Dark does a lot of searching with her dogs, and she did make a good point that if he was cutting through the woods and he was trying to get to that White House school that he likes so much, that there's a good possibility that he's outside that 5-mile radius if he is deceased that has not been grid searched like it should be. And she keeps making it a point every day to say, if I was the dog handler, that's where I would take. I don't think he's there. I don't think he's deceased. I think at the end of the day, it's going to go down to the gaming aspect. It's going to go down to those electronics because let's face facts, those electronics have not been given back to the family. If there was nothing to those electronics, they would have already been given back. The Secret Service does not get brought in to missing child cases for no reason whatsoever. They were brought into this one. So while law enforcement can say they don't know anything, blah, 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 they know a whole lot more than what they're telling us, and I believe it's going to come down to those electronics. And I also think it's sketch as hell that Seth is so overly concerned about the switch not having been given back to him.
Oh, I agree with you. Can I ask you a question real quick? I want your opinion on something. Do you, just starting off without much, do you believe he ran away?
I don't think he ran away voluntarily. I think he was lured away online.
Okay, so you think it was someone online, nobody in the family?
No, I don't think anyone in the family is involved per se.
So then why would, here's my question to follow up there. I figured that what you might say. So in that case, why would Seth lie about internet access, even to the point of saying, and he said this the other day, and it's really bothered me. He said, yes, I let Sebastian play games online, Call of Duty. I know that Chris and Katie would get mad about it, right? But then 3 or 4 sentences later, he goes, well, the only people that played online with Sebastian was me, my buddy up in Illinois, and Chris, the stepdad. Well, how can Chris, the stepdad, be playing Sebastian if it was a secret that Sebastian was playing online?
I don't know. Seth has done a lot of stuff that comes across as shady as fuck, in my opinion. And I don't think that Seth necessarily has been truthful about everything. That's for sure. Because at one point he was saying, that at one point when at the very beginning of this, he was on board with he didn't have internet access, blah, blah, blah. But then he let it slip that, Sebastian liked to watch YouTube videos. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, it requires access in order for him to watch YouTube videos. So then he had to admit that, he had internet access when he was over at Sus house.
Yes, sir. I agree.
It went from there to he was a full-on gamer.
Excuse me.
So how do you go from y'all play online together, playing each other with the stepdad, to going to they didn't know he was online. I know they're going to be mad about it, but I'll let him do it. Those two things don't make sense.
I agree.
And why would you have the lie is the concern? If nothing was there to lie about, why would you feel the necessity to do it and then change your story not once, not twice, but 3 times?
Well, I will say that I don't think Seth was initially involved at any rate in Sebastian going missing. Now, do I think that Sebastian may have called Seth and that Seth may know where Sebastian is now? I think that's a possibility. Because I think that, if Sebastian is found, Seth has everything to lose. He's getting all this money. His Venmo, his Cash App, it's being dropped all over these YouTube streets, and he's making money hand over fist. He's gonna stand as much to lose as these tragedy pimps do if Sebastian gets found.
Here's one more thing to add to that, Arctic, too, and thank you for joining me, bud. Appreciate you today. I had a question a long time ago that was never really touched upon, but it was talked about that when Sebastian went to go live with Seth, it was going to be a permanent basis, per se. Now, I had to wonder. I know there's no child support right now, but I had to wonder if that was going to come into effect if he went to live with him.
No.
And if, per se, Katie is, after all of this, if she's like, no, he ain't going nowhere, Because we heard Chris also say that Sebastian didn't want to go there because he didn't want to be homeschooled, and that, you know, is something else. So he's going to lose out on the possibility. I'm not saying that was going to happen. I don't know. But that's just one more thing that I thought very possibly could have happened, that they would have to pay child support over there as well.
Yeah,
I don't know that that's true, guys. Don't take that for anything. It's just a thought that I had, and I wondered that if that was something.
I respect that. I can see where you would think that, but I think the runaway was immediate, just out of nowhere, anger, whatever happened, frustration, took off out the front door, right? And then I don't know, runs for quite some time because it is a young man that has a lot of energy, right? Gets to a point where, hey, I'm scared, I'm by myself, I'm dirty, I'm wet, I'm whatever the case might be, but you're in the woods somewhere, so you call someone to help you. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like almost, in my opinion, hypothetically, whatever I need to say, Seth was stressed until he got a call letting him know that Sebastian was okay. He saw Sebastian over Easter and then was told, you're not going to be able to see him until this all calms down. And what they're, you know what I mean? So the only thing that goes against that is, why does Seth keep putting more and more attention on the case other than money?
Well, and I get where you're coming from, but here's where I have an issue with thinking that Sebastian would reach out to Seth. We've saw those divorce documents. We've seen the pictures of the bruises that Seth put on Sebastian, and we know that Sebastian did not want to go live with Seth. That came out of his own damn mouth. So I don't really see Sebastian reaching out to a man that's beat the crap out of him that he didn't want to go live with in the first damn place for help. I would think that he would reach out to Katie and Chris for help before he would reach out to Seth.
So you're telling me you don't think he would reach out to the grandmother that told him everything and was his?
She didn't know him that well.
Hold on, no, but we're going with the theory now, right? Follow me here, because people tell on themselves. The grandmother is representing herself as his best friend, his closest confidant. So if you would run away from home, who are you going to call?
I mean,
well,
in that situation, it's hard to say. I bet. Yeah, I agree with Arctic on one side of it.
If it was true that they were that close, right? According to her, we're using her words now, and you were by yourself and alone, would you not, instead of call your mom or your dad, would you not call the person that you trusted the most?
Sure.
So then that person calls Seth and says, hey, oh my God, da da da. Well, it doesn't look strange that Seth and his mom are having a phone call that morning.
I mean, I see where you're going, but I think that we're getting lost in the weeds a little bit with it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it a possibility that he could have reached out to her? Possibly. But also, Sebastian seems like a pretty bright kid. I would think, I mean, I know if I was a kid and I didn't want to go live with my dad, the last person I was going to reach out to is his mama.
But do you have autism? Respectfully?
Well, autism, respectfully, doesn't make you dumb.
No, I have autism, so I'm completely aware of that. I'm just high functioning. But we do think things very single-handedly at times, especially under pressure. And often we'll make decisions that are not the right ones at that time under pressure.
Do you think, though, that he would think that because of what he did? Because I think Seth was a disciplinary parent as well. Do you think he might be worried that Seth would discipline him for running away?
Probably, but who's going to be more mad? Your mom that you ran away from, or your dad who's already trying to get you? If he's not dumb, right, and I agree with you, he's not, then he understands playing parent against parent.
I mean, maybe. I get your point.
I get where you're going with this. And I mean, anything's possible at this point. Let's face facts. None of us know what law enforcement knows right now. None of us know exactly what took place. So any theory at this point is a possible theory.
Not any theory. The aliens one's out. I can't buy that one.
Well,
okay.
Hey.
I agree.
I had to shower. Sorry. So.
Hold on a second. I got to address Terry Martin here. Terry, if you go look up the FOIA of the divorce between Katie and Sebastian, there are photographs of Sebastian that have bruises on his neck that Seth put on Sebastian. Seth has had at least one CPS case against him in relation to those bruises.
Steph also mentions in the court documents what happened and that Sebastian threw himself on the ground and he tried to catch his head. But somehow, instead of grabbing the young man's head, it was around his neck and enough to leave bruises on both sides. And it's the only pictures we truly have of abuse.
Technically, there's two different versions of that story, but I got to bypass that because you guys just said something that is super interesting to me. Truth maybe was talking or Arctic, I forget. So you said something about everyone, I'm assuming, and it was very weird to me, right? How Katie and Chris in more than one interview was very adamant about expressing you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble.
Right.
If we look at the fact that we assume because of the statement, I gave him a year to fix his behavior, blah, blah, that Seth is the disciplinarian, right? Could they have been saying that to kind of tell him, look, you're not going to be whatever from either side?
Yeah, right. Okay.
I know where you're going with this.
Well, I'm just saying, right? Like it's weird, right? That I don't know that I've heard Seth say that.
Maybe no, he never has. He never has.
Okay, so
but they have said it. Katie has said it in multiple interviews.
Right.
Chris has said it. Yes, I agree. Which is why I said that. That was me speaking. Why I made that statement that Seth seems to be, to me.
Yes, it was you, the disciplinary
parent. Yeah, sorry. Right. That's what I was thinking.
So, I mean, that is interesting to me, right? Because I know for a fact Katie said it, and I am fairly certain that it came out of Chris's mouth as well. You're not in trouble, bud. Come home.
It did.
So I'm wondering if they're telling him that not because he fears them, but he possibly fears the other side. Because if you were having to send him to his dad's for discipline, you know what I mean?
That's exactly what I was talking about when I said that.
Yeah, I'm halfway there with you. I get what you're saying, though. I respect the way you're looking at it. You know what I mean? Please understand, folks in the chat, people get confused in the difference between having a theory, talking about it, and ruling it out. Okay, that's what has to be done. Where no one's accusing anybody, no one's saying this is what's happened, but this is what if panels start talking about possibilities and then rule them out, then eventually you narrow down to an actual answer. So none of the things that I'm saying or anybody's saying, or we're saying this person did it. It's just eliminating different situations.
All in all, folks, we really are just trying to figure out where this child is and how. That's what this is right here. What we've been doing for the past 20 minutes. That's what this is.
Hey, Dago, can you pick up P. Fox's question? She's wondering about how did Sebastian get the fluid on his brain.
He was born with it, I believe, but
it was from the chromosome deletion.
Yeah.
He had a pocket of fluid. It was from the chromosome deletion order that he was born with.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. And the autism wasn't picked up till 13 years later, which was a year last October or August, I think. So, and the chromosomal issue, I brought it on here. A lot of you guys weren't in here when I did it, and I explained it and showed everything that it outlines and what all it pertains to, what it causes, what it doesn't cause, just to educate everybody as to what it was that he had, trying to learn who Sebastian was a little bit more. So, it's in one of my, I can't remember which show it was, but it's in one of my shows. If you want to go back and watch it, it shows it all, what it is and how the different levels of autism and basically kind of like what his is and where he is and the things that he does. So,
but the main thing is finding Sebastian. But you just like Truth said, you have to go. And it's what we have are theory, speculation, but it's kind of going through it, working it out or whatever. But you have to go through this stuff and look at it sometimes because of the fact that if you do not, I mean, you have to look at every aspect and you have to think, you know,
just like law enforcement. It was what she's
right.
saying.
And
Law
you have
enforcement looked at everything, guys. The first thing they did when this child went missing is they went directly in at Katie Proudfoot. They looked at her. They investigated her. I'm sure they looked at her background. They looked at her history. They looked at any criminal stuff she had. They looked at her military record. They did 2 polygraphs on her. They questioned her. They did this. They questioned her again. They did that. Then they questioned her again. And you can ask Clue. Clue knows this. She was the first person that they went to, and then Chris along with her, and then Seth, and then more and more people. So that's how that works. So it's the same thing.
And it's just part of true crime, and it's not trying to pit one person against the other or anything like that. But you have to look at all aspects, and in order to try to think about where he might be, sometimes you have to go back to the beginning, and then. But when a case gets as crazy as this one has, and they keep piling more craziness on top of it,
you have
to look at the fact.
We look at Robin, and we look at Seth, and we look at Chris, and we look at Katie. In the very beginning, again, Clue can reiterate this. Katie was the first person that we were looking at and talking about.
Heck yeah.
I mean,
I can still tell you my theory. I can still to this day tell you my theory on how they could have done it. There's a 3-hour phone call, and that is allegedly to help with the whereabouts, right? All you got to do is have a camper in Mississippi, get on the phone, have Katie on the phone in Tennessee. Meanwhile, you drive back to Tennessee, your phone's still on, but Katie is the one that's responsible for hanging up at 12 o'clock, so it looks like a 3-hour phone call. They geolocate by your phone, right? Well, he doesn't have his phone. He knows his way back. He doesn't need it. And then he helps, whatever. I don't know how he would have gotten to the neighborhood without his vehicle, but I'm sure he could have done that. I don't know how he would have got in without a vehicle and not being seen on any camera, but
parking over by the old barn over there and walking up that tree line through the backyard to the back porch. That's how he
he'd have to go a long way around, but could he do it? Sure. And then he takes care of it, right? I mean, I'm just saying, if you don't look at all angles, you shouldn't really follow true crime. Like, that's just my
And
opinion.
mind you, the same theory that I have about him running away and contacting somebody could just as well fit for he contacted them, they went and got it, they were angry, and then they did something. I mean, you could take that either way. My point is there had to have been contact after runaway, in my opinion. That's all. So you could go both ways with it if you wanted to.
And then you have to add, and then when they bring new people in, everybody's like, "Oh, where are y'all looking?" You want to look at these people because most of the people that are being brought in, other than law enforcement, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, law enforcement can be criminals, but most of the people that are being brought in are out and out criminals. They're just criminals.
Everybody that's been brought in.
Yeah, they're criminals. So you're going to look at them.
My honest to God theory here is he outran the search.
The search perimeter.
Absolutely. I think he outwalked the search area because they focused on 5 miles.
Yep.
And at the time he was reported missing, the time gap in between the last time he was seen and the time he was identified as being missing is a long span of time. He could have easily outwalked 5 miles. He could have outwalked 5 miles if he walked out that door right before she woke up. He could have outwalked that search grid.
That's
even
true.
If he went out the door at 12 or 12:30.
I'm saying if he went out the door at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah.
He could have, because you got to think about when the dogs got there per that dispatch audio, right? You're not talking like he was reported missing at 6:30 and then the dogs were there at 6:35, right? This was a 2 or 3 hour deal where they were strictly focusing on the immediate area at first. And I mean, within an hour, a kid that can walk and is physically capable could go well beyond that.
He could have been running part of the way too, and yes, he could have done it with no shoes on. He could have had socks on If it was dry and it's not that cold, there's sidewalks. You know what I mean?
Well, and I'm going to say again, just because his shoes are accounted for does not mean he did not have shoes.
Right.
Right, because he has the same shoe size as his dad.
Well,
it's not even that. It's not even that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and I mean, I don't know. Are there gaps with that theory? Sure. Are there things that are hard to explain? Sure. But is it possible? And is it the simplest answer? Absolutely.
I mean, brought him a new pair of shoes, and Katie threw the old ones in the garbage. Maybe he pulled them out of the garbage can when he took the garbage out. Who knows?
Well, my problem is more with it wasn't seen on any cameras. But then you're right, because if he happened to get by all the cameras, if that's possible in today's world for 5 miles, then anybody outside of that 5 miles would have lost all their footage by now for the most part.
If he went north, it's absolutely 100 north, northeast, northwest. It's absolutely 100% possible he would have walked past. He could
No, you're
have
right on that. Yeah.
I mean, I think all of the little character flaws or flaws with people's past that we all continuously look at, I agree and I take part in it too. But I think at the end of the day, the most likely scenario is he outwalked that search area, and all of the focus being on all of the drama has kept people from searching further out.
Exactly, because they haven't searched that outlying perimeter, have they?
Not that I know.
Not really. But that would bring in the possibility of someone with bad intentions at that point. You know what I mean?
Or he's in the woods in that outlying area somewhere, possibly. I hate to say that, but I'm just saying that's reality.
Or he's in rural Kentucky and people don't know about it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you got to think it's not that far to Kentucky from Hendersonville.
You think he's going to walk there?
I
Somebody
mean,
could have picked him up.
There was, we already at the beginning of this, we talked about a kid that walked from Mississippi into Tennessee, and we talked about another kid that was like 200 and some odd miles away on foot. I get the hang up is the shoes, the food, all of the things like that, but I'm just saying, is it possible he outwalked 5 miles? The only thing it would take for anybody to really buy into that is if somebody knew there was a pair of shoes missing that he could have reasonably fit into. Then I think everybody could get down with that's a strong theory.
Yes,
and considering
I agree.
It's the one that law enforcement seems to be indicating to what they're telling us, or they're not ruling it out, I think that's the strongest theory that's there.
I think you have a good point.
Yeah, it's a huge point. It's been talked about a lot, and I think Cletus is big on that, or I'd be really like on point on that with all the drama and all the bullshit. I guarantee you nobody has searched that outlying perimeter outside that 5 miles.
And this is why I continue to say, right, we've got all of this attention on it, and we keep hearing, go out and search, but where are you organizing this, right? Where are the people that are organizing this? What all these people keep appearing, but we never hear anything about. This is the area we're reaching out to landlords to set up a search for. That's what I think is missing here, and that's the part that frustrates the hell out of me. Is this has got national attention, yet it's got nothing organized.
Exactly. There's been no organization at all. The first week, maybe second week, I'm saying there was some kind of organization. Besides that, no, there's none. That's a huge point, Cletus. It really is. And the theory that sometimes the truth is right in front of your face.
Well, and really at the end of the day, it's the theory that's the only theory that any of us can truly action. Does that make sense? We can't action anything else, right? We can sit and look into and speculate about this person and that person and all of that. But until somebody comes in and organizes people to go search, I mean, it's just a matter of keeping his name out there.
And then that there goes right back to when I said earlier today about putting a little pressure on law enforcement. Again, that's what I was talking about. Going to them and saying, hey, here's a thought. Has this been done? Can we organize something to do this? It's not gonna. Nobody's gonna lose anything. It's not gonna hurt anything because we're not any further ahead at this point. Why not try it? That's what I mean by putting pressure on law enforcement. And I'm sure there's enough people that would volunteer to help in that if they want that. Or unless they want to do it themselves, if they haven't done it already. I don't know that they have or they haven't. I'm just saying I've not seen or heard nothing about it. I saw that they did the grid search and then the secondary repeat of the same spot, but never heard anything about that.
Cletus, I'd be interested to see a map that you might come up with about where you think a good area would be, just based on what you were just saying. I wouldn't be
opposed. Is there a map of the initial area?
Well, yeah.
Steve's got one on
Twitter.
On his Twitter, he put out. I saw it earlier. I think it was yesterday or day before. Just kind of highlighting certain areas, but it's still within a close proximity of the house.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying.
Talking about. If you zoom out, if you go to their address on Google Maps and you zoom out and you look at the heavily wooded, undeveloped areas, there are several clear paths that if you made it out of that subdivision, you could absolutely walk. The only complication is you would have to assume he found a way to cover his feet, which I personally don't see that being that difficult.
Could have had socks on too. Okay?
Well, I mean, we've got 4 pair of shoes sitting on our back porch.
Yeah. And if
they could have found a pair of shoes in the dump anywhere.
If they disappeared, we'd never even know it.
How many pairs of shoes could there have been laying over near the high school? Right? How many pairs of shoes could there have been laying on somebody's back porch anywhere?
What is the house number again? 1080?
No,
I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay. Oh yeah. Or wait a minute. I have it right here. Sorry. I thought I had it. I couldn't find it, but I wrote it down on a thing. Hold on a minute.
I got
you.
Jade, I would agree that the shoes and socks might be a moot point if it wasn't specifically talked about in the actual beginning search where they found a footprint. I think that's where it kind of comes into play about the shoes and socks.
I get that too. All right, so which direction and what do you want me to do, Cletus, to show what you're talking about and where?
Zoom out and look at all the green to the north.
All up in here?
I can't see. She's got the phone.
Sorry.
Yeah, so just take a look, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of area there.
And keep zooming out and continue to look.
All the way going, following up 258 and all of this. Yeah, it goes quite a distance.
And I mean, you got to think even to the east of there, right? You don't see as many trees.
Yeah.
There, like I'm just saying, there's complete potential there. And once you get out of that immediate area, you're out in rural area. And
definitely.
The reality of everybody having a ring cam out in there is going to be a lot less because it's not so much keeping up with the Joneses, right? Because you don't have
this is all like trees and wooded areas, guys. So yeah, and that's a good ways out from where we were.
And Kentucky's right down the ridge.
Yeah, I mean it's completely plausible.
Yeah, you literally come down the ridge, and if you're just going on the easiest way for people to look up and view it would be 65. When you're going up 65.
Hold on.
We're like what, 30 minutes from the state line less or less?
Where the hell is 65 at? 250. Oh, over here, right here.
Yeah, I-65 will take you straight to Bowling Green.
So coming from here, Shackle Island, we'll just say straight up and out over. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I'll be damned. No, I don't want to go to the White House.
And then you can go up through Gallatin and get to Kentucky too. Get to Franklin, Kentucky too.
Don't think you guys that there's not people out there that wouldn't see this kid and give him a cheeseburger or a sandwich or if he's walking, doing his thing, here, you want something, or he could have stopped and talked to somebody.
What this keeps bringing me back to, as y'all talk about this, mind you, I just had to throw another idea out, but just work with me here. Why was it that Seth had that whole live about homeless people having him? That still to this day boggles my mind.
Oh, you mean like the homeless camps and stuff?
No, he said when he talked about homeless people having them and protecting them and shipping them around.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now. That was a little off.
It wasn't a little off. It was majorly off because it was detailed. I wish you could play that. He literally gave details with real life explanation pertaining to him being homeless.
I don't remember whose interview that was, but I do remember hearing it and seeing the interview. Does anybody remember whose interview that was he did it with?
I don't remember whose interview. I remember him saying if homeless.
Was it Pascal?
It might have been, because I remember him saying if homeless people had him, they would.
It was either that.
Protect him.
It was either that or the lab.
No.
I don't think it was the lab.
He said if you were walking and you found someone and they told you about everything they were going through, and you happen to be homeless, you would protect that kid, because that's what I was. He goes, I was homeless one time, and that's what we would do. And I remember thinking, you would protect homeless kids?
The reason I think it was probably the lab is because Pascal is very sort of like talk, question, answer, whereas the lab kind of just let Seth blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it's more just a conversation than a interview.
Yeah.
It may have been the lab, because Pascal's more of an interviewer.
You know what? You might be right. Because I'm starting to remember a conversation.
But he said they would protect a kid. If the kid told them what they had been through, they would protect a kid. They would protect a kid.
I'm just saying, when somebody in a case says,
"Oh
my bad,"
you know, this isn't a 6-pack. This is a keg.
Yeah.
Because that boy would grow. He came over here for a week, and he grew 2 inches, I think.
Oh yeah, no question.
His feet keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how.
I understand. Yeah,
pretty emotional.
But the fact that you're out there, and I love between you and your. One thing that I will say is too, public perception and what people think of you. You don't strike me as the type of guy who cares that much. This isn't doing anything. And then when I come stay in Trevor's home, we're going to come hang out. How good is he at video games? Like the games that he loves.
Account.
That's dope. Yeah. And he comes and lives with you. I'm sure. I'm good at that.
Are you guys about to GoFundMe?
Yeah.
I put it in our
sister's one that started it. And I appreciate you coming up and talking to us. Really the important questions. That was awesome. It was really good to decompress.
Well, that was
out to you there. Was there anything that shocked you?
This is my issue. I'm an adult. All right. And they said nobody ever returned a call. Now, I don't know if they had the correct number.
People to look?
I know I would probably ask first before I shot somebody walking around, hollering my son's name. But some people aren't that sociable, I guess.
Sure.
But tomorrow my plan is Natchez. It's Natchez. How do you say it?
Okay, so was it before he went to that park with Jonesy and Jaden?
I want to say it was very early, was it not? Maybe, I don't know.
I thought it was right after that.
I think it was I thought it was early on.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is if it was actually the lab or Dolly. Because I remember in Dolly, Dolly's is the one that he said you're asking the wrong questions, right?
Yes.
Was it in that same interview?
I
been so many, it's hard to, especially the earlier ones.
Shit.
Damn.
You know who else it might have been too that I was not even thinking about? T-Rev.
I don't think who did he say? Who did he say you're not asking the right questions?
That was Dolly.
Dolly. I think it was a Dolly interview.
Because I feel like I saw the interview. Well, no, because I don't watch Dolly either. But I feel like I saw the interview.
Well, we went probably because we were watching every time he did an interview. We would come in here and we'd watch them. So.
That
Come
could
on,
be
chat.
your
Hold on,
clue,
chat.
yeah.
We need y'all. Chat. Who was it? Y'all are gonna know before anybody.
Dolly towards the beginning. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I wonder if it was Trev time.
No, it was not. It was if it was anybody like that, it was T-Rev. But I thought it was the Dolly one too.
Because you know how, like, I only say T-Rev because he's always like, yeah, brother, yeah.
Right.
They take care of them people.
I don't think it was him though, because it was so early on. He didn't talk to T-Rev until like 2 months in, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Do you see how this shit just runs together now?
Oh, there's been a lot of it. That's a damn fact.
But a lot of times, no one's trying to say things wrong either. I think sometimes facts just compound on top of each other, or things compound. So, yeah, my brain hurts a little bit.
This might actually be it. Hold on.
Now, you want some energy?
Fair use.
There he is.
All right, here we go. Wait, what?
Fair use.
Fair use.
What do you mean?
They're just saying the video's fair use.
Fair use.
Oh, okay.
This video is fair use under someone drop it in the
being
chat.
used for educational purposes, folks.
Yeah, you need to get your scroll. You need to get your scroll down. It says Granny's watching.
Get your scroll down.
Get your scroll down, Dago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It says
the banner.
The banner. It says footage streamed via Granny's watching.
Oh, that one. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got into that conversation and I'll just change it. There we go. Anyway, moving on. I'll drift for a while.
This is a team sport.
All right, let me see.
It takes a village.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: when you went and met with the TBI today, was Katie and Chris with you? Can you answer that?
Katie was there.
Okay.
Once.
Once.
I learned.
Why does that smile when he answered that bother me so bad?
You don't do that. You don't get on the news and you don't talk bad about people. You try to stay neutral. You know. Now, I've heard you say you're innocent to proven guilty. You work in corrections, right? And I've heard you say you're not there to judge people, right? And I've noticed a lot of this is you don't do that. You don't get on the news and you don't have a picture if you don't believe me. But some of the stories for me, like some of the theories are so far out there, even for me, that I'm like,
Ate the boy.
this snake ate the boy. Dingo's got my baby. Look, I knew that he was going to come stay with you. Okay. Discuss that with Kate. Like, how long you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
He was going to come live the summer with me. I was getting what I wanted since the divorce, anyways. I was okay with.
What?
Oh, wow.
What?
Wow. Okay, Seth, I see you.
What did he say?
I was getting what
I knew that was going to spark something.
since the divorce anyway.
What?
Like, I'm telling y'all, going back I always say history is the best teacher. Going back and listening to some of this stuff in my head is so beneficial.
It shows a lot. Yeah. And there's a lot of arrogance in these interviews. And I just don't get that, you know? I don't understand it.
So I can
fiance what?
Listen here, Salty. Some of us have to be reminded, okay? I love you.
Don't make her mad.
Oh,
No,
I love
hell
Salty.
no. Hell no.
Don't make
mess with
Salty
her.
mad.
First of
Don't
all,
even
all
talk
y'all
to her.
calm down, okay? I love Salty, and we're gonna have a pissing relationship because that's how it has to work. So let's go.
Don't make her mad while she's in here. She scares me. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not worried about her. She's good people.
I am. You don't have to.
She don't
She's good
scare me,
people.
but I like her and I don't want her pissed off. So shut
That's
your
it.
mouth.
Yeah.
Listen.
Shut up. Shut
First
your
of all,
pie
hold
hole.
on, all of y'all. Will you please tell them that we are perfectly okay, Salty? Jesus.
That's the way we want to keep it.
Pansies.
Who's a pansy? Who you calling a pansy?
I had to cough.
Who
I
are
had to
you?
cough. No, listen, I had to cough. It was
Who are you
a
calling a pansy?
So I'm gonna
Truth.
But at the same point in time, I don't talk a lot of shit. I don't like the. I'm not the monkey at the zoo. I'm not
Oh my God. Okay.
throwing shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
To every story.
He's they make him sound like he's not as functional, especially when you're in the discipline. You call me, I will discipline my child. Have y'all ever discussed that CPS was Sebastian's found safely? They got to understand that.
They called me today.
Are y'all kind of patching up the relationship? I know they were a little mad at you about the GoFund stuff, and I've heard that, everything. So are y'all working that out? They got to understand. Have you been in communication with?
Started and 311 would have finished.
But I wonder why there's no trail from there. That's it just ends there. Him.
Oh, yep.
And that I went to that retention pond, and it ain't very deep. It ain't like he could drown in that.
Go now.
But I wonder why there's no trail. But I've heard you say he could swim.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
And that I went to that retention pond, and it ain't very deep.
Wait.
It ain't like he could drown in that. But I wonder why there's no trail from there. It just ends there. And here, you live down there. Does the trash run that early in the morning for them lights to be a trash truck?
Trash ran at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't realize until just now, but there's a lot of questions that he was even not just this interview, but right here and there that he was asking, or like things he was saying, and he wasn't responding to this stuff.
Right.
That's weird.
Who said his feet were blistered?
He walking around a lot for
I know.
Early in the morning.
What's the matter?
And somebody was talking about how he was saying his feet were blistered. I don't remember hearing that, but
I did. I remember him. Yeah, he said that. He's like his feet were blistered and something else about being tired or something. I remember it was
then
in
how
one.
the hell every night when you get on this telephone, you ain't doing
walk
nothing
around all night,
prancing around,
right?
Y'all be nice. He has a shoulder injury too.
I wonder why there's no trail.
Don't know.
You don't know?
Child saying that he's running in fear or something. Homeless people protect him.
Okay. What do you make of the footprint at the retention? Living in the woods.
Homeless people.
Here we go.
Or where would he, he would need water, he would need food. He would need some type of assistance.
He would.
And
again, have you ever been homeless, man?
No, I've never been homeless.
I have.
Yeah, I mean, you think he may be going eating out of dumpsters, begging, like.
I don't think you would be that way. I've been homeless before. Homeless people take care of homeless people, and homeless people have that little piece in their heart where they take care of the kids. They always take care of the kids.
How does he know this? Because truthfully, homeless was not homeless. He was living in a car. Right?
Yo, but you got to listen to it deeper. What the man just said was he was homeless, and homeless people help protect kids. So is he saying that he had contact with kids while he was homeless?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Out of his ass, if you want my honest opinion.
That's kind of what I think. Listen, I think he has a habit.
We know that.
What'd you say, buddy? Arctic? Can you guys hear me?
I said we know that he had an affinity for 14-year-old girls.
I mean,
he's so matter of fact. I love
him. Damn, you just came out of nowhere with that.
He's just like, I love that.
Arctic
I love Arctic.
Arctic is Arctic. He's
just,
very matter of fact.
There's the facts. Walk away. Let's go. All right. one thing I have to say, you guys, is I think Cletus is right, and I'm not calling him out and being mean when I say this. I think Seth has that arrogant, like, cocky persona, and as he's saying things, I think a lot of the stuff he said, he was kind of like, I hate to say it like this, but like showing off in a way.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, you know what I mean? And I think maybe he might just be just talking shit. That's all. And
I'd like to say this too, right? Earlier in the chat, it's been a little bit ago, but I saw Caroline talking about the people, the professionals that have evaluated the behaviors of the parents. And I thought about it when she wrote that, and it's like, I've seen plenty of people analyze Chris and Katie.
Nobody's
seen anybody
done
ever analyze Seth, and it's not in a sense of I'm curious to see what they would say he's guilty of or not guilty of, but specifically situations like this, right?
Yep.
Because there were little things with this that just seemed off to me. Like he's like, "You ever been homeless, buddy?" And I'm like, "No, huh?"
Right.
I think if they went back through half of Seth's videos, they'd be like, Peter Hite wouldn't. I think Peter Hite would probably be in a corner crying because he wouldn't know how to analyze it.
Well, that's probably why the behavioral panel didn't analyze him, because they can't figure out what to do with it.
But I don't think it's fair to sit here and go, oh, I listen to they listen to the experts, and it's fine if y'all listen to Peter Hite, it's fine. But they need to look at, but they need to analyze Seth too. That's all I'm saying. So y'all can get a good perspective on both. They need to analyze Seth's behaviors too.
Mystery just said Nashville did an interview with Seth when he was searching. Please, someone look at it instead of the TPs.
Tragedy Pimps.
Tragedy Pimps. He showed a lot of info, raw info. Really? Who did this? True Crime Fox Nashville?
Fox
March
17.
28th.
No, it's Fox 17.
Yeah, because I don't think this here has any bit of anything in
that
it.
That was the Thursday before Easter, the one where he met with right after he got done meeting with law enforcement.
Where he's got his arms up.
Yeah.
That's when he got the proof of life video. And he wasn't supposed to say.
We have looked at that, right?
And he wasn't supposed to say anything, and he did. And that's when law enforcement got mad at him.
It's Fox 17, Dago.
Did he spill shit that maybe would make sense now that didn't make sense then, though?
Well, see, this was obviously the same night, because he said, were Katie and Chris there? And he said Katie was, but Chris,
smirked.
And he smirked, but Chris was there on Zoom, so that was the same night.
More than a month since your son went missing. How are you feeling
This is
today?
it.
Same as I was yesterday. Just continuing the search, continue looking. I'm not going to give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5 mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover. And it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching.
Then why were you searching in the same area?
With TBI today, did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
Any progression that might show?
So what would he have gotten that he couldn't discuss?
Oh, that was the day they saw it. He didn't say it here that he saw the proof of life video, but he went on Dolly's and said he saw it. He didn't say it to the news. I guess he thought he'd be safe saying it on YouTube. Wrong.
Okay. Yep.
But this is the video where he looks like the
Chris Watts.
Chris Watts, where he does the hands above his head.
Yeah.
And this is one of the best interviews, in my opinion, because you're getting to see a lot more of his body. And you get to see a lot more of what this is what shows me that his autism may be even more real, right? Number one, the sunglasses on his face, right? Number two, just the way that his mannerisms are while he's being interviewed. He's very uncomfortable with the situation, not the questions.
And then this is the one also where he says, I think Sebastian may just be, I think he's somewhere playing video games.
Yes. After he went and saw the proof of life video, which was odd to me.
Okay, well, I will play it.
No hope in the search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news. They're not letting him surf the internet. Or else he'd know that I'm looking for him. And he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me.
That's so unsettling.
Is there strong reason to believe he may have been abducted?
I don't know if he's been abducted or if he's just, over at a friend's house. Never know. But I'll know when I find him. I'll know exactly what has happened to him.
And other news outlets were reporting that there were lights seen in the backyard that were caught on camera by a neighbor's video. Is that true?
No. What that was a trash truck. Went through, picked up trash, and when it left, of course, it went faster. It didn't have to stop to pick up trash. That's just false information provided by a particular person.
Did the dogs ever pick up a scent for Sebastian?
From my information that I've been given, no.
Did they find anything on Sebastian's cell phone that would, kind of show that he was going to run away or where he might be?
Not that I know of. He didn't have any internet access or anything on there. He'd have been able to call, text, take a picture, send a picture, use the calculator. That's about it.
Was Sebastian in school on Friday, the day before he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you, Chris, or Katie, or any of you suspects in this case?
No, we're not.
Have you been cleared?
I don't know if the investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation's done. But currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing.
CPS has gone to Katie's house before. You didn't know about that until this investigation. How does that make you feel?
That somebody somewhere dropped the ball because I was never informed. And I'm the biological father. I have joint physical custody. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't reach out and inform the father, which is me. And I don't understand why the state dropped the ball on that one.
And how did you find out about CPS?
Podcast.
And I mean, does that concern you, especially with this case, that they might have done something to cause him to run away?
I don't know what that really means, but I just know that I don't have all the information.
Is there an official timeline? And I know people, there was, we went to bed at this hour, but does TBI or anyone have an official timeline as to the series?
I'm pretty sure they do, but I'm not involved in the investigation, so I wouldn't have it.
Have the three of you been in contact every day like you were several weeks ago about this?
I was in contact with both Katie and Chris today, but I've heard he said his phone is open and available. Well, so is mine. You can leave a voicemail. Like 7 or 8 people have already left me voicemails today. I'm going. I get people calling me while I'm on the phone, and it's like, I can't just sit there and answer the phone for everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out
Hold
of my...
on.
Right? You caught it too.
Yep. You was a lying SOB.
I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
There's been a lot of...
For everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
Remember, he said in an interview that he answers every single phone call because it could be Sebastian. He said, my number's been leaked and it doesn't matter. I answer every single phone call.
Everyone. And why the biggest red flag to me right there is, why would you let Chris's phone call go to voicemail knowing he could be calling you saying, hey, they found him?
Well,
you know what I mean? Or something like that, right?
Here's another issue I have, right? He didn't find out about the CPS thing until a podcast. Well, and so you're now, and this is all in hindsight now, right? But Robin came out and said she's known about it. She's also the one that was in a chat talking about it, which was before this interview. So,
and
number one, how does she trust the world enough to talk about that in a chat when he doesn't know?
Right?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
And why did it take so long from this interview all the way up till this last week to get the DCS records? That's because somebody on your new team pressed you to get the DCS records.
Probably.
Yeah, because if he didn't know, And then he finds out, why wouldn't he have gone to get the DCS records immediately?
He didn't. Yeah, exactly. He needed those to keep. Well, never mind.
Oh, no. Good point, because now
he should have went and got them. I would have went and got them things immediately.
You're right,
Damn
but
right.
that tells me
Yep.
somebody got in his ear and said, this is the plan. This is what we need to do.
Yes.
You need those records to be able to do this, this, and this. That's what we're going to do.
And it can make this person look like this. We don't have to release it. We just suggest it.
Exactly.
Bingo.
But I would have went and got those records immediately. But he's mad at DCS, but he's not mad at his mama for not telling him that Sebastian told him that Chris Proudfoot abused him. Well, because his mama said she knew about it.
But even a step further, if you knew, if you truly believed that somebody had done something to your child, i.e. your ex-wife or, the stepfather, then you would go immediately and say, I need those records. I need them, right? And not wait till it's strategically good for you.
Exactly. I would have gotten them immediately, but I would have made a stop at somebody's house first, and then I would have went and got the CPS records. I'm just saying. Because I'm just telling you.
But the CPS records come back that there was no, you know what I'm saying? But I get what you're saying, but here's the deal. The CPS records, we know, were not enough to remove anybody from the home or give charges.
Because I'm telling you, and anybody that has kids, my mom as a grandmother would, if my son had told her he was being abused, my mother would have kicked the door down. And yeah, I'm just saying, she would have.
Any normal grandparent, I feel like, would have.
My mama wouldn't have kept it a secret. My mama would have beat somebody with a bat, and she wasn't a big woman at all, but she'd have done it. I'm telling you.
100%.
I'm sure you've received criticism as well as the Proudfoots. How does that make you feel in a time where you're just trying to find your son?
People are being, that goes back to those keyboard warriors I talked about on the first interview that you and I had. They're still at it. They'll never stop. There's cowards in this world, and then there's people who are go-getters. My feet, they're on the ground. They're never going to leave the ground. My son. Period.
And plans, today on moving forward, any more resources being used on this investigation, or anything you have to say about that?
The United Cajun Navy is currently sitting down there right now at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville. 10:30. That's when volunteers need to show up. 10:30. Show up, have your ID, sign the paperwork, and they send people out in teams. When you show up, there ain't nobody there except for a couple people. That's because they've already sent teams out.
Exactly, Becky.
Teams out until we find my son.
Have there been a lot of volunteers coming out to help find Sebastian?
Today there was, and I want to thank everybody who did come out. We're seeing an increase, and we're going to continue to see an increase. I'd like the whole state of Tennessee to volunteer, and then we'll hit other states.
And you're Sebastian's father. Tell me, what is Sebastian like?
He's a unique child.
Thank you, Barbara, very much.
He's unique.
He can be.
Jesus.
It's really hard to describe my son.
Lord.
Besides being unique, whether he's up to no good or he's up to good, he's just got that uniqueness about him. It's
unique.
Really hard to describe.
Unique.
He's my mini-me.
I get it.
I bet he is hard to describe since you spend any damn time with him.
They like it. All the kids are wondering when he's going to come back. They want to volunteer. Teachers are wanting.
Gotta love it,
Arctic. Every day. Everybody. It's coming up.
I love that. I love Arctic's honesty.
I can definitely use it in my life right now.
Well, you want to know what else he says right there that caught my attention? The first thing he says when he's like trying to go into describing him, whether he's up to no good or he's up to good.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Up to no good or good. So what no good was he up to? Yet he says, Katie and Chris made fun of the way he danced. I made fun of the way my kid danced before when he was younger. Don't look at me like that, boy.
Nonsense. You're welcome to jump up here too. There's a link in the chat anytime you want to, ma'am.
Landfill.
I have no idea. They didn't, not part of the investigation. They're not going to tell me stuff. I am emotionally attached, as any parent should be.
And how often do you meet with TBI?
If I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news?
They won't talk to you.
Or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right? Because in law enforcement, it's always goal oriented. You know, go to work, put a smile on your face.
Spoken from a real correctional officer.
I know that they're putting their effort, 150% effort into this, and I appreciate that. And I'm hoping it will pay off with fruitation.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
Funny how he went from they're putting their 100% effort into this to talking shit about law enforcement every chance he got.
Yeah, I'm surprised he still got a job after the way he's talked about the blue.
We don't know if he does.
Well, yeah, he was supposed to go back to work this week, and from my understanding, he worked, from everything he's told us, he worked Sunday through Thursday. So, he didn't go back. He was
Listen,
off on Monday.
I'm sure that nobody watching this knows any sheriff's officers that work that shift in the prison.
What, Sunday through Thursday?
I don't know. I wouldn't know anybody. I'm just saying, I'm wondering if anybody would, you know.
I don't know. I ain't ever worked in the jail.
Hell no. Oh, I do think I know. Okay, never mind. I might know a way I can figure it out.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
Being a
Snickers.
Dad, having perseverance.
Snickers.
Wanting him to come home.
What gets me up every day.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my sons.
Billboard.
People notice what people are wearing. So I am a walking handout. I have these in my car.
How do you select that photo? It's so cute.
Because it's cute.
Did he just flirt with the... Never mind. I'm stopping.
At least he didn't say you can call me daddy.
All right. There's
Thank
that.
goodness.
Jesus.
Congrats, Salty, and thank you for being part of this community for almost a year, 11 months. That's awesome. Very
Salty, you're awesome. I love you, Salty.
Yes, she's very awesome. There's a lot of things I couldn't do without her around, so I'm grateful.
I love me some Salty.
Very grateful for her.
That girl, Salty's smart.
Very much.
Never mind.
I'm so stuck on that statement we just saw him say. I've been getting what I wanted since the divorce.
Yeah.
Funny that your timeline isn't since I moved here, since we
Mama Bear's in here.
Sorry, she left California. Your timeline is since the divorce. Right, which actually was finalized. Again, I'll point out February 26th, 2017, the same day he went missing.
Everything centers around the divorce.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I'm telling you, he never, ever got over that. And I think he's angry about it. I still think he's really angry about it. I don't get it, but I mean, that's me.
Like pizza making angry, or just,
No, like vengeance, like I'm going to hang on to this chip on my shoulder for the rest of my life type angry.
Well, thank God he's not working in the food industry anymore.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that people once again forget. When you start looking at what charges would actually come if any of our theories were true, they're actually not as bad as you think.
And that's
No.
kind of the theory that goes with that is it depends on how long you keep him away from anybody, because he turns 18, then what?
Yeah,
Then
well,
you
that's
get
the whole thing right there. You could
I think at bare minimum there would be a strong case to be made for wire fraud.
Oh yeah.
Donations.
Well, it's
Well,
going to cost somebody a lot of money because they're going to charge somebody for all this searching.
maybe, but he's still considered a runaway. All they have to if he ran away and then called, you see what I'm saying? It's they
So
didn't kidnap him.
I
Right.
got you.
He ran away. They picked him up. Now the question becomes: are they legally supposed to report that they have him? Well, the initial answer would be yes. But what if the answer was no, because he's technically the legal guardian and all he is right now is a runaway?
well,
Yeah.
he's a missing and endangered child.
I mean,
According to the TBI, he is a missing and endangered child.
I agree with that, actually.
He is a missing and endangered child because that's what the flyer from the TBI says. He is a missing and endangered child.
But my question, I get what you're saying, but I guess my question is, if either of the biological parents, we can throw Katie in here too. Okay, let's play it completely around the board, right? If in fact he ran away and then he contacted them and whoever went and picked him up, is he still an endangered child? Like, how does that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's
I think
got to
he's
be.
still considered endangered as long as law enforcement doesn't know where he is.
But
Right.
is endangered illegal?
Yes, I think so, because nobody has notified the TBI that he has been found. So I think that he is still, I think that it is
What
some
would he be
sort
charged
of.
with?
Thank you, AJ's mom, for the super chat. Says, look at the Rudy case in Texas, and he has developmental delays.
I don't know what they could be charged with, but I think because he is considered missing and endangered by the TBI, I think that they could bring some kind of federal charges, even though both parents have joint custody. I think you have to figure out are they both custodial parents, or is Katie the custodial parent?
Katie's the custodial. They have shared custody, and she's the custodial. Yeah.
But I still think because he is a missing and endangered child by the TBI, I think that something could be done. As far
Even
as
if he was even if he was found when he was 18?
Well, not
There's
there.
other charges. There's other charges that can be brought. Fraud.
No, but you have to. But you're missing my point. You have to, first of all, you have to prove that he was taken and not a runaway. If he's 18, hold on. If he's 18, he's not required to talk to law enforcement without an attorney. A and B. What are you going to do? Charge a runaway at 18 if he doesn't tell you where he was?
No, they're not going to charge him, but they'll talk to him, and it
right
out and says this is what happened. Obviously, if he remembers it, then they can throw those charges out there.
But you have 3 years to manipulate that.
Do you remember the girl from Arizona that was just found recently at 18?
Yes.
They didn't do nothing.
Because they said because she ran away and she said she didn't want. Is that the one that didn't want to be found?
Yes, they found her in Montana.
Okay, but if he came back and said he ran away and didn't want to be found, that's a different story.
Right, but that would be if that was his story, but really, in fact, one of the parents were hiding him the whole time. That's my point. There would be no charges.
Right, but if he's telling that story, but what I'm saying is if he doesn't come back with that story truth, and it is a case where he is missing and he is found, I do believe because he is on the TBI's missing and endangered list that charges can be brought.
I agree with that. I guess my point is if you have 3 years with a child with a chromosome deletion and B, autism, I'm getting them to go with the story. You see what I'm saying? And once again, this is just,
I understand that you could get them to go with the story that they just ran away and didn't want to be found, and he pops up when he's 18 and said, "I just wanted to be left alone."
Right. There's my point. And then everybody would get out of it scot clean, and all this money would have been made. There's my point.
Except for the fraud charges that are going to get popped no matter what by the federal government. They brought in the Secret Service. No. Listen, they brought in the Secret Service and the FBI. There was wire fraud at the very minimum with certain things and other things. Somebody's going to go. They're going to find charges to put down on this at some point with all the resources that were wasted. The feds are going to be pissed, period. Okay. And they're going to throw some kind of charge at somebody. That's the problem. I'm saying that all the other stuff. Yeah, you guys are right. But I truly feel they're going to charge somebody with something at that point because of those other things.
Because they would want to know where he's been all of this time.
Right. But you can't make him talk.
Well, no.
You can't force him to talk. Just like that girl came forward and all she did was walked into a police station, said, I don't want to be found, because she sent that letter. She walked in, told him respectfully, I don't want to be found, turned around and left. Then they did the news conference and said she's perfectly fine, didn't want to talk to us, wanted to be left alone.
Interfering with an investigation.
Huh?
Interfering with an investigation.
But they didn't. This girl ran away. How old was she, I think, when she left? Like 13 or 14?
I think she was 13, yeah.
And she left with someone who was older. That was part of the whole runaway. So it was someone in the position of being an adult. And when she came forward, she was 18. They didn't go after the person who she left with.
Oh, right. No, I get that. Well, maybe because they have no idea who it is. That's the thing. She probably is never going to turn on that person because
exactly
that part I understand. I agree with you guys on. The other side of it, I said there's going to be certain charges that will come either way, is what I mean. Because of the other stuff involved. With him, probably nothing. No, I agree. But the other stuff that was involved in this, there's gotta have to be, I would imagine. Like I think Arctic said it, that there would have to be some form of probably federal wire charge or wire fraud charges and stuff like that.
I mean, if Seth knows where he's at this point, which I'm not saying he does, but if he did know where Sebastian was, regardless of whether Sebastian walks into a police station when he turns 18 and says, "Hi, here I am," you know, if they determine that Seth knew where he was the whole time, you bet your ass they're going to file all kinds of fraud charges on his ass.
Agreed. I'm just using this last case as an example of how they didn't push this young girl. She literally walked in, identified herself so they would take her off the missing person, and she walked out.
Yeah, and she refused to say anything else. Yeah, that's why.
And they didn't. What are you going to do? Interrogate a citizen who's not done a crime? You can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, she didn't want anything to do with the family either.
Right.
Well, she was probably brainwashed too, so that's part of the other side of that. But it is what it is.
It sounds like she was probably groomed.
Exactly. And never mind. You get it.
I see what you're saying. Somebody could have groomed if Sebastian's gone missing. Someone had if Seth does indeed have him, and I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying that. So don't anybody get upset.
Yeah, I'm not saying that either. This is
but if he does, I see what you're saying, and they put it in his head and they groom him to say that, you know, that this is how it is. You know, you knew you were going to come live with me, blah blah blah, and you're just going to live with your grandma or whatever. And I'm not saying that's the scenario, but they groom him to say that, and they groom him for 3 years to say that. So at 18, he pops up and he says, "Hey, I just didn't want to be found," and that's what they grew him to say. I didn't want to be found. So that's what he tells the police. I didn't want to be found.
Well, Katie just said in the Alicia Navarro case that guy was charged, got charged with sex charges. So
from her or from a different case though?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think they found images or something.
Yeah, I thought there were certain images or something on a phone or something they found, and that's how they got him. But that's my thought from what I remember reading.
Makes sense.
But I mean,
I want to address.
Go ahead, Arctic.
I want to address Sharon's question. I know there are a lot of comments, but does anyone know the reason why Ellie scaled back searches as early as March the 4th? Even if he's a runaway, he's still a minor. Well, Sharon, we don't have concrete reasoning behind it, but I can tell you what my theory is. I think they scaled back the search efforts, and that goes directly back to the electronics that I was talking about earlier. Is that I think they found evidence on those electronics, and that's why they scaled it back and went into investigative mode rather than a search mode. I think there's something on those electronics, which is why they haven't been given back to the family, which is, again, why the Secret Service got involved in the case, because they are the experts at forensics and digital analysis. I think it all goes back to the electronics.
So Arctic, to that point, right? Why did they do another search?
That's another good point.
Yeah, they did another search.
I remember thinking that was odd that they don't typically do stuff like that the way they did it. So
and in the exact same area.
It was just a complete, total, exact search in the same places, right?
Maybe for visuals.
For the public, you mean?
Yep.
But that's the thing. Like, I know people on like YouTube are all raw. We need answers. Yeah, people here ain't like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, everyone knows. Well, I won't even say everyone because that's just stupid to assume. But a lot of people know. But I mean, we ain't down here like threatening to start fires at the courthouse and stuff if y'all don't. You know what I mean?
No.
So it's almost like a visual for who? Maybe to keep people like Dolly out of here?
Maybe.
Well, probably, yeah, because we all saw what happened in the Quentin Simon case where the public thought law enforcement wasn't doing enough, and that turned into a complete fucking shit show. I can certainly understand because they were starting to get a lot of flack by the general public for stopping the search so early. I understand why they would do something just to put on a show for the public and try to calm their ass so that you wouldn't have Dolly Vision and Bullhorn Betty and every tragedy pimp on the whole platform out there with their bullhorns and picket signs causing all kinds of hell.
You know what? He's right, because think about it. When Dolly went, CJ went, all these people, all hell broke loose and everybody went. Remember that? And everything. And it kind of got nuts. And then that's when they came out and they changed up all the search things and did this and did that. And basically kind of said they didn't want nobody there. And that's when they remember the Cajun Navy thing came. Yeah, I think that makes sense because that's when all that changed. So.
And also, I just have to restate this because apparently some people weren't in here when I said it. I'm not saying these are my theories. See, there's no reason to call me stupid. What I'm doing is throwing out different scenarios and eliminating them or putting them on maybes. So
who called who stupid? First
yeah, that's crazy.
Why do you gotta go to name calling crap?
It doesn't matter. It's just, guys, this isn't us. None of us are saying this is what happened. Okay?
Not in here.
The investigations go by taking pieces of information, coming up with a theory or a thesis to it, or the theory. You put the thesis to it, and then you come with an outcome. When you get the outcome, it doesn't work. Boom, you throw it out. If there's some markers that work, you put it on the maybe and add or subtract from it.
Well, and like Clue said, we're not in Tennessee burning courthouses and going up there and sitting on the courthouse steps and picketing and demanding that law enforcement do something. And I will say this, most of the people that are going, we need answers, don't even live here.
Oh yeah, ain't none of them here. Ain't nobody here doing that.
Most of the people that are going, law enforcement, they owe us an explanation. Most of those people are not even in Tennessee.
I will digress. Scary Lynn is probably doing that.
Okay, well, yes, I'll take that one back, Scary Lynn. But most of the other people, no. And
Get
law
arrested
enforcement.
Get arrested by Sumner County one time. I bet you won't be saying that. You'll be begging that they be more lenient.
Yeah, Sumner County, that's not a good, from what I hear, that's not the
y'all
best
have
place.
no idea. I tried to explain this in a live a month ago. Y'all have no idea. If you're from Middle Tennessee,
you don't want to get arrested there.
Listen, I'll give y'all some hints. You come to Tennessee, there's 3 places you don't want to get a charge, including a traffic ticket. Murfreesboro, definitely not Sumner County. Not
Hell
close.
no, I can attest to that shit.
You don't want to get nothing. Aw.
And there's one worse than that, and that's Berry Hill.
Yeah, Berry Hill's bad too.
Berry Hill will bury you.
And so will Sumner County.
Yes, Sumner County will too. But Murfreesboro is the worst. Most of us know to stay the hell out of Murfreesboro.
But it's just, law enforcement doesn't owe us anything. And just because we don't see them out doing anything doesn't mean they're not looking at the case.
Well, that's the crazy part. People here trust them.
And it doesn't mean that they're not doing their job. And everybody's like, well, the TBI sucks. The TBI didn't find Summer Wells, but where Summer Wells went missing, that's like
thanks, Gina.
Rural area, and it's in the mountains, and nobody knows. And I don't know that her parents had anything to do with it. I can't say that they did, but they ate the Wells alive. And
real quick, I just wanted to say something that was brought up before I forget it. Somebody brought up in here the Harley Dilly case, which is kind of in my area. Okay. He went missing around the same age, and he was gone. I can't remember exactly. I think it was a month, about 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that. He decided to just walk off one day. I don't know if it was running away or what he was doing, but they couldn't find him anywhere. They looked everywhere. They did everything. And they found him across the street. Yeah. That was the child I told you guys before that climbed up the antenna in the back of a house. It was an abandoned house and crawled down the chimney, got stuck, and that's where he was when they found him. That is what scares the shit out of me with this case. Okay, because of the things that were brought to us in the beginning about how he likes to hide in cramped spaces. He's sneaky. He likes to hide and do that thing and stuff like that. I've been scared to death about stuff like that from the beginning because of that case happening. And that's why I prayed to God, and I even asked this question in some of the interviews that they gave when I was in there, that if they checked every absolute area, abandoned houses in this area, so on and so forth. So that is what freaks me out with this case, that one specific thing. And who was it that brought that up? Misty or Stereophonics, maybe? Either way, that I just wanted mystery. Okay, thank you. No, we're not Audacity. I'm just like 45 minutes south of Cleveland. So that was the thing. I've thought that from the beginning. I was freaking out as soon as this happened. I'm like, oh my God, not another one, not another one, not another one. Because that was horrific. His parents are a mess. So and it ended up causing problems within their marriage because of that whole thing. So these things can happen.
Clues Blues. Do you live in Robertson County, Clues Blues?
Amish communities, yeah. Oh shit, guys! I just realized something.
Oh, where'd she go? Is Clues Blues still in here?
I don't
said
see her.
Robertson. She said Robertson County does charges one by one. I'm seeing if she lives in Robertson County.
I don't know. I don't see. But I am gonna have to bring this down for the day, guys. We've been live for almost 6 hours. I didn't even realize that. So does anybody have any last thoughts on this?
I do. I just want to mention at the end of it, at the end of the day, I want everybody to pray to who their God is tonight for Sebastian, for his comfort and his safety. That's number one. If, my personal feelings aren't right, definitely pray for his soul. Also pray for all three parents, because no matter whatever way you look at it, they're all suffering either way. So I'll leave it at that. And also in the prayers, put blessings on the hands of those who are searching. Because the one thing we know is dogs are pure, and we know that dogs' souls are pure. So hopefully the pureness of one of those dogs' souls will help bring them home.
Well, that's absolutely true and amazing. And one thing I am going to do while we're all still here, first off, I want to ask everybody in the chat, if you will, to light the chat up with those green hearts and support of Sebastian. And then while we're all still sitting in here, and this goes for the chat and everybody, I'm going to ask everybody if we can take just a moment of silence and total complete silence to support not only Sebastian but his parents, all of the SAR workers, the law enforcement, the rescue workers, everybody and anybody that is involved in this case. And keep them in your thoughts, and just say a little prayer if you're a praying person. If not, just keep a thought in your mind for them. But I want to do that here real quick if we can, just for a moment.
Stop the chat too. Everybody in the chat, stop.
Yeah,
please.
I mean the chat and everything. Just everybody freeze. Don't blink, or don't. You can blink. You can breathe. Just don't say anything, and I'll come back. Turn my thing back on when we're done. Okay, thank you guys very much for that. Like Truth said, guys, even if it just take just a second to say, hey, if you're praying and religious people, whatever, just say a little prayer tonight for the families, all of the family, everybody in the family, for the child himself, the police, everybody, guys. Just a quick minute to do that, if you can think about it, because I think they all need it right now more than anything. More than anything, I think that's what they need. And maybe that, with a little extra help from above, will draw people together and make something happen in this. Who knows? But Truth, go ahead.
At the end of the day, y'all, Clues Blues, by the way, you're my neighbor. I live in Robertson County too. But at the end of the day, y'all, it's all about bringing Sebastian home. We can agree to disagree. We can have our discussions. We can have our theories. But at the end of the day, it's about bringing Sebastian home. He's a 15-year-old young man. He's not a baby. He's a young man. And we need to bring him home.
Amen. Absolutely. Amen to that. I want to thank everybody up here on panel today with us. It was an amazing show. I appreciate all of you, even the people that were upset in the beginning. I want to thank all of you. Everybody has their opinions, their feelings, and differences of opinion. But like she just said, at the very, very end of the day, it's about this guy right here.
Amen.
So Arctic, Truth, Clue and Cletus, Kimber, Tomboy. Did we have anybody else up here with us today? Oh, JC. First of all, thank you all for joining me up here today. Everybody in the chat today, you guys are absolutely amazing. And every one of you guys are amazing for one reason alone, is that you're all in here to hear this today, because you don't want the drama. You want to find him. That's what I'm talking about. That's what means the most to every bit of this and what matters to me. So everybody in here, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you guys very much. Guys, please, if you have not checked out these other channels in the chat, it looks amazing with all these green hearts. I appreciate that. But please check out Arctic Fox True Crime. If you haven't subscribed over there, it's a great channel. Please do. Of course, Cluminati, check out her channel. Another amazing creator and amazing channel. Again, also, Mind of Monsters was up here with us today. Thank you, Mom, so much for joining us. Another amazing channel, another amazing creator. Excuse me. Hold on. Let's see.
Don't forget Sarge, Yaw News Network.
Yeah, Yaw News Network was Sergeant Friday. He was in here for a little bit. Please check out that channel. So we had Nonsense. Miss Becky was in here today. These are all the amazing creators and channels that are supporting this cause, guys, and trying to bring this young man home. And have put forth so many efforts to put his name out there, to put his face out there, and to keep these. Oh, and Duchess, don't forget Duchess.
Yeah, don't forget Duchess.
We're missing. Trying to. We've all kind of grouped together to make something out of this positive. Okay. Trying to figure out ways to figure out what could have happened, where it could have happened, why it could have happened.
Salt,
Today,
Don't forget Salty and Doodlebug.
Yep, Salty, Doodle, Molly, all of these channels. I don't. My mods are gonna go nuts trying to drop these links, but there's so many of them out here that are just amazing creators, guys. So go check them out. If you have a question as to who the channels are, let us know. We'll drop the link. Keep doing it, guys. Keep pushing forward. Again, like Mom always says, if you see something, say something. And I always say, stop minding our business, because that is what causes this. We got to start minding everything else that's going on around us, guys. It's very important, because things like this don't need to happen. Again, I appreciate you, Tomboy, for jumping up here too. I thought I said it, but I see you. I appreciate everybody's input, everybody's feelings, everybody's opinions. I respect each and every one of you guys for that too. And don't forget, guys, there's so many other missing children out there that we really need to pay attention to as well. You'll find that stuff on Doodle's channel. You'll find that on Arctic's channel, Mind of Monsters channel, Duchess's channel. I've shared quite a few more. It's a bad thing. We need to do something, anything, to try to change it in some way. So thank you guys very much. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. And guys, please don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people and the reason why I do this. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, folks.
Bye.
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 See you at 9.
Yeah.
Cluminati. Miss Cluminati.
I'll be there.